Hotep Senu and Asenut, Itir and Ishakandugu Kemet. I hope you're doing well. Oh, I see that assigned whole fake. This plagiarizer waited for me to be out of Garfield's channel to type in my art forever lacks common sense, intellect, and integrity. And this is the guy who's been busted plagiarizing. He's been doing that for years. He plagiarized plenty of books. He fraudulently claimed to be a linguist, but now he's presented as a cultural theorist and a software developer. Those dudes are weak as hell, but it's all good, it's all good. Asahim all fake has been busted. He lied to the people for years. He said that Allah is an Egyptian text. He said that Ra is a volcano. He said that the Fulanis are Hebrews. He said that the Hebrews are Hapiru. He said that the Hebrews were black, that there was Hebrews in Kemet. Then he said they were not black. They were what you call white folks. Then he said they were black. For years, he's been talking nonsense. But this weak coward, he's waiting for me to be out. He's waiting for me to leave Garfield's platform to come and leave that what comment in the chat. But what can you expect for lame ass liars like this dude? So I was on Garfield's broadcast, the one that's playing right now. And I bounced because, as usual, Garfield will put me out. I cannot get a sentence in. First, he lets Reggie makes a diatribe. Reggie did not even watch my video. He was just looking for something to say. And Reggie, besides yesterday saying that Horus is not the son of Osiris, today Reggie said twice, at least twice, I'm not listening to what the Europeans have to say. But he's been quoting Europeans all through. So that's the race card. It's pitiful and ridiculous because scholarship doesn't have any color. The TLA, who is it? Is it brothers running it? All the websites that he went through, was it brothers? Was it articles written by brothers? So then you have this moderator, Twitter finger, Ini, I don't know what, but apparently his name is Sean. And he's a Asylum Hotel groupie. He doesn't have a problem with people plagiarizing and they want to give more lessons. So I have quoted from, once again, this dictionary. You see? But the groupie Sean, he goes to Vigus dictionary and he's like, oh, I don't see it. And then he want to act like he want to give, lessons on the meta nature and the grammar. Where is the grammar for Kemet is a riparian country and Kem doesn't mean black after a name and it's a title? Those dudes are pitiful, man. But it's all good. You have to peep game. He's a groupie of Osahimo Fake and Ujau, both plagiarizers, because there's also a video about Ujau plagiarizing. So they're using this opportunity. And Garfield is weak because Garfield cannot address the issue. That's why he gets Reggie. That's why he gets the other guy. He would have let anybody just come in and state their piece and kick me out of the panel on the pretext that I don't have any discipline. Garfield, it's all good. He can talk that talk on his channel. But once again, when he came on my channel, this is what he said.
Kemet is the greatest empire in history. You don't need to compare. If anybody want to compare, like, we trying to get to Kemet level. Kemet is number one. So we comparing it to other religions is basically saying, hey, we could compare with them. No, we got 3,000 years of documented history. Show me a culture that could show you that. Sumer can't do it. Mesopotamia can't do it. Assyria can't do it. Persia can't do it. The Greeks can't do it.
So he wouldn't play my video in full, but that's his channel. He can do whatever he wants. He's the master of his destiny. He controls his platform. He did a 7-hour live stream yesterday, though. But 20 minutes, he cannot do that. It's okay. It's all good. So for those who wonder, a lot of people in the chat were telling Garfield, what's up? Let the guy speak. Deal with his quote. Deal with his dictionary. Quote his dictionary. And Garfield got irritated, just like Reggie is irritated whenever you don't go along with his Jabari hate. You see? So he got irritated and he stopped the other pseudo from talking, and then he said, "Oh, don't tell me what to do." Blah blah blah. Shaka doesn't have any discipline, so that's when I bounce. So if you want to know, that's when I bounce. So now that they know I'm out, now they can talk whatever they want to do. They can, I mean, they can do whatever talk they want. It's all good, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, I came on there, you know, so we can see if it's possible to have a dialogue. And for the record, for those who don't know, all the time that Reggie was talking in the private chat, Garfield told me that he doesn't want to have me on at the same time as Reggie, and he said because he's gonna go left. I say it won't go left. We both grown men, you know what I'm saying? But before that, you could hear Reggie say, "Oh, I'm not talking to him. I'm not talking to him." Just like yesterday, he said, "I will no longer speak to a forever Matt." Hey, he's under no obligation to speak to me. But the funny thing, once again, is that I first thought that Reggie saw my video. Nobody's under any obligation to watch the video, but he's basically trying to refute me, you know. And he uses the race card, saying I'm not, he's using European, he's quoting European, and then he does the same thing, quoting Europeans. But once again, scholarship doesn't have any color. And then he goes to many different websites, and then Garfield tried to say, "Oh, I saw that online. Online, he says this, he says that," and Reggie basically didn't know where to go. And if you have time, you can just go and have a look. Reggie just didn't know what to say. He was rumbling, and when I asked him if he watched the video, and that's when he just let it be know that he didn't. So it's very amusing to me that people are trying to refute a video that's available online, and it's only a 20 minutes, So, and I understand why he was rumbling and going all over the place. But I hope that the debate between Jabari and Garfield will happen. It's very important for it to happen because this back and forth between the two has been going on for a long time, and some people have peeped game, but others haven't. On Garfield's side, you have the pseudos, you have the scammers, the liars, the plagiarizers, and you have all the Christian apologists. So it's not just an issue of him going at Jabari. As a matter of fact, just like before, when we saw, and it's Garfield himself who showed his slide entitled Jabari Must Die. And we could see the annotations of Reggie. Reggie basically prepared his slide back then. And not long ago, I think it was yesterday, Reggie said, he told Garfield, "I have some slides if you want, and if you don't want them, don't use them." So, I mean, it's clear that, it's not just Garfield that's going to prepare the slide to go against Jabari. It's going to be at least Garfield and Reggie, and most likely Reggie will come up with most of the material, and there will probably plenty of other people. But this is in response to my video that I have uploaded actually today. You see, so I wasn't expecting him, to cough up any paper, but I just put for the record, you owe me that much because you see, it's an example of people who like to run their mouth and act like they're so sure and act like they got it made like that. Oh, he said he give $100 to whoever shows a text where ISIS is described as a virgin. Now, I can understand if people disagree with the translation. Now, the pseudo Sean, and he was talking about that's German. So as if an English translation is better than German translation. But it's all good. Those guys are pseudos, and pseudos will look for talking points. But I can understand if people don't agree with that translation, if they feel like, it means girl or whatever else is on them. But I quoted once again the the largest and most complete printed dictionary of ancient Egyptian in existence. So if those people want to say no, those scholars are pseudo, they don't know what they're talking about. They've been doing that already. I mean, those pseudos, they said that Chekonta Diop was wrong, that Dr. Teofilo Benga was wrong, that Dr. Obadele Campbell was wrong, that Dr. Rikeri Amen was wrong. I mean, the list goes on. They also said that Dr. James P. Allen was wrong. So people have the choice. They can listen to professionals, they can listen to expert specialists and scholars, or they can listen to pseudos who will tell you that once again, rise of volcano and allies in the Egyptian text. It's a matter of persuasion. It depends how you feel. So that's really for the record. Take this opportunity if you have any statements or questions. But it's really sad on Garfield. But Garfield is scared. He's scared about his upcoming debate. But I just wish he will do it. You have to do it, Garfield. Do it. Don't back down. Don't look for excuses. It's going to be interesting. Once again, I don't know Jabari. I have never spoken to Jabari. I'm not a member of Jabari's team or crew or organization, But once again, disrespecting Kemetic people just because you have an issue with one dude, that just doesn't fly on my watch. And he's protecting, some plagiarizers. He's protecting fraudulent activities. So it's on him. Everybody has a right to do what they want, but you can't just be dissing people like that. It's not a good look at all. So I'm not surprised that you have, those Christian and Abrahamic believers, particularly the Christians, because that's his thing. But once again, somebody violated his daughter in his own words. That's what he stated. But he's not going at the dude. And so we see where it goes. But it's not cool to put something out like that. It's not precise when you say violated. It might have been a couple that had a dispute. Maybe the couple happened to throw blows. So it might have been just a fight between a couple. But when you say violated like that, people might interpret that like it's something way more serious. So the guy dislikes Jabari so much that he's gonna, basically kind of put something out like that, and he can create some bad rumors. You know, it's not cool. But there's free speech. People are free to do and say whatever they want. It's all good. But at this point, it's getting ridiculous. It's really getting ridiculous. So there's nothing else I can say about that. He's gonna do his thing. He's gonna continue. But it has demonstrated that we cannot really have a dialogue with him, and that's why most of the time he will be on his platform alone with the rest of the groupies. And if they are happy, then it's good for them. More power to them. But that's not the way. That's not the way it go. If I was criticizing Jabari, none of this would have happened. Same with Reggie. Reggie's upset. Reggie's in his feeling. Reggie's getting weaker than ever. I mean, for real, brothers and sisters, honestly. The messenger Jafar Blackman wrote, "Play the footage of you on Garfield's." I don't need to play it because it's like if people want to go and listen to it, they can. I mean, who knows? He might. Well, he will probably not delete that video because right now I can see the plagiarizer who's comfortable now that I'm away. He has his groupie who is a moderator. So now they have an opportunity to all gang up and talk so much stuff when I'm not there. You know what I'm saying? But they will not put up here. They will do that on protective custody. So if people are interested, they can just go and listen to it. I mean, people know how I get down, whether it's on my platform or other platform. And I don't think, over the years, people can say that, I just don't know how to behave. I don't have any discipline. But I mean, that's just so ridiculous that you get some groupie that's gonna quote some other dictionary. You know what I'm saying? I don't even get a chance to speak. When my video was playing, he came in and intervened, you know what I'm saying? And it's all good. But when I try to intervene and put one sentence in, I'm becoming a troublemaker. People want to create narratives like that. Reggie has always been weak. It's because he follows the payola. You mean the money? Reggie's always asking for a cash out. It's not following the money. Reggie wants the fame. Reggie knew all these scholars, and he says it all the time. He says it all the time. I was there when those people were at school. I was there with Dr. Ben. I was there with Dr. Clark. I was there. That's why he keeps saying. And now he sees some people who were not there when he was, at ASCAC doing his thing, and now they have a larger audience than him, and he's salty about that. He's jealous. I don't think he goes for the money. I mean, Jay Z said it. Fame is the worst drug known to man. But if anybody just go at the beginning of this live stream and listen to Reggie, who was trying to refute something that he doesn't even know because he didn't watch my video, he was just all over the place. Just picture Reggie debating against Jabari. Reggie himself said that he's better in writing than in talking, you know. So, uh, however, what I want to tell the brothers and sisters, and I'm really trying to be diplomatic, over the years, when Reggie has presented information, didn't he cite Europeans? But today, his hate towards Jabari has blinded him so much that he ended up saying that uh, what word did he use? Um, I forgot, but I quoted that, because I played the video in the last video. Um, Reggie is about the payola. If he was about the fame strictly, he would debate. But he cannot debate. He knows he cannot debate. That's why he said many times he's better in writing than talking. He's not in a position to. He knows that if he debates anybody, he will lose most of the time. Debating is not his thing. So over the years, he has presented information and he cited Europeans. We all cite Europeans. I mean, we cite scholars. But today he used the race card and he said it at least twice. First, he started saying that, oh, I'm using European. Then he said, I don't want to see what the Europeans have to say, as if Reggie came up with some Mother Nature dictionary. That's ridiculous. So they're accusing Jabari of, running a cult, and they're also trying to make fun of Jabari because he said he heard a voice. But I've already quoted Elijah Muhammad, who said that he used to hear voices way after Far Muhammad departed. They will not talk about that because they are weak sissies. They are weak cowards. They want to pick on Jabari's organization because they are not so numerous. You know, if it was an issue, something to laugh at, and that's not just Jabari. I'm sorry, not Garfield. Those, the so-called pseudo killers and stuff like that. They love to repeat that over and over again. But as those pseudo killers, to talk about Elijah Muhammad saying that he was hearing voices, you know. So they try to act, like they are objective, and no matter who's doing something that's harmful to the community, they will address it. But no, they're just picking on Jabari because they are jealous, you know. The messenger Jafar wrote, Shaka, I remember Garfield takes shots at Jabari because he has no children. Garfield is a wicked dude. Well, it's a good thing that you said that because right now we're talking about public stuff. But a lot of people might not know that. Jabari said towards Garfield that he knows some things, that he knows some people that knows him. He said, I know some people that knows you. Then Garfield was angry at that and he came on live on Sanenda's platform and he said, well, he's talking about my ex-girlfriend because he knows my ex-girlfriend. But what if I talk about him with his low sperm count and him not being able to have babies? Is that having discipline? Some moderator asked me to come in on the Garfield's platform. So I went. Garfield decided to put me on the panel after the timeout because Reggie, I don't want to talk to forever, Matt. Reggie is a diva now. Reggie is a diva. There's the people he wants to talk to, people he doesn't want to talk to, but it's okay. And for those who care to listen, I'm being put on black eyes. I'm being put, hey, here's brother Chris. Hotel brother, how you doing? Oh, I don't hear you. I don't.
You,
Oh, now I hear you. I hear you now. Oh, well, I don't hear you anymore. Maybe it's the connection. Maybe if you can try to, maybe get closer to the window or something. But oh, now I hear sound now, but I don't hear any voice. I heard a sound for the messenger. Jafar wrote Garfield did that on Sa. Well, I wouldn't call him like that. He needs a whooping. No, 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 no. We shouldn't go there. We shouldn't go there. He wouldn't do that to anybody. He don't respect. No, we don't have to go there. No, black people we beef all the time. We are very quick to fight. So this is not necessary. I don't wish harm on none of the people that I've mentioned now or before. It's not the way. It's not the way, brother. We should not say that. Yes, yes, no problem, Chris. He'll be home in 6 minutes. No, it's no. No, he doesn't need to go there. Brother Messenger Jafar. You know, not at all. No, I don't want to. There's some people I really don't like, but I don't see myself, getting physically violent. Now, if some people want to bring it to me, I would defend myself. It's not a problem. I've been practicing martial arts, so it's like a walk in the park. But no, that's not. Just saying stuff like that. We have some zealots. Some people who feel like they're part of a crew and they have to get down, and they're mixing the street mentality with the scholarship. So no, it doesn't need to go there. I wouldn't say that. I don't wish any physical harm on none of these guys. I know a lot of them don't like me because I refuted them. Um, but it is what it is. It comes with the territory. You know what I'm saying? But I don't wish physical harm on them. Because in the long run, people see what you're all about. For example, that moderator, that ini, I don't know what. Good brother, how are you? I'm chilling. How you doing? See, I like this glyph here. It's the hair glyph. I don't know if it's from an original artifact, but here we can see the difference with the hieroglyphic transcript. And when we see it on the original artifact, we can see the nose and the shape of the lips as well. But what was I saying? I lost my thought now. Um, I was saying that I don't wish any physical harm. I said that a lot of people don't like me because I refuted them. And I just lost my thought. I just lost my thought. But who are you? TSXMX. Who are you? Oh yeah, yeah. That Ini whatever, that moderator on Garfield's channel, the groupie. He's the Asar fake groupie. Um, he wrote in the chat. I mean, when as soon as he came on, he was just hating on me. And some people don't even know how to be moderators, but it's okay. There's free speech. And he said that I'm irrelevant. If I'm irrelevant, why would Garfield respond to my video? Why would Dr. Jahi Issa come on my platform? Why did Dr. Wesley Muhammad challenge me publicly to a debate? Even though later on he backed down, he ran from it, he forfeited. You know what I'm saying? So you can say that I'm irrelevant. I looked at his channel. He has like 8 videos and like I don't know 500 subscribers. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I have 20,000, but it's all good. I have my magnum opus, which is Kemet Ma'ad before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. So if I go tomorrow, if I was to choose one video alone, I have that one. But the Ini Sean, with 2 different names, that guy will be known as a plagiarizer's groupie. You know what I'm saying? So I'm comfortable with my legacy so far. I am very comfortable with that. So the messenger wrote, Garfield is lucky Jabari is truly about peace. Garfield wouldn't have went at Zion legs like that, and he was going below the belt when he was going to debate Garfield. Well, no, that's a reality, and not just Zion legs, but many other people. Jabari is a peaceful guy. Jabari is a priest. He's a Kemetic priest. But I'm telling you, so those people are cowards. They are weak. They're picking on Jabari because he's a Kemetic priest, he's peaceful, and his organization is not that large. They wouldn't go like that, if he's the Nation of Islam or if he's the Hebrew Israelites and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't even go like that if it's like Pastor Genogenics organization. I mean, at the end of the day, they're acting like. I mean, it's so funny, when I kept hearing these people making fun of Jabari saying that he heard a voice. Yeah, plenty of Christians who would say they heard a voice. Plenty of pastors who said I heard the Lord speaking to me. As if it's something special, as if it's a one-off. If you don't believe it, and even if you think it's ridiculous, then more power to you. You have the right to. But people want to focus on that as if it's a threat and it's a cult. And what could it be tomorrow? I mean, you heard their logic, their reasoning. you'll feel like, Jabari is about to take over the community, and he's gonna, have the black people drinking the Kool-Aid, and we're gonna lose, like, 500 brothers and sisters. um, you know, but hey, it's all good. But I try to go there, try to talk as I used to. But right now, it's just getting ridiculous. So there's no point. It's all good, you know. Yes, Jabari is peaceful, but I think some of his knowledge needs updating. But yes, I've watched Jabari before. He seems like a good community man. Well, I don't think Jabari is the only one whose knowledge needs updating. I mean, usually when we deal with scholarship, we come across more information, so we move forward. But who's perfect? Because once again, um, it's important for me to repeat that I don't know Jabari. I have never spoken to him. I am not part of his organization. I consider myself Kemetic, and I just don't like all those people who bang against Kemetic people just because they hate Jabari, just because they are jealous of Jabari. And as a matter of fact, listen to Brother Reggie. You know, before he came on my channel for the first time, not in the chat, because I think he came in the chat. Yeah, he came in the chat before, or he left a comment before.
I don't believe in old Egyptian gods. I don't believe in that stuff. I wasn't even taught that bullshit, right? I'm the one who bangs against the Kemetics. I bang against them, and they can't get through me because the gods that they worship, right, were born from another group of thinking, right? So you can't come with me with no goddamn Heru or no other that bullshit. Show it to me in the primary, show it to me in writing, show it to me in the period. You're making the bullshit up.
And the last time, not today, but the time before, when I spoke to Reggie, and I used the term Kemetic, he was trying to play semantic games. Kemetic, with that suffix. I mean, people can be free to ask him if he's Kemetic. He said it himself. He bangs against Kemetic people, and that's why when I was talking to the good brother Osam Kai, and he suggested that maybe we do something like tours for people to Kemet, and I told him straight up, Reggie, he will bang on Kemetic people for a whole week straight. Then eventually he will kind of defend Kemet, or act like, basically focus on the fact that he can read the Medunetra. There's a lot of Jews, Hebrews, or lights who don't know the Hebrew language. There's a lot of Muslims who don't know the Arabic language. So it's not an obligation to know the Medunetra. Now, for a priest, yes, it's a must. But all the other people, slow down. You know what I'm saying? Just chill. You know the Medunetra, but you say you bang against Kemetic people, and you heard him, the BS. And when he was on my platform, he said, this BS spirituality. So he's just on the fence. And I sincerely think that age plays a factor. Sometimes, you get to a certain age, and, uh, your body different, like paid in full. My body different. I'm breathing different. So he's triggered over very little things. I spoke it to him, and sometimes like, no, stop. No, I'm an elder. Okay. I'm 57 years old. I was with Dr. Ben. I was with Dr. Clark. We Kemet on try. Before Kemet on try, nobody was talking about Kemet, which is one of the greatest joke ever. I was paraphrasing, but anyway, I'm not trying to make fun of Reggie. I was just, just that's sometimes he gets triggered over just the least things. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good. It's all good. Well, if some people want to get on the panel, feel free. I'm just gonna play. I'm gonna play something real quick. Oh, this is what I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play Brother Unc, and then I'll be right back.
So we talk about experts, right? And the real thing I'm saying is I'm seeing some nonsense flowing around, and I'm going to speak on it, whether you like it or not. I have to, right? This thing of ours, all right? This thing we do, fighting for scientific literacy,
fighting for accuracy and the truth, fighting for being able to mine our history out of the damn dirt, using the tools of archaeology, okay, biology, and other tools to get African history, to get early African history, right? To get American African history, right? We rely on science. Science is the best tool used to get us there. And we rely on the experts. So it's been a whole lot of misconceptions of what a consensus is and what an expert is. And let's not, the consensus doesn't mean too much. So let me call out the two brothers who are doing this lately. Brother Asahotep and Brother Uja. And everybody know I fuck with them, right? So we actually have discourse on Garfield show in a couple places. I was kind of hearing them say, well, the consensus don't necessarily mean nothing. And I heard all that, and I'm like, well, I'm gonna let it slide a little bit. But then I heard it again. And then I heard people mimicking that shit, right? And then I say, well, that was dangerous. Right? I also had conversations about experts, going back and forth in real life. And then I heard people mimicking that bullshit. So when I started to hear that bullshit, I got to be the one that called it out. And I'm going to call it out because that is the only thing we have to separate us from the slap crazy pseudos. How can I allow that to fly? Right, wrong, and different. That's all we got. Like hell, that's all I use is the experts. I refuse to call myself an expert. I don't call myself a scholar. I don't call myself none of that. I can say I wrote a book, a pamphlet, and I say that. But I never say I'm an expert. So if you take the tool of experts away, then what the hell do I got to fight with? As a matter of fact, then what the hell do the average people have to fight with? Right? In times where subject matter is such complicated, like the pandemic, right? Like, would you ask them to not rely on the experts and rely on some Yahoo who took a Dr. Sadie class on the internet? 10 years after Sadie been dead, watching YouTube videos, would you want your family members to listen to that person as they play around with herbs? No, you wouldn't. No, you would not at all. You would want them to be advised by experts. Now, all the teams, man, did a great job during the pandemic, man, of bringing people to a wealth of knowledge, right, about one, pandemics, two, COVID, three, immunology, virology, right? We've done a great job on it. But none of us are experts in that subject. We simply presented information and data that was presented by the experts. So for me, this is my piece. I will bang on you till the stars come out, or till there will be no more stars in the sky. I'm not trying to hear, well, experts make mistakes, because if you're telling me that experts make mistakes, right, and then you're telling me that science makes mistakes, that I understand that you don't know or understand about experts in science. Like, we know that. That's all in the equation. Of course, experts make mistakes. And of course, there's plenty of mistakes in science. But of course it is. Those who are scientifically literate understand all these things. And try to play back hard. Now, I'm not calling my brothers dedicated pseudos, right? Because they fight hard for scientific literacy. I'm just saying it becomes a slippery slope when you remove that block. There's a ironclad block, right? Fixed, right? There's a tank fixed right in between the pseudos and those who promote scientific literacy. If you remove that ironclad block, or if you remove that tank, then what do you have? How do the average person tell the difference between what the Amaral Squad is saying, pseudo killers is saying, the Masi is saying, Kofi Passai research team is saying, and what the damn dedicated pseudos are saying? How can we tell the difference? The thing that's in the middle is stop the two from clashing is the experts. It's scientific literacy. Qualifications need to be duly noted. I'll never forget it when I met Dr. Mayat, right? Like I always got to do it. Like if you say you're a doctor, you don't got to be a doctor. But if you said I got to see it, she was like, what? I said, let me see let me see what you got. She was like, what, nigga? She whipped that shit out of her pocket. I was like, huh? I had never seen it in your daggone wallet like that. I'd never seen that. She whipped out a little thing she was carrying the money in, and boom, she showed her card, right? Proving and verifying that she's a doctor, right? So, man, like, what do we do? So I'm just saying for me, right? And what I want to do and what I want to continue to do, I can't speak on everybody else, right? I think Cedric said it best. Man, look, man, we space age Africans, yo. And if it got to be a split in between the space age Africans and the Stone Age Africans, man, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? I love both sides, right? I have no problem with that. But last time I checked, a Stone Age African got to go to goddamn work, got to participate in science and technology. And so that shit should be cool, right? To be verified by experts. That should not be a problem. So if you run around here thinking that you're toppling the experts, right? And you run around here thinking that the scientific consensus, you know what I'm saying, ain't the scientific consensus, right? So what is the scientific consensus? Well, I like to say this. When two lawyers argue, scientists don't argue like that. When two lawyers debate a case, scientists don't debate like that. So lawyers are trying to argue facts and how you perceive this and do that, back and forth. I got this statement of facts right here. I got this, and we're trying to debate that. Well, that's not what scientists do. Scientists aren't debating with one paper. Scientists are actually having conversations over the data, right? Statistics based off of this, and this. And I gave the example of, well, fluoride, right? In the water, right? In France, they want to take it out, the fluoride out the water. Okay, because of a scientific paper, right? They want to take it out of the water. But in the United States, we got about 70 years of compiled data that clearly shows that fluoride doesn't do none of the stuff that they're claiming it does. So at that point, we got to go with the collection of data. That's why they have clinical trials, which is the gold standard, because it's the collection of data, right, that scientists actually debate over. Climate change. Are humans pushing climate change? Right? Based off the data, we understand that the climate is changing and humans are pushing forward climate change. Not because one paper popped up. Remember the food industry, a lot of times they like to use that one paper. Well, wine is good for you today or tomorrow is bad for you based off of one article. That's not what science does. So I never want to hear you say, well, you know, the experts can be wrong. Well, or here's the famous one these days. Well, that's appeal to authority. No, we're not saying that just because you're an expert, you're right. That's not what we're saying at all. Right? We're not saying we're relying on one expert. We're not saying that at all. We're saying there's a collection of data points compiled that help us understand and make those decisions. That's what science is. Simple as that. So, you know what I'm saying? Anybody can dive in there, man.
Hey, let me.
Okay. So that was Brother Onk from the Aminoa Squad who called out Osar Imo fake and Ujawi Sefet for their BS. But they're not going to address that because they do, you know, friendship scholarship. You know what I'm saying? If you're a friend of theirs, they're not going to act the same way, you know. And just to show you how much of a clown Osar Imo fake is, you know. And then when I use the word clown, I'm being diplomatic. I'm being very polite. You see, this is origin of the word amen.com because for those who have listened, his critique of the critique, the amateur is critiquing a PhD in linguistics and tell the people how to do the work. For those who took the time to listen to that, he stated that the authors didn't say that they were linguists. He stated that. He stated that more than once. as if to imply that Dr. Obadele Combo was disingenuous. Now let's look at this. If you go on the website of the book and we scroll down, meet the authors. The first one we see is Okwame Osei. And look what he says here. Professor Okwame Osei is a revered Ghanaian author, educator, linguist. When I tell you that Osaimo Fake is a clown, the only luck he has is that he has groupies who follow him because they are dumb. Honestly, brothers and sisters, if a guy says that rise a volcano and you listen to him and you follow him, aren't you dumb? Allah is in the Egyptian text as well. Aren't you dumb? Now, Theophilo Benga, Osahimo Fake say on air that Theophilo Benga doesn't have any degree in linguistics. And you know that I pulled up the San Francisco's university website where they stated that Obenga had degrees in linguistics. And what did Osahimo Fake do? He downplayed by labeling it certificate. And if you listen to him when he was talking about the PhD, he says if a PhD is nothing. And I understand where Brother Onk was going. Because now those weak talking points that they have, appealing to authority, just because somebody says so doesn't make it true. Just because something is in dictionary, it doesn't make it true. Now you have some dumb suckers who repeat the same thing. And as a community, we look bad. So we need to disassociate ourselves from the dumb groupies. Have the dumb groupies demonstrated that rise of volcano that lies in the Egyptian text? The dumb groupie, they resort to go on some biased platform of people who bang against Kemetic people, and those dumb groupies, for the most part, you ask them what they are, they would tell you they're Kemetic. I mean, you have to be insane, you know. Now, to make it plain, let's say you have some Crips, you have some Bloods. Dudes are Crips, and they go on Bloods radio show, radio broadcast, and those Bloods just diss the Crips all the time. And those guys are Crips, and they go there. Those guys will tell you about the Medu nature. They put Ma'at in their name and they practice Isefet. They are lying, disingenuous, plagiarizing, stealing. Now, besides everything that I said, because who knows, maybe tomorrow or maybe tonight, somebody will show me a breakdown that demonstrates, that proves that rise a volcano and that lies in the Egyptian text. What about plagiarizing? Now they're quiet now. Now, is there somebody who want to come here or in the chat to tell me that plagiarizing is cool? And those guys have been busting plagiarizing, both pseudos. And then they want to disrespect people because they are wrong, because they are plagiarizing. How lame is that? It's not the end of the world. First, you come correct about it because you cannot be plagiarizing, and then you're going to make critiques about other people's work. Dr. Obadele Combo did not plagiarize. Now we have the messenger who wrote, I agree. They wouldn't talk like that to the NOR, but the only reason why they will be careful how they deal with Gino is because he brings a lot of payola to the table. I don't agree. I mean, Gino Jennings brings a lot of money to the table. What does it have to do with them not criticizing him? But it's okay. Now, TXMX, whoever he is, he wrote, that is true, brother. No one is perfect. It is true about all of us. Jabari said the mommy spoke to him. I guess it's not different from a pastor talking to God or the Holy Spirit. I'm not talking about a pastor talking to God. We have plenty of pastors who said that God spoke to them. As a matter of fact, back in probably 2008, 2009, where everybody rallied behind Ray Haggins, because this conscious community is very easy to have people following you, you just need the right marketing, he stated, God has let me know as a matter of certainty that it's time for our Muslim brothers to come home. And that's just an example. So once again, Elijah Muhammad said that he was hearing voices and that it was Far Muhammad talking to him and that he would hear those voices often. Now, get those lame, groupie, Garfield, the pseudo killers, All those guys who make fun of Jabari because he stated that, get them to speak on Elijah Muhammad and say the same thing that they said about Jabari. If they don't, that means they're groupies and they're lame and they're weak and they're cowards. And we have Kefren from the pseudo killers here. What do you say about Elijah Muhammad stated that he was hearing voices? And I had to block TSX. Well, I had to block that brother or sister or whoever that is. He wrote pseudo killer on deck. Is that why you ran away, Shaka Ndugu? Come back to the lie. You call that running away? You think that I'm just gonna waste my time? I had to wait for the diva Reggie to finish looking for some motive, some articles online. The dude was doing Google search to try to refute a video that he hasn't seen. And when I wait, and he said after that you'll be on. But then what does he say? He said, okay, we're gonna let Sean, and then we're gonna let you go on. So now I have to wait for Sean. And then when I say one sentence, I'm put on black eyes. And you want me to go back there? Are you serious, brother? You see, I don't need Reggie, if he's not on Sarnetta, on Garfield's platform, the Christian Apologist platform, he doesn't have any voice. Now on the pseudo killers, he will have a voice, but let's keep it real. Pseudo killers, you be making fun of Reggie all the time, don't you? Let's keep it real. Let's keep it 100. Let's keep it 100. Don't you make fun of Reggie all the time? And sometimes it feels like Reggie doesn't realize it because he has a platform where he can hate on Jabari, you know. But I have a platform. As insignificant it might be to some, I'm very proud of it, you know. I've been around, I've been there for a long time. I'm in Raw Squad, I was there, I was an affiliate. All those guys here that we're talking about, except Osai Mo Fake, who used to be a Hebrew Israelite fence riding, none of those guys I heard of. But anybody can come in the game or in the picture anytime they want. It's all good. You know, there's room for everybody. But I've been around, you know. I've been around. Now, when I hear the Sean groupie guy, instead of just dealing with the information, try to give lessons of the grammar of the meta nature, I mean, you know, I'm just ready to roll on the floor. Are you serious? You follow a guy who says that rise a volcano and you want to teach him about the grammar of the meta nature? You dumb as hell. You're a groupie, homie. Yo, I didn't even. It's okay. So we have Corey. Now Corey wrote Solo Killers in the building. Corey is the one who made. There's a video called "Most Anti-Kemetic Rant Ever." It's on my channel. He's the one who said "F Kemet, F the Medu Nature." That's the guy there. I don't know why he's there. I really don't know why he's here. But he wrote "My at peace, bro." Now sometimes after he said, "Oh, you know, I was just talking. I was just talking." We have Pseudo Killerism, who wrote, of course, we got to be. He was just responding to some of the things that Brother Ankh said. When people were teaching that Africans are living a jungle life and Africans are not civilized, Reggie didn't open his mouth. All these other guys didn't open his mouth. I did. I did. And I was slandered by that team. You know, I stood up to the plate. When people disrespect Africa, when people disrespect Africans, over the years, I've been standing up to the plate. But we have people who claim to be down with Africa, particularly West Africa, because they are set tripping. You know, you can diss Africa all day. They don't care. They don't practice any traditional way of life. They don't follow any traditional African way of life, you know. And maybe because some of them or most of them are atheists, and maybe they just want to, you know, bang at any religious people. But it's funny that they will pick one of the smallest organization ever, but it's easier to pick on the smaller groups. You know, it's like a dude is gonna pick on the guy who's small and skinny. It's not a sign of bravery. And you listen to them, they act like, you know, this is for the people. What do you mean this is for the people? Now, the messenger Jafar Blackman wrote, pseudo killer are trash and they disrespect the ancestors who done the work, but nobody in their group is qualified. Anusha put the eyes. Pseudo killers wrote, always locked, always okay. Reggie, oh Reggie, I thought you wouldn't talk to me. Reggie, you're diva. You're so disappointing. You see, and I said that you are inconsistent. You are inconsistent. You are inconsistent, Reggie. You have one foot here, one foot there. You're so funny, Reggie. So now you want to talk to the Mennonite, my Mennonite teacher? What are you talking about? Reggie, you're so ridiculous. If you have an issue about my methodology, you speak to me. That's ridiculous, homie. What are you talking about? You went on Google looking for articles to try to refute me, and you studied twice. He's quoting Europeans. He's using Europeans. I don't want to hear what Europeans have to say. You play the race card now. That's how low you go now. Scholarship have a color now. Scholarship has a color now. Oh, please. And then he's like, please let me know who your teacher was so they can let me know. Well, Reggie, next time you talk to Rikedi Amen, be a man and tell her bullshit spirituality when you talk about Kemet. You know? But when I told you that you wouldn't tell her that, you say, oh, don't talk about her. You don't know her. Like you have to know people to talk about them or the scholarship. You know, you make talking points that just don't make no sense. Reggie, you're today, you really showed how ridiculous you are. And Reggie, by the way, you said, now the video has been removed. You can lie if you want. You said that Horus is not the son of Osiris. You said that Heru is not the son of Usir or Asir. Show and prove, please. Please, brother Reggie, would you please show and prove? Would you please show and prove that Horus is not the son of Usir? Because now you have joined Osarim or fake with the crazy claims. You know, you did that overnight. I'm out. I take back my recommendation. If you can't understand, Henut is associated with Nedus. Listen, I don't have a problem. Do you think that when I came up with this video, that I didn't know that people would dispute the meaning of Henut? However, what I quoted was from this dictionary, not Vigus. Okay, so whoever speaks German can read that. Okay, and you have the translation there. So if you want to say that those scholars were wrong, then be my guest. They will probably have students who will destroy you. They will destroy you. Okay? So I don't have a problem with people disputing that, but you know, there's some ways to go. But every time you went on my platform, did I act the way Garfield acted with me? And it's not the first time he did that. But now he's going to let pseudos who defend plagiarizers, who defend people who teach that rise of volcano and are lies in the Egyptian text, like that's cool. You don't have any respect. It's so good. Do what you want. He can do what he wants. Now, Kefren wrote he was a pseudo cult leader. Who are you talking about? The messenger is saying, Shaka, we should leave the ancestor Elijah Muhammad in peace because, listen, man, you know, don't stop, man. You know, you have Jafar, you know, so you might be of the Asiatic persuasion, but I mean, those people quote Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad transited in 1975. So since 1975, since the time his son took over, people have been quoting Elijah Muhammad. And now I cannot quote Elijah Muhammad? Are you serious? Come on now. Or maybe you're not aware that Elijah Muhammad said that he was hearing voices. If you want, I can put the quote again. I did that many times. I can do it again. Just let me know. If you want me to show you the quotes, I will show you the quotes. African Science wrote, pseudo killers is trash. I can't watch him. Kefen said, Garfield need to pay that man. Garfield is broke. That's why he's not doing the credit repair anymore, you know. Fritz wrote 4,200. I just made a calculation, you know. I'm not the one who came up and say, you know, I will give you $100 every 10 minutes. I will have $100. But do you brothers really think that I was expecting him to front me any paper? Come on now. So the messenger wrote, Reggie, your info is trash. You don't entertain or nothing and don't deserve a dollar. You have no integrity anymore because you're following the payola. Everybody's after the payola for Jafar. Kefin wrote Elijah Muhammad was a pseudo cult leader. I'm sorry, Elijah Muhammad was a pseudo cult leader. Pseudo Killerism wrote, "You're being very silly about the pseudo killers. Don't kick yourself in the mouth with your karate. Oh my God, you're so dramatic. I want to donate to your channel, $10. I don't even care about your donation, my homie. You know, I really don't care about your donation at all. Don't think for 1 second that I'm going to be kind or cool with some people who are foul or who are acting foul because they talk about donation whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I started my website when I was 22 years old. That was over 15 years ago. I didn't wait for no donation. You know what I'm saying? So those who want to donate, they can donate. But you guys have been making fun of Dr. Ben. You guys read from Wikipedia and concluded that Chekontadia was pseudo, and that's foul as hell. You know, that's really foul as hell. And like I said, you guys, for whatever reason, but it's okay. I ain't gonna say the guy's name. It's all good. Don't want you to be in your feeling. I mean, am I lying, pseudo killerism? And why don't you get on the platform? Why don't you come to the real world when we can see your face and we can identify you and you can, speak your speech? Because you guys are used to be like 7, 8, and then you go against somebody. Now, Nesu West wrote, let us see the dictionary you was using. In the video, I show you the dictionary. I show everybody how they can get to that dictionary. And I even put the name in the chat not long ago. So I'm not phased by that at all. Once I knew when I would come up with this video that some people would dispute the meaning of it, and I showed both meanings. And some people might come up with other meanings. But for the dude to come with another dictionary, that's pointless. You know what I'm saying? This guy, this Init, whatever, the Sean groupie, he's just a Sahimo fake groupie. He considers that Allah is in Egyptian. He agrees. He's cool with that. Allah is in Egyptian text. He's cool with plagiarism. He's a groupie who accepts plagiarism. He's going to criticize other people, but the plagiarism, he will not criticize it. And whoever you are on the planet Earth, if you make excuses for plagiarism, if you don't even have the integrity to say that's wrong to plagiarize, you're a sucker by default. So the dude is a sucker by default. Osimo Fake is a clown, and he has demonstrated that over the years. Now, if somebody want to come on the platform and tell me that it's cool to plagiarize, be my guest. Because in this community, we have a lot of Twitter fingers. And remember, there's worse than Osimo Fake. Because he's doing theft with the plagiarism, he's stealing other people's work. But I played Garfield talking about one Hebrew Israelite who has been convicted twice for sexual misconduct against minors. That guy goes on this conscious community platform. The conscious community accepts that, you know. So as much as a clown, a silent him or fake is, there's worse than him, you know. And I addressed also the other thing. So you just want attention, get a girlfriend. Okay, well, okay. Well, you know what? Uh, you don't have anything constructive to say, and this is what I'm gonna do. And go. There it is. You're out. You know, if you want to come to the real world, you have the link to get on the platform. You know what I'm saying? I would love to see you and hear you. You're probably so well spoken. You might be a transgender. I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. Okay. Okay, Catherine, we're getting. Okay, I respect that. But please use a webcam. That's a requirement. But I know you're not identified because, Catherine, he's, we usually see him. So I know it's not anonymous and unidentified. Now, African Science World, why is your video only showing up on the community tab? Oh, I don't know. But for those who wonder, actually, um, sometimes it happens. It takes a while for the video to appear, but it's strange that it appears on my end, but maybe it's because it's my channel. But I'm going to put it in the chat now for the record. Good thing that you actually asked this question because Um, the messenger wrote, pseudo killers can face you because they don't read or nothing. They just say what comes in their mind. They just make things up. They read, but they read mainly from Wikipedia. Sometimes they will read some, some articles by different people. They might read from university, but most of the time, from what I have seen, they read from Wikipedia. You know, and Wikipedia is just not wrong at all costs, because a lot of Wikipedia article actually come from they are basically copy and paste of Britannica's article. So it's not just anything on Wikipedia is wrong. So for the record, I've shared in the chat the link to the video. It's called ISIS the Virgin on an original text. And then I did. Garfield owes me $4,200 because he said he would give $100 to whoever will show ISIS being a virgin from some original document. And every 10 minutes, he will add $100. His live stream lasted for 7 hours. So you do the math, and that's the amount. But once again, I wasn't expecting him to come up with any paper whatsoever. We all know that he's broke, that his credit repair no longer works, and that's why now is dealing with the Christian apology side. Uh, the messenger Jafar wrote, Chaka, at least Asar reads and has some credentials. What credential does he have? Just and I'm glad that's the last comment. You know, please tell me what credential he has. I'm just curious because he has been successful in making the community believe that he actually has some credentials. That's why when I asked him if he has any degree in linguistic, he said, I studied computer science and we deal with linguistics. That's not a question I asked him, but he's disingenuous. So please, Jafar, tell me, what credential does he have? You said he had credentials. What credentials does he have? The vaccines, the COVID has, gone down. It's no longer issues. That monkey stuff that's, scaring people a little bit. But way before the COVID-19, most of the people from the conscious community were kind of against the vaccines. It's nothing new. The people from our community, they will tell you that such and such can cure all disease, that if you drink alkaline water and you carry some crystals, then you're going to be healthy for life. you know so Jafar, it shouldn't be that long. What credential does a Saimo fake have? Pan-African Designs, well, this is total bullshit. They are trying to make asset into a hoe, like we don't see the you know they can do whatever they want. They can do whatever they want. It's all good. But at least if they will let people speak. When people come on my platform, people know I let them speak. you know but it's okay. It's on them. They can do whatever they want. But the other dude came in and said, why you ran? The other time I was talking, on Smash Rockles platform, I spent 3 hours. It was like about 7 in the morning, and I'm going, and people say, uh, people say he ran. Like 3 hours is not enough. But that's the groupies who were saying that. So Jafar wrote, "Lol, Asar seems smart." So okay, what credentials did you think he had? Just for the record, if you don't mind sharing with us, I'm just curious. It's important, you know. And he's not the only one. Ali Muhammad showed a fake PhD with a spelling error on it. Walter Williams, many people call him Dr. Walter Williams. What doctorate does he have? This is the conscious community. This is the conscious community. And in the French speaking world, also, there's a fake professor. All those groupies, they think the dude is really a professor. And he's the one who showed some Nubian painting and said, this is a portrait of Muhammad made from the testimonies of his companions. And he said, I even have some portrait when he was younger. And to this day, the groupie Pan-Africans, they defend that. And you wonder why we look ridiculous? So Pan-African Designs wrote, who else did Asset sleep with, since they know so much? Oh man, let them do that thing, man. Let them do that thing. Once again, Jabari said that his own daughter was violated by a dude who is a priest in Jabari's organization. Jabari doesn't want any smoke. He's not dealing with that or addressing that. Jabari feels some type of way because his ex-girlfriend uh, knows Jabari, and he's just hating on Jabari, and that's why he's just going at all the Kemetic people, which is not the right thing to do. Asarimo Fake and his groupies, they are more on the Kemetic side. So I'm being careful in identifying the pseudos and the groupies. I'm not going to bang at all Kemetic people because you have a few people with Kemetic names that are walking doing linguistic acrobatics and linguistic gymnastics, you know. And Reggie is gone now, but please ask him, Reggie, are you Kemetic? I'm just curious. Now, the messenger wrote, I thought Asar was some kind of linguist, but when he shows his background, he has lots of books. The only members of pseudo killers that shows books is God Killer. And you see, and I'm glad you answered, brother, because it's a lesson for all of us now because we have new ones, that are coming up. Take the habit of looking at the credentials of people. Just because someone has books doesn't mean he has credentials, you know. And many times when I look for books or some books are recommended to me, I try to look for the bio, you know, and see what the background is, just so that I can be aware. Doesn't mean that if the person doesn't have a degree or doesn't have a PhD, I'm not going to pay attention or read the person, but it's important to know just to avoid any confusion, you know. But Asimo Fake is not a linguist. As a matter of fact, I will just show you. I will show you what it is. But that worked for a while, you know. That worked for a while. Some people, believe that it was. So the origin of the word amen.com. Oh, there must be a mistake with the spelling there. The origin of the word amen. Don't tell me they don't tell me they put the website offline now. I just showed it earlier. The origin. Oh, but it's okay because even if it was the case, which I doubt, it's actually on the University of Amen. So you see, University of Amen, the website is actually westafricabeyond.org. You see? And when you go to presenters, you see here, Asahim or Fake, he's a software developer. Okay? If he was a linguist, he would say linguist here. And if you go on the website happyfilm.com and you go to About Us, Our Team, okay, no, not Our Team, Cast. About Us, Cast. Is it sharing? Yes. You go down. Where is he? Have they removed him? There it is. Asahim or Fake, cultural terrorist, cultural theorist slash Africana researcher. You see? So he's not a linguist. He has never been a linguist. He doesn't have a single degree in linguistics. It doesn't mean that he's not allowed to deal with linguistics. He can talk about it. But for a good 10 years, he presented himself as a linguist. And the funny thing is that just like a few days ago, he he um he made some video critiquing the critique of Dr. Obadele Combo, who is a PhD in linguistics. So you have an amateur, you have an enthusiast who told the people live on the air, this is how you do the work. you know, and the community is cool with that. So you understand why I call them pseudo groupies. We have never seen that before. This is new. This is new age conscious community behavior. At the time of John Henry Clark, Dr. Ivan van Sertima, you will never have someone who doesn't have any degree in the field who will tell people who have PhDs in the field, this is how you do the work. But now there's no standard. Anything goes. Rise of volcano lies in the Egyptian text. And plagiarizing is good. Garfield protects that. Garfield won't address that. African science world good. Shaka do the same for Pan Africanists too, though. I don't understand what you mean. Please be specific. Why would you not consider yourself a Pan Africanist anyway? Does it have a negative connotation in France? Oh well, Pan Africans defend rapists and pedophiles, and in France it is known, and it's not just in France. So no, I cannot, consider myself a Pan African. And what is a Pan African? It's a melting pot. Anything goes. You understand? So the objective of Pan Africanism was the independence of the African countries, and even though it is on the surface, it has been achieved. The African countries are independent. Now, people can talk about, neo-colonialism and all this stuff, but what's the direction of Pan Africanism? You know, See, a lot of people feel like because they are black, they must be in agreement with Pan Africanism, just like a lot of women feel like because they are women, they must be feminists. But feminism, as far as I'm concerned, is not something good, because the feminists are sexist. You know, they for the most part, they feel like they are superior to men, that they should have all the benefits, and they feel like they know better. And in America, it's different than in France. But when it comes to child's custody, I mean, I went through that. You have those chicks who are disrespectful. They tell you some stuff. I mean, if I was to go through this, but there's worse than that, because some people might say, "Oh, it's because you have some personal thing that you say that." A woman can kill you in your sleep, and she will say that you abused her. She will get a slap on the wrist. We have a lot of footage where women just touch on dudes. Nobody say, "Oh, it's sexual assault." We have some footage where women physically attack dudes. You know what I'm saying? And they feel like you cannot retaliate. You know, the Nigerian guy who was killed by his Instagram lady, she said she's been officially charged, and she said that she acted in self-defense. Well, her lawyer said that, that he held her by the throat and she was forced to stab him. Recently, a footage has been released. They are in an elevator of their apartment, and she's just punching and punching and punching and punching him, and he's defending himself, not retaliating, but he's trying to avoid. So we can see that she was extremely violent. You know, and the lawyer even said that they were no longer together when she killed him. However, the dispute that they had was in their apartment. So if they are not together, what were they doing in the apartment? But they can always argue. They can always argue that he or she came to grab some stuff. But that footage alone will not help her. So anyway, I'm not going to dwell too much about feminism because unfortunately, some sisters might feel some type of way. And like I said before, I really don't want the discussion to be black male versus black female. I really want to avoid that. That's why I'm being a bit moderate when I address the issues. And at the end of the day, we have so few sisters who engage in the conversation already. So, but that will come eventually. Some other examples will pop up and we have the opportunity to talk about it. But I'm sure you brothers have seen some video, and I wonder if it's real though, because some stuff are fake just to cause some reaction and views. But there's this lady who's angry at her boyfriend because he wouldn't pay the meals of all her friends. you know. And there was this video of a guy who they introduced the video as he bought some food for his son, but not the baby mother's other kids. Now apparently it was fake, you know. I'm not sure, but I saw some headlines saying that it was actually fake, you know. So uh and you have a lot of females who say, you know, that they want a dude who earns that much money. I mean, you know, they won't even look at you twice if you don't make that much money, and we don't think like that. But anyway, no, Pan Africans, they defend rapists and pedophiles, and I can never be down with that. You know what I'm saying? I can never be down with that, never. You know. And I talked about this example of that Pan African who has been convicted for rape several times, and the amount of people who defended him and their messages, you know, on Facebook. Oh, you know, that was a long time ago. Oh, but he's fighting for the people. Oh, that was back then. Oh, Malcolm X, you know, he made mistakes. Malcolm X, well, you know, was a criminal. Malcolm X didn't go around raping women. Once again, Eldridge Clever, because um, I was appreciative of Raska's music, and I looked up, you know, why he named his album like that. So I bought Eldridge Clever's book. And when I read that he was raping women and that's why he went to jail, I mean, first he was arrested for smoking pot. Then he was angry and he started raping women. He practiced on black women first, then he moved to white women. I threw the book in the garbage. I couldn't finish it. You know what I'm saying? You know, so that's not the whole Black Panther Party, but you know, when it comes to rape and stuff like that, I mean, I can't believe that some people make excuses for it. You know what I'm saying? We need to have standards and limits. You know, so that's one of the reasons why, you know. The messenger wrote, Assad sounds educated. He is never disrespectful, just like Ujao. Are you sure? Are you sure? When he goes around saying that people don't have any discipline, the brother who's there, Pan African Designs and Empower, he could tell you about it, you know. And as a matter of fact, just because you said that, it means that you don't know. So I'm just going to play it to you. I'm going to play it to you. He's always very disrespectful and condescending and arrogant. Now, looking for the video. Won't be long. Keep the comments going. Now, nobody came on the platform for the record, you know, just in case some people want to say that, you know, I was trying to get on, but he didn't want it. Because we have a lot of Twitter fingers, you know, they will say all sorts of things. Um, those guys defending plagiarizers and want to give more lessons. Are you serious? Plagiarizing is cool. Everything is cool. Um, if I put D up, I will find it. There's no rush. There's no rush. Keep the comments going. You go to a Pan African, you say that brother, you know, he raped a woman or he raped a child. Yeah, but that was back then, you know. You cannot look bad in front of the white people. We should not clean our dirty laundry in public. You can tell it didn't happen to their sisters or their mothers or their daughters. Some people feel like being Pan African is just defending a black man by all cause just because he's a black man. So they would defend the black man who raped, you know. Well, to sum it up, when it comes to feminism, their reflex is to defend a woman just because she is a woman, just because she has a vagina, no matter if she's right or wrong. And that's completely foul, you know. And I can give you just a very brief example. A lot of time when some black men, and it's when they are successful anyway, when they are not successful, it's not a problem. But when a successful black man is dating outside of his ethnic group, a lot of sisters, come out of the woodwork to criticize him. But when black women who are successful date outside of their ethnic group, we don't hear those same sisters saying anything. And that's a huge double standard. Where is the video? Okay, I will put, if I put that, it should come up. There it is. I'm going to share it. Now there's an ad. So I'll wait for the ad to go.
And assign and pseudo.
Want to feel your chi in less than 30?
The pseudo fake linguist stated that he studied linguistics formally at the university.
And people gotta really stop being facetious and dishonest.
The Lingala that they speak has so much.
And like this been when I was in undergrad, who I met doing some other work. We was doing some technology stuff, and any comparative work, him doing the comparative method, man, pull up.
Watch Ned and Neb totally destroy, basically, seemingly arguments that Asar made about now I watched when Asar said that Diop was just basically guessing, but then I watched what Ned and Neb said, and he said that based on what he presented, he didn't guess on
yes, he did.
See what I'm saying?
Now we could hear the pseudo Asar fake saying yes he did, talking about Diop. Yes, he did. He stated publicly that check on that Diop guest. Now, this guy, I think that's the Sean dude, the Ini. If it's not him, I apologize, but
when you
he proudly shows the books of the pseudos, books that are plagiarized, and he goes on and he will show other books as well, So he's just a straight up groupie, happy to just show books of people who plagiarize. But anyway, we're gonna hear about the dude being, allegedly respectful.
Do not know. She spent time with Diop, and actually she has that work translated in English, but the publishers would not give her to publish in English. But that's a different topic for another time. But she was around at that time when he was doing that work, so she was kind of like an understudy. And when I asked her, she couldn't tell me where he got this stuff from. There was a gentleman when I was in undergrad who I met doing some other work. We was doing some technology stuff. And he was in Senegal. And he was like, oh, Diop, yes. I studied under him. I took classes under him, in Senegal. And I used, and I was helping, with this work and this work and this work. And so we had a long conversation, and I asked, this was way back maybe in 2002, 2003. And he said what Sheikhanti Diop did was that he went and did his own personal research, and he took vocabulary from elders from the countryside. And that So because the city Wolof is a changing a different type of Wolof. And so, but
Now you see the punk clown Asahimo fake in order to in, invalidate Sheikh Anta Diop, he says he met someone who told him that the Wolof words that Diop used were from the countryside. It's not the same as the city Wolof. So basically, in the same country, you're going to have two different Wolofs. You know, I mean, I guess people don't peep game, you know, but that person, we don't know who he is, you know. It's like me saying, I met someone who told me that Osimo Fake is a transvestite. Does that fly? I mean, come on now.
but this wasn't mentioned in the book. And much of the, according to him and Dr. Ricchetti, a lot of that stuff is his own reconstructions. And like this makes a major difference in impact, which is why I'm supporting our good brother Aziz Fall, who's taking up the panel, who was doing a more contemporary where people can come verify this stuff. You know, so there's just a lot of stuff that you have to understand just first and foremost about linguistics, and then kind of like the back history of that text and how it was written, and some of the problems that you may face when trying to use it when arguing against other scholars.
Yeah, that's
and he's not and I'm talking about Netanyahu, he's not aware of these things, you know. And
so hold up, I mean, so Dr. Ricchetti.
Now, he likes to talk about other people and say they lack discipline, but he will not converse with them. You know, he likes to converse with the pseudos, with the groupies, you know, so he can impress them because they think that the dude has some credentials, that the dude has some degrees in linguistics, that the dude makes sense, that the dude is peer reviewed, and whatnot, you know.
She has something on black people with the chem glyph, so that's all incorrect, right?
For me, yes.
All right, you heard it. Okay, that's all incorrect. So people that she many people.
And if somebody could actually transfer the power,
I'm going to
learn. Why aren't they here? That's what I want to know. Why
what scholars? James, help us.
Then they don't worry. And if somebody could actually transfer the power, the skills they have on into your head, that would be the only way.
But it's not my head that I'm talking about. I'm talking about the other people that are scholars that say you are wrong. I'm not saying this.
Well, then they don't worry about them. They're not here right now. You're here right now. You're wrong. You're here right now. Listen, if you,
why y'all keep talking about me? I'm talking about
because you're here.
Right, but see, why aren't they here? That's what I want to know. Why
what scholars?
James,
help us.
Yeah.
Listen,
What scholars?
How do you know it? Yeah, and even if you name the scholars, it's up to you. You're trying to figure out. Wait. Let me finish at least, even if you get it. The point, you keep saying this so many times, other scholars. The point is you want to know why other scholars are saying that, and you want to know if who's telling you a lie. And the point is at this point is you. If those people are having arguments, which that they can have that. But now
so
you're talking
basically
about
they don't need to have this conversation online, is what you're saying, because nobody needs to have.
No, they can, but you are watching, and now you want to know.
you keep trying to avoid. You keep trying to avoid the agency in which you have. They're not. Listen. You're the one confused. You're the one here at 12 midnight having this discussion, asking the questions. At some point, you're going to have to be quiet and go read and go study for yourself. You can come to your own conclusion. Right. That's it. That's all she's saying. At this point right now, you have more questions. There's nothing else for you to ask.
Here, bro. I'm out.
Wait. 1 second. Hold on. Before you go.
So is that being respectful? You don't have no question. You need to be quiet and go home and study. Translation, you need to buy our books. Now, somebody wrote, there's been a few comments. Um, I heard that Ujao is a plagiarist too. And yes, I mean, for those who didn't know, you can understand why they don't want me on certain platforms because they know I will bring it up quick. In the chat, I'm sharing the video, which is hosted on Sinators platform, and it says Ujau was busted for intellectual dishonesty, plagiarism, and deception. You know, and I think that Tim Osiris, because this time I think it was it another name this time? I think that Tim Osiris also addressed his plagiarism. But anyway, that's okay. Let me see. Let me see. And there it is. So I'm going to share their video on Tim Osiris, which is called Ujau the plagiarizer, where he says Tim Osiris, and then he says Ujau the plagiarizer, question mark, you know. And that's why the Twitter finger groupies, the dumb groupies who are okay with plagiarism, you know, they want to make me look bad, you know, because they know that their gurus are plagiarizers, you know, so their technique is let's make him look bad. Let's not address my guru plagiarizing because I'm a loyal groupie. That's their mentality. A groupie would do anything for their guru. So let me continue going through the comments. Now, I bet you most of you didn't know all that, you know, because Garfield, when I brought up the plagiarism, no, we're not going to talk about that. So, and once again, he claims to be for the community. If you're for the community, why do you defend thieves? Why does he do that? It doesn't bother him. He doesn't care about that. If you don't want to talk about it, if he doesn't want to talk about it, that's fine. But if somebody else talks about it, why would you censor him? You know? So, you know, the brother is actually there. This is him. He's the one who was talking with the Asai Morphe. He bounced at that point, you know? And sometimes people will feel like, oh, he ran. I mean, that's whack. You know what I'm saying? That's just whack. All those people, where are they? Why are they not here? They are always in protective custody. They want to look good over there, always gang up on people. But by themselves, they ain't worth two dimes for the most part. You know what I'm saying? They ain't worth two dimes. Now there's a new paradigm. You know, just because something is in the dictionary doesn't make it true. Just because someone has a PhD. I mean, the Ujao Iri Isefet, he said PhDs don't do the work, they just quote other scholars. He said that on air. You know, sometimes when people want to defend their faraways, they will say anything that pops in their brain. They won't think twice about what they're saying, and what they're saying just doesn't make sense. It's just ridiculous. I mean, do you brothers and sisters agree that PhDs don't do the work? I mean, come on now. So Pan African Road, these people say I said wasn't a virgin because it's no word for virgin in the TLA. You know, but they can't talk about the TLA all day. You know, I gave my source, and once again, for those who don't know, for those who want to act like they don't know, this is my source there. It's in German. Wörterbuch der Aigitischen Sprach, and I don't speak German, so the pronunciation might be off. I can live with that. And it is the most complete, the largest and most complete printed dictionary of ancient Egyptian in existence. And the translation of the word, you have two words. You know, you have the Matchen and you have I forgot the how is it is pronounced, but basically the German word for virgin. You know what I'm saying? So they can talk about the TLA all they want. You know what I'm saying? I mean, now we have those new pseudo guys. Oh, that's not in the TLA, so that's wrong. For real? Come on now, man, please. Now the TLA, isn't that Europeans? So now when it suits Reggie and his groupies, now it's okay to quote the TLA. I mean, you know, that doesn't phase me. Once again, if people want to dispute the meaning of Henut, that's fine. I mean, Hunet. But for them to say, oh, it's not in the TLA, I mean, what the Go ahead, man. Go ahead. A lies in Egyptian text and rise of volcano. You go ahead. You know they're going to teach you well. They're going to teach you well. They're going to teach you how to plagiarize from books without being caught. Um, these people. Okay, I read that already. Uh, Yet they can't tell us who she was sleeping with before Asar. Pay attention. Okay, that's the same message. Now, Reggie doesn't have a degree in the field too. He has a degree in computers too. It doesn't make much difference for me because Reggie did not claim to have a degree in any other field. Reggie did not say he's an Egyptologist or a historian. You see? Because once again, you know, the Asaimo fake, after I spanked him and his groupie, Ujao Iri Isefet, you know, he was like, oh, he acts like I cannot deal with linguistics, you know, but Theophile Manga doesn't have a degree in linguistics. I never said he cannot talk about linguistics. My issue was him saying that he was a linguist for all these years, and actually, even long time ago, and I uploaded the video. Smash Rockwell got angry at him, and he asked him, "Are you a linguist?" And that's a long time ago. And you know what? Let's play it for the benefit of the court. I'm not the only one. It's not the first time. Now that video was uploaded in 2019, and it's the brother Smash Rockwell. And I ain't trying to start nothing. Smash is cool with those dudes, you know. I ain't trying to start nothing. I'm just talking about something that was stated publicly. You know what I'm saying? Those guys are cool. I ain't trying to start no beef between anybody, but this is something that was stated publicly. Okay. And oh, Radio One has been a long time, brother. Please, I'm just gonna play the clip. But if you don't mind, please, can you use your webcam? You know, it's a new requirement, so people don't accuse me of being biased. Did I share the stuff?
Budge did not do a linguistic analysis. There's very few books.
So he's not a. I'm saying, what are you? Are you a linguist? Are you really a linguist?
Yeah, because I do linguistics.
Where did you graduate from linguistic land? You just qualified.
And you might have not heard that, but when Smash Rockwell asked him, "Are you a linguist?" Asai Mofek replied, "Yes, because I do linguistics." So now you know why I said that just because somebody reads about medicine, that doesn't make him a medical doctor. You know what I'm saying? But let's listen to the rest.
All real linguists. You disqualifying Dr. Ricchetti. You disqualifying Clyde Winters, E.A. Wallace Budge. I'm just saying. Who cool?
Listen, Jonathan.
And then you ain't even really a linguist.
Jonathan, let's.
You heard what he said? You ain't really a linguist, you know? But they're cool, so they didn't go around saying, you know, Smash Rockwell doesn't have any discipline, blah 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 blah, because they are cool, you know. And that's the same thing I've been saying all these years. The dude is not a linguist. You know what I'm saying? Those people are so high and mighty on their high horse. They feel like you saying that it's like a disrespect. No, the dude is not a linguist, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? But now at least he's no longer introducing himself as a linguist. So there's been growth. There's been progress when it comes to the false flagging. When it comes to the plagiarism, he hasn't addressed it yet, you know. So he hasn't owned up to that. But he's no longer false flagging now. At least not when it comes to his title on the website. He might still say that he is. I'm not listening to the dude like that, you know. But officially, he is a software developer and a cultural theorist and an Africana researcher, you know. And if he didn't false flag, it would have saved him a lot of trouble. And if he wasn't doing all those linguistic acrobatics and linguistic gymnastics, he would have saved himself. He would have saved himself a lot of trouble.
Let's do something real quick, and I'm going to refute what you're saying. I'm going to show you something because you don't read linguistics, you don't study linguistics. You make
that's not true.
Statements.
You know that's not
Listen
true.
to me. Listen to me. You make
keep lying.
statements
You know that's not
you
true.
think that you you think that you're making intelligent critiques on something.
But
Just
you have to
because
explain
a
why
whole
I'm
bunch
not.
of-
Go
listen to me. Listen to me. Just because a whole bunch of people say something doesn't mean it's true. We have this saying that demonstration beats conversation every day. You make the argument of fallacy. Listen to me. When you make an argument, you always do this logical fallacy, which is appeal to authority.
No, this is what you're doing. You're talking about the argument. Let's talk about the new.
You heard that? That thing is not new. Just because a bunch of people say something doesn't make it true. And Ujao Iri Isefet, just because something is in the dictionary, it doesn't make it true. You know? Logical fallacy, appealing to authority. Those are those talking points. So some groupies fall for that. Sounds good to them. Oh, you've just committed a logical fallacy of appealing to authority.
Nuances between whichever Bantu language is closer to Coptic.
No.
Let's do that right now. You don't want to do that. Because I hit you with like 200 comments. You didn't say nothing.
Listen.
Did you hear that? Asaimo Fake was saying that the Bantu languages are closer to the Medu nature than the Coptic. For those who don't know, Asaimo Fake, you know, he was touching on the Sumerian language. You know what I'm saying? You know? I mean, dang.
Grammar, the syntax, everything is the same exact thing of late Egyptian. Period. They added the definite article pa to Coptic the same way they added it to late Egyptian. You don't want to address none of those nuances. All of the supplication for pronouns is exactly the same. All the numbers is exactly the same. They got 7 characters that represent do matter.
Hold on.
You talking nonsense.
I'm gonna read right here.
Bro, so can I ask you?
Listen, don't interrupt. Go ahead. You know, now, for people who don't study and who are outside of the field, they think that because something is written that it is law, because they don't have the means by which to critique
but you
what
keep
it is
doing that
reading.
talking, you ain't no linguist.
Listen. I'm about to read
You
something.
outside the
and I
field.
posted this. Listen, brother, I'll let you talk.
You are
Now,
outside the field.
I'm about to read something here that lets people know that just because stuff is written doesn't mean that is the case. So now,
what qualifies a person to be in the field, though? I'm just asking you, though. We just want to know what qualifies you. Hold on, let's establish something real quick. What qualifies a person for being in the field? Do you have to have a degree?
Someone who writes
just
in the
asking
field.
you. So you got to write in the field. Okay.
Journalists write in all fields. A journalist, a spectator, can write about whatever he want to write about. Start a journalist.
Okay. Now, a journalist wouldn't mistake themselves. A journalist only reports what other people are writing.
All right. And you see, that was in 2019. That was 3 years ago. Smash Rockwell called Osai Mofek out for his false flagging. And you heard him saying, Osai Mofek saying, for people who are outside of the field. He did not literally say that he is in the field, but what does that imply when you say for the people who are outside of the field? And what did Smash Rockwell told him? You're not in the field. Anyway, but they're going to say that's hating, though. They're going to call that hating, right? Because Ra is a volcano and Allah is in the Egyptian text. That's scholarship, you know, in the pseudo world. African Science wrote, you got to put up Britannica for Pan-Africanism and feminism. I disagree with your definitions. And it's fine. You can disagree with my definitions. I did not give any definitions, you know. I just talked about the behavior of Pan-Africans and feminists. I mean, you're probably not aware of that, you know, French Pan-African who has been convicted for rape, you know, and on his criminal record, there's several cases of rape. and how much he was defended by the majority of the Pan-Africans. You know what I'm saying? So I can understand, but that's not the only case. But for example, just like with those Hebrew Israelites, you know, who are said to have committed, you know, sexual assault slash sexual misconduct, nobody talks about that. People school, people act like it didn't happen. You know, the feminism movement, some people will argue that there's a disparity and there's it's not balanced. There's discrimination against women, which in many cases is true, but there are other cases, other areas where men are discriminated against. You see, so mainly, for Europeans, women didn't have the right to vote until like maybe in the 40s. They were not allowed to vote in some European countries. But in Kemet we had queens like so many thousands of years BC. You know what I'm saying? So it's not the same dynamic. You know what I'm saying? So if people want to give that good talk about this is what feminism is about, that's fine. But in reality, we just have to. I mean, it's okay. We have time to talk about this more in details. We have, and it would be best with examples. With the current events in the society. I might try to remember to just show the examples rather than say what I think about the situation, or I might as well say what I think and expand following an example. It would be better because there's a lot of things that I can tell you that's going on in Europe, and it's far removed from America, so I can understand. You know what I'm saying? But there's still a lot of things going on in America that is far coming from the feminists. But we have time to talk about this. Storm wrote, I would really like to know. Oh, brother Radio One, you're welcome. Just please try to use a webcam. I don't know if you have your computer, you can use your mobile phone or tablet. You know, but it's been the requirement for a while. I know you've been away for a while, but it's nothing against you personally. I just want you to know that. I'm asking everybody who get on the platform to use a webcam. So we can see their face. Recently, I only made an exception for Dr. Jahi Hisa because he wanted to address me reading the critique of his book. So I would really like to know, why is there so much hate for Bro Jabari? Some folks love the good brother Pastor Bennett, yet go against Jabari at every. It's jealousy. Now, Garfield, at least you have to give it to him. First, he was saying, I don't have anything against Jabari. I like Jabari. But ultimately, he said he has something personal against Jabari. So at least Garfield stated that for the record. Reggie didn't say that it's something personal, but we know it is, and that's mainly because one day Jabari told Reggie about the particular topic that his analysis was poor, and Reggie feels like because he was with Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark, and he was at ASCAC, and those people were not in the picture when he was doing all these things, and he feels like since he organized Kemet on trial, that's when people started talking about Kemet. So basically, he cannot be criticized. That's just the way he feels. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good. The messenger wrote, Shaka, I'm listening to your discourse on Garfield. He was acting foolish. He really fears you. Well, there it is. But it's best for people, if they want to go. It's the beginning of his live stream. And you can listen for yourself, because I might be hyping things up. I might be exaggerating. Chef is here. Thank you for coming in. Feel free to speak. There's no sound coming from you though, but we can see you. Can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me. Let me put it in the chat. Chef, oh, what's going on? So, Chef, we could see you, but there was no sound coming from your end. Feel free to come back. Okay, I hope you'll come back. If anybody wants to get on the platform, the link is there in the chat on the top right corner. African Science Road. I was responding to you saying one should not label all Kemetic people the same. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. Oh, Chef is back. Greetings, Chef. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? We don't hear. There's no sound coming from you. There's no sound. Now, well, I don't think the brothers could hear him, but if somebody hear him, just let me know. I'm gonna listen on the YouTube. No, there's no sound coming from him. Uh, well, I'm thinking you're familiar with oh, he left. I hope you can hear me. I think you're familiar with StreamYard. You have the option to go to the settings, and maybe you can see on the audio settings, what went wrong, But it's probably just an issue of the audio. But we could see you, you know. Um, Pan African Designs is asking who was that Pan Africanist who was raping women. I mean, it's in France, but I don't want to go too much into details about that. I don't want to. People already said I'm all over the place. Shaka, you should play it and talk us through it. I don't know what you're talking about. Now, Nesu West wrote, is Maidan and Virgin the same thing? No, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. So people are free to choose, which word they want to use. But however, when I went on Google Translate, the translation for the first word was girl, and I can accept if people say, okay, it's not that, but let them show me a dictionary, I don't want them to just, say, I decide that this is a translation, and like it was said, none of us speaks German. You know what I'm saying? So once again, when I made the video, I knew that some people will not necessarily agree with the meaning of virgin because that would kill the argument. They were so confident in talking all that talk, you know what I'm saying? But I just used the dictionary that I have quoted earlier. So, so Chef said it was coming. Contrarian thinker wrote, I guess it's only one dictionary that matters when it comes to language. No, it's not just one dictionary that matters, but we are talking about the um, the most complete and largest dictionary. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of other dictionaries will not have as many entries. You know what I'm saying? So if people want to reject that dictionary, it's fine with me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, people reject scholarship. People accept negrophobia, anti-black and anti-African teaching. They accept rapists and pedophiles. So if they want to reject one of the best or one of the most complete dictionary of Medu Nature, it's fine with me. Of course, they will reject anything that doesn't suit them. Those guys are disingenuous from the first place. I mean, the thing that's going on with Jabari it hasn't started a few months ago. It's been going on for years. It's been going on for years. So I was never expecting them to say, "Oh well, Shaka, you hit the nail now." I'm saying, "Okay, great." I admit it there. Hell no, I wasn't expecting that, but I still presented the information. I'm not going to lose sleep because people disagree with that information. But I don't want some people who are groupies and cheerleaders for pseudo plagiarizers to give me lessons about the Medu Neter grammar when they accept that rise a volcano. You have to be out of your goddamn mind for real. I mean, let's get real now. Brian Jackson wrote, "Oh, by the way, thank you very much for the donation. You nailed it, my good brother. Defending dysfunction is in a lot of the groups. They misuse the concept of staying on code and give a free pass to anyone in their little club. Yeah, that's what many people do. And staying on code, that's something that people like Tariq Nasheed says a lot. But nobody respects that code. Most people cannot tell what that code is. Some of them will say, okay, that comes from Neely Fuller, but we have many cases of them going at people. I mean, it's sad that I have to repeat that. But brothers and sisters, look at all the messages in the chat so far. I've been live streaming for 1 hour and 55 minutes. How many people said it's wrong to plagiarize? Asylum fake was wrong for plagiarizing. Some people might say, oh, I was not aware of that, because when it suits them, they don't know. So what I'm going to do, let's give them the benefit of the doubt and act like they didn't know. What am I going to do? I'm going to share the video demonstrating that Asar Imol fake is a serial Plagiarizer. 2 hours, not one person said plagiarizing is wrong. Pan-African Designs World. No, that's me, Shaka, asking the questions. Trust me, he did it to denote Diop's work. That's why I keep challenging him. That's me, not Sean, Shaka. Yeah, that was you asking the questions, but it wasn't you showing the books. Are we clear on that? I know it's not you because you've been on my platform and I know what you look like. So there must have been some confusion. Maybe I did not express myself well. The messenger wrote, Shaka, after Garfield kicked you off, Asar had the nerve. Now, with all fairness, Garfield did not kick me off. When I said that he kicked me out, he would remove me from the panel, you know. And once he started saying, you know, you need to have discipline, then I left. Okay. So he kicked me off the panel. I mean, he would put me on the panel whenever he sees fit. After all these people would just say all kind of nonsense. And then when I would try to say anything, I mean, people can just go and listen to it. So Asar had enough to say you lack integrity and common sense, and Garfield highlighted it. Garfield will highlight anything that goes in his agenda of banging against Kemetic people and Jabari in particular. Asar Mutep can say that I lack integrity, but let's keep it real, brothers and sisters. Who plagiarized? Was it me or was it him? It was him. Did he address it? No, he didn't address it. But he has the nerve to make critiques about other works like Dr. Obadele Campbell, who is a PhD in linguistics. And I don't know Obadele Campbell. I'm not part of his team. I'm addressing stuff that's, there, in public. So Osari Mofek is a clown and he's being a clown. How are you going to say that some people lack integrity when you've been busting plagiarizing and you don't address it? He did not address it. Did he plagiarize or not? I shared the video anyway. Because Asari Mofek want to try to act like, oh, you don't understand linguistics. He want to talk about everything except the worst that he did. The worst that he did, even worse than him saying that Ra is a volcano, that Allah is in the Egyptian text, that the Fulanis are Hebrews, and all the other BS that he said over the years, the worst that he has done so far was plagiarizing. And him saying that Diop guessed, that Shekonta Diop guessed, that was extremely foul. Why? Because what is his argument? Someone that he met. Since when do we do that? Is that scholarship? So now scholars going to write book and say, well, according to somebody that I met, that scholar guessed. Does Asar Imhotep know the Wolof language? Did Asar Imhotep try to verify those Wolof terms? To me, it's like Farrakhan saying, I met a woman who told me that Khalid Abdul Muhammad was abused when he was a child, was molested or something like that. He said either abused or molested. Who's that woman? How do we know it's true? Asar Imhotep is mad because he's been busted over the years for coming up with linguistic acrobatics and linguistic gymnastics, and he will not own up to it. Notice, peep game, and I will share the video. There's some things they don't want you to hear, brothers and sisters. But for those of you who will go and listen for yourselves, you will understand. Some people try to control the narrative. They can control the narrative on their platform, but not all over the internet. You see? I'm familiar with people doing team efforts. Remember, I was cool with a team, and once they accepted on their own platform anti-black and anti-African teachings, such as Africans are living a jungle life, Africans are not civilized, black means death, all hell broke loose, and I have many people ganging up against me. I'm familiar with that. It's a walk in the park to me. I understand the technique, but I've shared a video called Asar and Ujau versus all Egyptologists in the world. And there you will hear Ujau over 3 hours claiming that he will demonstrate that Kem is a title after a name, that it doesn't have to do with the skin color. that it's not about the color, that it's a title. And for 3 hours, the dude tried to escape from the issue, but he was not dealing with some neophytes. So he was embarrassed, he was humiliated, and he called his daddy Osahimo fake. And his daddy Osahimo fake was trying to be condescending and trying to son me. And I told him to his face that he's been a fraud and he plagiarized. And I asked him if he had any degree in linguistics. And he was really not in his element, because so far, like we have seen, one brother thought on this channel today, on this chat, one brother thought that he had some credentials, and many other brothers and sisters in the community thought that the dude had some credentials in linguistics. He doesn't have any single degree in linguistics, but once again, he doesn't label himself as a linguist anymore. So those guys say that Kim, after a title, doesn't mean black. We've seen James P. Allen with Henry the Black. Henry Kim, he translates it as Henry the Black. The TLA that some people mention, that Reggie and others use, you know, Smash Rockwell went through so many attestation and translations of Kem, and for the most part, it meant black. But now, what are they saying? "Ooh, you need to do the work. What's your methodology?" Because they claim that Kemet means riparian land and riparian country. Why do they claim that? Because they got that inspiration from Jean-Claude Mboli's book. And Jean-Claude Mboli, who will soon have an interview on Osaimo Fake's platform, because it looks like the three authors of the book probably realize that the dude is a plagiarizer and that it will be a bad look. So allegedly, one of the authors couldn't make it, conflicting schedule. He will update you about the next stage. We will see if they have integrity or not. But he invites Jean-Claude Mboli, who also deals with linguistics and wrote a book about linguistics, but Jean-Claude Mboli doesn't have any degree in linguistics. To my knowledge, he doesn't. And Jean-Claude Mboli's book is in French, just like the book of Theophilo Benga about the linguistic, the Middle Nature and the African languages is in French, just like Sheikh Anta Diop's book about the linguistics, the Middle Nature and the African languages, is in French as well. Does Osai Motep read French? Is he fluent in French? Has he read those books in French? Or did he do some, Google translation for whole books? I don't mind for a few words, maybe a few sentences, but I never heard of people reading whole books with Google Translate, you know? So they were embarrassed. They were, it was humiliating, really. So they're trying to, say all sorts of things. But once again, he can say anything he wants. He plagiarized and he's not addressing it. He is disingenuous. He's the one who is into. Since when do you have integrity when you plagiarize? Now, Chef wrote, I bet he will talk about it if Jabari was accused of plagiarism. Great point. Great point. If Jabari was accused of plagiarism, then Garfield will talk about it. But Asimo Fake is Garfield's friend. Actually, Garfield said before that Asimo Fake is his master teacher. So it's more than a friend. He's his master teacher, It's a shame when, you think that some dudes are master teachers and they are pseudo plagiarizers, So that's his choice. He decides to roll with his team. But that's the friendship scholarship. You see? Like I said many times, if you're cool with some people, you don't have to be cool with their BS. And sometimes it's a bit delicate because it might be family members, it might be friends, close friends, or allies, comrades, and they say some stuff. Now, if you don't agree with it, you don't have an obligation to say it. But if other people bring it up, don't censor them, or don't attack them or disrespect them, or get many people to go against them just to defend the erroneous claims of your friend. That's a lack of integrity. That's not scholarship. Do you think that in the world of academia, a scholar, let's say a PhD in Egyptology, has a fellow friend who is also a PhD in Egyptology, and that friend writes an article in a journal or a book, and there's several mistakes in it? Do you think that he will go out of his way so that nobody addresses it? And if somebody addresses it and you go and say, well, that guy here, he's disingenuous, he lacks discipline, he lacks integrity. No. So in the so-called conscious community, we can really do better. We can improve. But Garfield has quite an important platform because when he's live streaming, there's sometimes 100 people, sometimes 200 people, sometimes 300 people. So when you have such an audience, you must be responsible. If you don't want to be responsible, it's going to bite you in the behind sooner or later, you know. And he doesn't realize that, but he will have his reality check, you know. So it's all good. And really, what I'm looking forward to is the debate. Is the debate, you know. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Pan African agrees with Catherine. African Science wrote, her Garfield book is plagiarized too, but I didn't buy it. Well, I heard someone say that, but I did not see any demonstration, you know, so you have to be very careful with that, you know. But with Zhao, and particularly with Asar Imo Fake, people have shown the pages from the original book and the pages on Asar Imo Fake's book, so it's very damaging. And that's why he's not addressing it. If he had integrity, he would address it because it's not the end of the world. It's a very bad look because it's clear, it's clearly done on purpose. But you can, it's possible to own up to it and use whatever wording you want for the purpose of having euphemisms, and then, you know, try to do better next time. You know, it's like, you know, it's an analogy, but Elijah Muhammad did have sex with his teenage secretaries. They were not his wives. I have shown the Muhammad Speaks newspaper when where the minister wrote, as for those prostitutes who slander the Elijah Muhammad, you know, but he used the term prostitutes. But 28 years later, Farrakhan does a lecture. 28 years later, what happened? And he presents the woman as the wives of Elijah Muhammad, you know. So just because they wanted to hide what Elijah Muhammad did, they killed Malcolm. Now, Asari Mofek, he plagiarized. And in order to hide that, he's diverting. And he's going and attacking everybody, including PhDs. My good brother Radio One, it's been so long. How you doing? Now it's something strange now because I don't hear you either. Let me go on the YouTube. Well, I'm going to use my mobile phone and see what's going on. I don't know if you can hear me, brother Radio One, but I don't hear you. Brothers and sisters in the chat, can you hear the brother? Can you hear brother Radio One? I don't hear him. And on the YouTube, I couldn't hear him either. People don't even participate in the chat.
Would you like to be part of the first ever mega?
I'm gonna try it. One, two. Well, it does work on my end. I'm gonna remove myself and close this. Brother Radio One, can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me. I don't hear you. Can you go on the settings and try to see what's wrong with the? And does my ear? Oh, it works when I play. Usually it works. And if I try playing some video, oh, hold on. What did he say? No, African Science says also that he can't hear you. Thank you for answering, and same for Messenger as well. And Fritz put that smiley to say that he cannot hear you either. So please, brother Radio One, try to go to the settings. Oh, now there's a sound.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Welcome, brother Hotep Sen.
Yes, peace, brother.
Thank you for using the webcam, brother.
Yes. I had to take care of some business, man, before I cut on the webcam. When you're sitting around the house, you kind of
Yeah, I
relax.
know.
Yeah. But yeah, man. I've been hearing your video, man, and yeah, and I have to say, what I respect about you, Shaka, is that you stay in your lane and you're honest. You know, and that's what I respect about you. And also, it's been a long time no here since I've been on your show. And the reason for that is because, well, I've been working and doing my own thing, and I've been trying to disassociate myself with with some of these platforms because I see a lot of fakery going on. That's why I don't associate with anybody that's from that HOK community, because first of all, it's embarrassing, and I just seen I I have been seeing so many lies and fakery taking place in this community, and I have nothing against you, but some of those guys come over here on your platform, but I have no problem against you, but yeah, and speaking on experience, yeah. Um, Now I understand where you're coming from when it comes to these guys like Garfield and Asar Imhotep, and I went on their platform a couple times, which I will never go on his platform again, because he will sit up there and tell you that, well, yeah, we're gonna be respectful and have a dialogue and all that, but as soon as he's about to get cut and about to be proven wrong, then he starts pouting and kick you off. We all know how that is,
Yeah.
but and everybody who knows me, I don't care about Christianity, Jesus, the Holy Trinity, the Mary Virgin, none of that, man. I think it's all fake and I think it's all garbage, and I really don't too much care to hear about it, but yeah, now concerning Garfield, okay, these guys are natural frauds and pathological liars. Okay, because I caught this guy lying many times. Okay, now everybody who knows me knows that my field is in the ancient Greek period. I deal with the ancient Greek texts, the Ethiopians, the post Bronze Age. What happened after the Bronze Age. And I caught this guy on his video, and he was talking about Romans penetrating into sub-Saharan Africa. He was saying that nobody ever penetrated, nobody ever crossed the desert into sub-Saharan Africa, which is a lie, which we have sources that prove that wrong. And he said nobody ever penetrated the desert to reach sub-Saharan Africa. And he showed a source stating that the Romans penetrated the sub-Saharan desert. Penetrated the desert, crossed the desert, and reached sub-Saharan Africa. And he is the one. And before he showed that source, he was talking all this mess about, well, Ethiopia is only south of Egypt. It's in Sudan. The Ethiopians, they were not, in any other parts of Africa. And they modern day Ethiopia is not Ethiopia. He was talking all that junk about Ethiopians not being in other parts of Africa, but he showed that text that says Romans penetrated the desert and reached sub-Saharan Africa. Now, that source he showed is from an ancient Greek writer known as Ptolemy Claudius, who lived during the 1st century or 2nd century AD. I have that book. I own that book. I know the language. I studied the Greek language of that book. And that same writer, Claudius Ptolemy. Now, Garfield, he showed that text, but he didn't show the whole truth. He did not show the entire text, because if he had showed the entire text, he would have seen where it says the Romans and the king of the Garamantes. That is the text. That is who the text is referring to. The Garamantes, which is in southern Libya, and the Romans. And it says the Romans and the Garamantes crossed the Sahara Desert and reached sub-Saharan Africa. But what he didn't show in that text was when it said the Romans and the Garamantes went south into the land of the Ethiopians. He left out the part where it said Ethiopians. He lied about the text. He only told half truths in order to push his fake agenda or whatever he got up. But he did not show the entire text, and nobody called him out for that. And that is my subject. And that's how I know. I know what source that text came from. He sat up there and told a bold-faced lie, saying the Romans penetrated the Sahara Desert and the Ethiopians dwelt nowhere else but Sudan. He showed that text. He left out the part where it said the Garamantes and the Romans went south into the land of Ethiopians. It said the Ethiopians dwelt south of the land of the Garamantes. Now we know the Garamantes did not dwell in Egypt. They dwelt in southern Libya. And if you go south of the Garamantes, okay, and you go past the Sahara Desert, where are you going to end up? You're going to end up in Nigeria, in the that area. But he did not show that. He only, as a matter of fact, he didn't show the source at all. He only gave his own made up opinion, and he left out what the rest of the source said. So yes, I agree with you. These guys are frauds and pathological liars. And even Asar Imhotep in Wujawu, okay, I caught him on his video interpreting a text from Diodorus Siculus. And Diodorus Siculus clearly said that the Ethiopians dwelt south of Libya, south of Egypt, and they dwelt in other parts of Africa. And he sat up there and said, well, the text here is saying, yeah, the Ethiopians only dwelt south Egypt, when the text right there is disagreeing with him. He sat up there and lied about the text right in front of his face, and nobody called him out for it. So this is what's going on in the community. And these guys, I mean, they should be banned from teaching. You know, and because their arrogance is so high, and they get so above themselves that they think they are in authority on every subject. You can't tell them nothing.
Hujawu said he never lost an argument. When somebody says that, you see the mentality already. One of the biggest problem with those guys is that it's too hard for them to say once in a while, I was wrong about that. You know, it's like it will kill them. And that's a problem of ego. And they are indeed very arrogant and very condescending. The funny thing is that when Osahimo Fake read the critique of Dr. Campbell, he said that Dr. Campbell was condescending. And I'm like, are you serious coming from you? I just played the audio when he told the brother Pan-African Designs, you know, you don't have an argument, you don't have no question. You need to be quiet and go home and study. But, you know, hey, you know what? September 17, that's the date of the debate between Jabari and Garfield. And Garfield is obviously very worried and very scared, because nobody that's about to have a debate shows some arguments of his opponent and refuse the argument. Why would you do that before the debate? You keep those arguments, you keep those admonitions. I really think that he's trying to find an escape route, trying to create some situation. So we'll see. I hope the debate happens, because we have heard his logic. And I remember when he said that John the Baptist is what is the word he used? Is I think he said confirmed. So John the Baptist is confirmed, but he said when it comes to Kemet, people can use the Kemetic text, but when we want to use the Christian text, they don't want us to use it. You see the double standard, as if he doesn't see the difference with the Kemetic texts, which are originals from the time period of the people that it mentions, except the Neteru, because we cannot put dates on the Neteru. You know what I'm saying? But those Christian texts, specialists say that they came decades after, and it's not even the authors, whose names are attributed to, you know. So, I mean, he will just go to those Christian apologist websites and make all these different quotes, but he will see what the outcome and the result will be, because he wouldn't have his groupies and his cheerleaders like he does on his platform. It will be him alone against Jabari. He will not be able to put Jabari, on mute. He will not be able to do that. So you have to take the heat and the pain, and it will have to make sense, because the audience will not be his groupies and friends. You see? And if he gets to the debate, it will be a learning experience for him, and hopefully he might step his game up afterwards. You know. So we'll
Yeah.
see, and I really hope it happens, because he's a bit full of himself as well. You know what I'm saying? But when we look at it, is he dealing with the issues mainly? He always needs some people to deal with the issue, and today was just a minor example. But if we have to go there, is he a man of his words? He said he would give $100, and every 10 minutes he will add $100. If he was a man of his word, he doesn't have to, cough $4,200, but he could cough at least $100. But if he disputes the meaning of the word, then that's fine. He was not in a position to do that. Yeah, he needed other people to do that. But that's fine. That's okay. No problem at all. The most important is the debate that will take place. You know, that's the most
Yeah.
important. You know.
Yeah, and I'm sure Jabari gonna be well prepared, man. And
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a
yeah,
walk in the park. It's gonna be
yeah.
so easy. Because you see, for those who don't know, just go type in Garfield and Jabari and look for the videos when the two of them are talking. Every time, almost every time, Garfield gets angry, aggravated, agitated. He might end up cursing or leaving. He's nervous. He cannot keep his cool. He cannot keep his composure. You know. So I'm really looking forward to it. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be a bit
Yeah,
of a
man.
reality check
Yeah.
and wake up call for him. And as for all his friends, he has a right to be friends with whoever he wants. You know, but don't go against me or against committee people because you want to protect people who plagiarize. That's not cool. Because sooner or later it will be to your detriment. And that's not just him. That's anybody else doing that. At least on called out the two pseudos. Well, not for the plagiarism, but at least for them being pseudos. So
Yeah. Yeah, man, because that's why he only allows those on his platforms, who gonna sit up there and agree with him all the time and be a yes man, But as soon as you come up there, and back him up in the corner, he's gonna kick you off, and
when he had
I
all
mean,
these white people there, sorry to cut you off, brother, but when he had all these white people there, when he was doing his weekly scholarship, he would not put them like, oh no, wait for the guy to finish. And after the guy finishes, I'm going to have that other guy, and then you will speak. And then when they try to put a sentence out, then they mute them and put them out of the platform. It was very respectful and cordial with them. You know what I'm saying? But that's just for the record. Sorry about this. Just please continue, brother.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, this is deep, man. It is something seriously wrong with these guys, man. I mean, that's why I don't associate with them, man. I mean, it would be embarrassing, man. And like, and these are the same guys, man, who what they do is they skip over history. And these are the same guys who skips over history, who skips from dynastic Egypt all the way to now, and make up their own opinions based on their own imagination and say that the modern day Egyptians are the descendants of the ancient Egyptians. But in order to do that, they have to skip over history. They have to skip over what was said 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago. They just ignore all that.
You know, brother. No, go ahead.
Yeah, and they start from dynastic Egypt and come in from all the way to now and skip and just skip a big old wide gap of history. Yeah, but yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah, did you know that? Oh, you don't have to say sorry. Did you know that Reggie said that Horus is not the son of Osiris? He said that a couple of days ago. You know
what, man? Why?
and today twice he said, this like talking about me, like, oh, he's gonna, I'm paraphrasing, but he's gonna, quote some Europeans, and later on he said, I don't want to hear what Europeans have to say, as if he doesn't quote Europeans. So now he's playing the race card in scholarship, as if scholarship has a color, all that because I didn't agree with his banging on Jabari and Kemetic people, so I'm waiting for Reggie to demonstrate that Horus is not the son of Osiris, because Osiris fake is still higher in the weird claims with this rise of volcano and allies in the Egyptian text. But now Reggie, he got close now, Horus is not the son of Osiris. I mean, that's the first time in my whole life I hear that. Oh, and man. I don't know it all. We can learn every day. I can learn something new.
Man, yeah, that is as pseudo as it gets, man. He went against everything he's supposed to believe in, man.
And that's the video that was removed, and I hope he's not going to try to deny it, because even though it was removed, there was like probably 200 people on the live stream. So I'm sure many people will say, no, I heard you say that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But we'll see. But honestly, I don't think he will try to, make any argument to demonstrate that. It's going to be better to just avoid that and talk about other stuff, because I see that as very difficult, you know what I'm saying, to deal with, So
yeah, the best thing for him to do is to be honest and just admit he was wrong about that, because he can't prove that. Yeah.
That's like when you say Kemet and he says, well, but he wasn't always Kemet. He was Tawi. I mean, what are you trying to say? It wasn't always America. It wasn't always the United States of America. We know which geographic location we're talking about, but it's all good. I mean, more power to him. More power to him. He cannot debate against Jabari. He knows that he will not fly. He said himself, he's better in writing than speaking. So Garfield, he's the one that will speak. He's the one who will write, and other people as well. And they will see if they will manage to do something, But at the end of the day, even if let's presume that Garfield does well, and most people, that there's a poll that Senator usually does. He says Imhotep. Oh, I thought it was the linguist. Welcome to you, brother. Just hold on 1 second, please. Let's presume that Garfield is victorious, and the poll that Senator ultimately will make says that, there's like, 60% of people who feel like Garfield won and 40% of people feel like Jabari lost. Jabari will still have his organization. He will still continue what he's all about. But what are the other people all about? What is Garfield's philosophy? If he's not a Christian apologist, what is he? And what about and Reggie? Please, brothers, ask Reggie if he's Kemetic, because he was trying to do some linguistic breakdown of Kemetic, basically trying to get away from the term Kemetic. But anyway, Imhotep, thank you for coming in. Feel free to speak, brother.
Hotep, yeah, greetings, family. Greetings to the audience. I'm from Jamaica, right? And I've been observing the conscious community for a while, right? And what I'm seeing now, I would say that I am a bit concerned, because what we are seeing now is COINTELPRO operatives at work. That's the best we can call them. You get what I'm saying? because we see our elders, you know, who were like, they set the way for us, and now they're being targeted. So you want to discredit the elders. We are seeing where people want to take Kemet, Egypt, whatever, out of Africa. You get what I'm saying? That's concerning. I've also seen, sorry, I've also seen instances like for yesterday, I saw Dr. Reggie was talking, right, on the program, on Garfield's program. And Dr. Reggie says he's a student of Dr. Ben.
He's not a
And
doctor, by the way. You know, and he says it himself. But
yeah,
please
he
continue.
says, yes, he says he's a student of Dr. Ben, right? And during his discussion, he said that Dr. Ben was an atheist. And that flew over everyone's head. That was the first video with them and Sarnetta when they had the argument, right? And then right after that, after Garfield hung up and they started a new program, the same Dr. Reggie came on the program and said that, oh, Dr. Ben was a high Mason. So that was when someone asked him the question, right? So someone said, you said Dr. Ben is an atheist and now you're saying he's a Mason. And he couldn't even answer that one. Now, how can Dr. Ben be your teacher and you be a student, and one moment you're saying Dr. Ben was an atheist and another moment you're going to say he's a Mason? You got to make up your mind, because we all know that Dr. Ben was a Mason. You get what I'm saying? We all know that. And there is no Mason that is an atheist. That's illogical. So, I mean, for him to say that and get away with it, that was cause for concern to me. The next point I want to make real quick is this. When we're talking about Kemet, we have to speak about the mystery system as well. Like, it is interconnected. You get what I'm saying? If we're going to talk about the history of Kemet, we have to speak about the Kemetic mystery system. Now, these guys, they don't want to go that deep. They want to stay on the surface and scratch the surface. And, you know, if you even talk to them about, like, you know, like symbology, because the only universal language there is symbology. You get what I'm saying? When you look at signs and symbols, you can use them anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter the language, it remains the same. Now, when you start going into symbology or, say, mythology, these guys think that because something is mythology, it's garbage or it's trash. When it simply means that it has a meaning to it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you know, I personally wouldn't go as far as saying that this is Contel Pro, but who knows? I personally said, I mean, I said before that I suspect that maybe some of them receive money from Christian groups, from Christian apologists. Now, I might be wrong, but I'm saying I'm suspecting, I'm not accusing. Now, when it comes to symbology, um, that leaves room for a lot of interpretation, and we already have many people who do so much interpretation. The mystery systems will not necessarily have much insight, because if it's mystery system, then you know only the initiates are supposed to know what it's all about. And I think indeed that is good for the people, at least those who claim to be Kemetic, that they learn the language, because the language is something that's it's not very hard. You know, everybody could do it if they just have the motivation. But you brought a very good point, because you see, the brother African Science is asking, yeah, can't be one. Basically, he's trying to say one cannot be an atheist Mason. And if you look up to
Correct.
into Freemasonry,
Yes.
they believe in a creator, you know, and they
Correct.
don't care if the person is Muslim or Christian. They don't care of the religion, but they do believe in one creator that they will label an architect, the great architect.
Yeah, and the thing is this, right? Even as it relates to like Christianity, Islam, Judaism, right? They all have another side to it, right? In Judaism, like the mystical side of it is called Kabbalah, right? When you're talking about Islam, you have Sufi Islam as well, which is the mystical, esoteric, occult teachings of it. You get what I'm saying? So the thing is that sometimes these teachings are dismissed as pseudo because people don't understand it. That's the sad reality, what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but you know, the
Yeah.
thing is that
Yes, and
I hear some people. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, no problem. Some people lately are trying to make fun of, mythology, but worldwide, almost all societies had some mythology somehow, some way. So, uh, and even if we're dealing with religion, you know, because some people are, uh, against religion per se, and including like Kemetic religion. And once again, I'm aware most of our people don't like to use the term religion; they like to use the term spirituality. But at the end of the day, if we look at the customs and practices of Kemet, that will fall under religion. Herodotus himself said that the Egyptians are what was the word, surpassingly religious. So um, there's nothing wrong with people having mythology. I think the problem is when people are trying to pass mythologies as historical fact, and try to impose their mythology on other people's worldview. You know what I'm saying? But usually Kemetic people don't do that.
Yeah, I agree because mythology cannot be superimposed as history. That's why
Hmm.
it's called mythology. Like everything has categories,
Hmm.
right? So if someone speaks about mythology, like you should not be bashing them and said, "Oh, you're trying to make it history," because it's not possible. You get
Hmm.
what I'm saying? Now, when we look at say religion and Kemet, right? Um, it just depends on a perception thing because I think that it's more of a way of life in terms of the Afrocentric holistic approach to religion. I don't want to say spirituality because spirituality is very misrepresented and misunderstood because spirituality simply means the breath of life. It's the life force energy. It's breath. It's a Latin word, spiro. You get what I'm saying? So when we say spirituality, is like almost all living things are spiritual in its essence because it embraces the life force energy. You follow what I'm saying?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
when we're talking about spirituality, I think it's important for us to differentiate, what it is.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
brother
brother.
Radio One.
Also, you need to keep in mind as well too. Like a lot of these guys are what I call ex-Asiatics. They're ex-Christians, ex-Hebrew Israelites, ex-Muslims, ex-Moors. And that's where when they say we are not Egyptians, that is where that's coming from. Like this guy, Rob Bourne, we know he's a Muslim. He's still a Muslim.
But he's a
He's still
five
a Muslim.
percenter, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a Muslim. So that is where that hate for Kemet and the hate for the Egyptians is coming from. Because
Mainly, yes.
a lot of these guys, when they were ex-Hebrew Israelites, they were Hebrew Israelites all day. They would say it proud. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I'm from the tribe of Jacob. But as soon as they come over to the Kemet or the Kemetic side, we ain't no Egyptians. And Brother Shaka, I'm working on a book about that, and I'm working on videos about that, and I'm not going to say too much about it until I'm done. But all I can say is that these guys and those white racist scholars who came before us, they have been lying. They have been lying their butts off. And in my new book and in my video, I'm going to expose their lies. And like this guy, Dr. Esau that came on your show, I heard him saying that, he's talking about meriwetted Kush and all. No, he's not qualified to speak on Kush. If you don't know the Greek language, you're not qualified to speak on Ethiopia or Merowe. Because I can tell you right now, the original Merowe was not even in Sudan. Because during the time when they say Sudan, the capital of Sudan was Merowe, Napata was the real capital. Merowe or Meroe is a Greek word. The real capital was Napata, and Meroe or Merowe was located far away from Egypt in a whole nother location. See, but you got to know the language to know that. And I'm going to make videos breaking that down. But yeah, these guys, they do not know what the hell they talk about. All they're doing is just mimicking and copycatting off what's already been said, and they're not doing their own independent research.
The
And
sad part, I'm sorry, brother. The
yeah,
sad
go
part
ahead,
for
brother.
me is
Go ahead.
that they are quick to say that, oh, you guys are copying Eurocentric teachings and Eurocentric ideas, but all their sources, are from Eurocentric sources as well. Like they just Google, like people are Google and Wikipedia scholars these days. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They don't even go into etymology. They don't even go that far. They just stay in Webster's
Yeah.
dictionary, Google, and Wikipedia. You get what I'm saying? So because even with the virgin discussion, right? I know for sure that they think that they can try to dismiss certain teachings from Jabari to call it pseudo, and I think they're trying to put it out there to kind of set that narrative in advance. Because once Jabari gets deep into the mystery system and tie it in, they're gonna try to dismiss it as pseudo and say show your sources and stuff like that. You get what I'm saying? Because even this virgin thing that he brought up, when you look at the definition of virgin, it goes back to Virgo. And once you're talking about Virgo, you're talking about astrotheology there. You get what I'm saying? That's astrology. But they are not going to go there because for them that is pseudo.
But it's very delicate because in the first place, I was dealing with the meta nature. I mean, there's a groupie Sean who's like, trying to give lessons like you cannot go from the med, like as if he was saying like you cannot go from the meta nature to the German, like which other language you want me to go through, So, but amazingly, when people make translation from the meta nature to English, it's okay. But today I happen to have quoted from a German book and not the lesser,
Yeah,
the,
but I saw that. I
yeah.
saw that.
So
And yes, go
mhm.
ahead. Sorry.
And
I'm sorry.
yeah, no problem. We have time, so it's all good. So when they're talking about immaculate conceptions and all that, they're not dealing with the Greek and Latin terms. They're dealing with the English
Roman.
terms. So
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
English,
whatever
yes.
suits them, whatever angle suits them, that's what they go for. But please go ahead, brother. Feel free.
Yes. What I was saying about like when you pointed out the German term, right? What they said, I'm sorry. What they said when you pointed out the German term, right? And he said it's German. It's the same thing they do with God. They take God from being the German word gut to the English word good or God. You get what I'm saying? And they validate that argument. So what's wrong if it comes from German? That's where God comes from, according to them. And they will use that to validate their argument about God or the origin of the word.
But riparian land and riparian country, that's fine. That's English, but that's fine. But what we heard today is that apparently there's an issue with the German language, and Reggie doesn't want to hear what Europeans have to say. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and that's that, and it's important for the people to see that how sometimes people can be ridiculous when they are disingenuous. You know what I'm saying? You
Correct.
cannot just take every single point away. And what you talked about when it comes to Dr. Ben, it is very conflicting as well, because we can say whatever we want about Dr. Ben. The main thing he talked about was Kemet, and he had indeed that what is it called again? The craft.
The craft of Amen Ra.
Well, the craft of Amen Ra, apparently that's Ashraquazi's craft, because Reggie said that Dr. Ben had his own craft. You see, so he was about that. He was about that mainly, and Dr. Riquetti, amen. He's a Kemetic priestess. And the only reason why Reggie keeps saying that he doesn't have a problem with Riquetti, amen, is because she knows the Meta Nature. But I state for the record once again, Jabari knows the Meta Nature. His level is not high, and I can tell the difference. I can tell that he's been learning. It's true that as a priest, as a Kemetic priest, he should know more. That has been said, but everybody have their level, and I'm sure he will improve. You know what I'm saying? That's a pretext. That's an excuse. Because who would determine, okay, that's the level that you should reach? Those of us who are familiar with the meta nature, we have all recognized and said that as a Kemetic priest, the level should be higher. Okay, that's said. But that doesn't make him a bad person. That doesn't mean that he cannot speak about Kemet. Now, Dr. Ben, All the lectures that he had, was he dealing with the Medu Neter? So what will Reggie say? I don't want to hear what Dr. Ben has to say if he's not going through the text, if he's not going through the Medu Neter. Will he say that? You know what I'm saying? Dr. Anthony Browder, well, I don't know if he has a doctorate degree, but Anthony Browder, you know, I don't recall seeing him going through the text. You know what I'm saying? Ashra Kwesi, I've seen him reading names. I haven't seen him reading, sentences of Medu Neter. So I haven't seen him, dealing with the text, you know. So it shows that he's extremely biased. And once again, when he talks about Jabari charging a fee for the tours, everybody's charging a fee, and of course they will charge more than what it will cost you if you go on your own because they organize the trip and you have an added value. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But other people charge way more than Jabari. He's not speaking on that. So
I
he
have a
just
question.
yeah, go ahead. Feel free, brother. Feel
I'm
free.
sorry to interrupt you.
No problem.
Why is it that nobody speaks about Ra'un Neferamen? I'm
Well,
just curious about that.
I think people don't really talk about him because himself is not making much appearances. I don't even know where he lives. I don't even know if he's still alive. But
Mhm.
what I've noticed when I started reading the first Medu Neter
Yes.
is mainly metaphysics.
Okay.
So to me, it was not appealing, and I don't think it's really appealing to a lot of people because a lot of people who deal with metaphysics, they will deal with like some Hindu slash Buddhist teachings, the Kundalini and the chakras, and they will do a lot of melting pot. So um I don't have anything against Raul for Amen, but I've said it in the past. To me, it's metaphysics, and I've been very clear about my stance on metaphysics. It's not my thing at all.
So
It's not
so
my.
so when you said that the Kundalini, right?
Yes.
The Kundalini, that's Hindu, that's Sanskrit, right?
Oh, I'm not sure, but
Yeah,
I'm sure
okay.
that's
All right.
that's around
Yes,
India.
yes, 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 yes.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much Sanskrit, right? But at the same time, it speaks about the serpent, right? It speaks about the serpent. It's a serpent. That's what it's depicted as. It's called the Kundalini, the energy. Now, in Kemet, Egypt, whatever you want to call it, I mean, we saw the Uraeus as well, right?
Hmm.
So doesn't that like represent the same thing? You think?
I would say so because it's easy to say that, but I think we will need more. We'll need more to make a correlation because um, some people might use the lion as a sign of strength, and you might have in many different countries, but it doesn't mean that they share any culture in common. And us as a people, black people, we have been very good at doing linguistic acrobatics and a lot of time picture scholarship as well. So some things are probably interesting when it comes to the teachings of India because it's a quite an ancient society. It's so ancient that they talk about Indo-Europeans because if they just say Europeans, it wouldn't go that far. But to try to say that if people want to argue that there's a correlation with the teachings of Kemet, then they really need to make the demonstration, but it needs to be deeper than just okay. We have a snake here, and we can see the kings with the snake, and then the Kundalini is the snake. You see, so that's what I would say. Really, that's what I would say.
Yeah, and also, brother, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, brother.
Yeah. Regarding this guy Sean P. Yeah, I debated him one time on a platform called Niger Valley Civilization, and we was having a debate about like the boundaries of ancient Egypt according to the Medu Neter and all that. And let me first say that this guy is super pseudo, okay, and he is a pathological liar, and he destroys text. Okay, he will sit up there and destroy a text and tell a flat out lie about the text right there in front of him. This is the same Negro he said on this debate we had or this discussion. He said the sunset does not mean west. And he also said that lands that were far away from Egypt, like the land of Punt the land of Manu, the Euphrates River. He said that those lands bordered Egypt. When we all know good and well those lands were far away, thousands of miles away from Egypt. And he said those lands bordered Egypt so that he can, somehow narrow the borders of Egypt, so no one else can, so you can keep Egypt within Egypt, And what he's doing, he's trying to be slick. He knows what he's doing, and
just the fact that he's part of, is an affiliate of the guys who say that Cam doesn't mean black after a name that is a title, and that rise of volcano, and that lies in the Egyptian text. That makes him a pseudo by default. and and
oh
and
yes.
and and so I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping. I really addressed him because as soon as he came on the chat as a moderator, he started really dissing me, seriously, just like the other to the finger groupie was doing that, try to be very slick and condescending. And the way it happened, I wouldn't even be surprised if they sent some messages to each other, like the private chat, and let me deal with that, because how are you gonna make me wait for like half an hour, and I'm supposed to be on, and then you're gonna let another dude on, and I cannot even interject, and he could interject. I mean, that's just ridiculous. And that guy, once again, because I crushed his master teacher, and I told him that in the chat, and say, you're mad because I crushed your pseudo fake linguist master teacher, and those dudes are so in denial that, oh, you didn't smash anything. 3 hours, 3 hours. They won't even admit that Ujao is such a liar, because he said that Cam is a title, and he will demonstrate that. What did he do? He put up a French book. He doesn't read French. And when in the French book that he pulled, I showed him that what the author said goes against his stance. He was like, oh, yeah, but you need to read the whole thing. So he made a fool out of himself for 3 hours. What more do you want? You know what I'm saying? Those guys are so disingenuous. They won't even admit that. You know, those guys have claimed that only them state. All the Egyptologists in the world are wrong. They are correct. I mean, it's like some of the worst thing I have ever seen in the so-called conscious community. See, the Hebrew Israelites, we don't see them say, oh, this scholar about the Jewish history, this scholar about religion, he's wrong. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't do the work. We don't see Muslims say, oh, this PhD in Islamic studies, this PhD in Near Eastern study, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's wrong. He doesn't do the work. Same for Christianity. And whether it's the Old Testament or the New Testament, it's only those guys who are apparently, allegedly Kemetic, who have the nerve to say that all those scholars are wrong. And once again, Dr. Shekan Diop, Dr. Theophado Benga, Dr. Wikeri Amen, Dr. Dr. James P. Allen. I mean, damn, what more do you want? I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, they make the community look very bad, very, very bad. Now, just for the record, we have Tahaka, who wrote Yahweh come from the Canaanite god El. Yahweh doesn't come from El, not that I know of. Elohim will come from El. So that's proof that the God of the Old Testament isn't real. I don't understand the logic, but to say that a God isn't real, nobody can prove the existence of God. So people have beliefs, and they have a deity or many deities. Most ancient societies have plenty of deities anyway, just like in Arabia. But at one point they decided, I mean, some people decided that there will be only one, and they imposed that on others. But this argument of this God is real or not, I'm saying, we'll never come to any conclusion.
Yeah, but these guys are the problem, man, and that's why I don't identify myself as a scholar. Like I rather be called a historian, because these guys have made the word scholar look bad. I mean, also, and this guy Sean, when I debated him, he said the Amenti, the west of the Nile River didn't exist. And when they say the Amenti, they're talking about under the earth. It's like, what you talk? So and I was like, okay, if the Amenti didn't exist, then then so you're pretty much saying that the land where they buried themselves at in the tombs didn't exist. He's saying a whole big chunk a part of Africa did this. You know, he's sitting up here telling these blatant lies in order to make himself look sound right. You know, I mean, come on, man. I mean, I know if you're in an argument and you want to make yourself look good, you know, and you want to make yourself look like, you know, you winning and all that. I mean, but come on, man. I mean, don't lie. Don't sit up there and tell a bold-faced lie because you're having a discussion or an argument with somebody. At least have the decency to tell the truth. You know, but
you know, there's a book. I'm sorry to cut you off. There's a book. It's like how to win all arguments or something like that. They probably read some books like that. You know, they're very big on that. You know, they will be disingenuous. They will deflect. You know, just to seem to appear to be correct all the time. You know, and those talking points about those fallacies. This is a logical fallacy. This is appeal to authority. This is, that to me, that's so ridiculous. How many scholars, PhDs, have we ever seen writing, oh, these guys committing this appealing to authority? You know what I'm saying? Those guys are the authorities. They are the specialists. They are the experts. They are extremely knowledgeable. And that's the way the world has been working for so long. But now we have these new guys on the block who want to change the dynamics and feel like, well, how did they come to that conclusion? You notice they don't ask them, they don't ask the scholars, the PhDs, how they came to the conclusion. They ask us how did they come to the conclusion. But that game can be done with each and every single word of the English language. But amazingly, most of the Kemetic words, you see, where did he go? He went to a dictionary. He went to Weiger's dictionary. Now, dictionary is cool. But when you're going to quote another dictionary, they want to invalidate it. They want to say it's in German. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's so funny. So you're going to quote the scholar. If what you say don't suit their argument, or you're appealing to authority, it's endless. It will just never end and never stop. I mean, one thing that we can see on the Timosaurus, when they address the plagiarism that Osimo Fake has done, is that on his work, he quotes Mboli like so many times, and he quotes himself so many times. So the dude writes a book and he's like referred to, Osimo Fake 2009, Osimo Fake. I mean, come on now, where did they do that at? You know what I'm saying? No, like I've said to people, they try to portray appealing to authority as being a negative. I appeal to authority. I do. There's nothing wrong with that. They're trying to be slick. Have they been peer reviewed? Have they been peer reviewed? Which scholars, which PhD agree with them? And remember, brothers and sisters, Ujao Iri Isefet said that there's about 10 PhDs that agree with them. He couldn't give one name. If there was really some PhDs that agree with them, wouldn't he say at least one or two names? The guy that they rely on mainly with their riparian country, riparian land, that's Jean-Claude Mboli, who is not a linguist. So he's just so funny, it's so ridiculous. And some people, roll with it. You know what I'm saying? They don't need to go that route, but they chose to go that route. They've decided, they have to deal with that. But which PhDs agree with what they're saying? And if you bring that up, well, you're appealing to authority. It's just endless. So they are free to quote whoever they want, any people who don't have any degrees in the field that they are talking about, because it suits their claim. But if you quote a specialist, people who have some title, some degree in the academic field, they will dismiss it because they will accuse you of appealing to authority. So in other words, they're making a part of the conscious community or black community look very bad. I mean, can you imagine how much scholars must laugh when they see that? And indeed, in that sense, I can understand why the brother is saying that, it looks like it might be COINTELPRO, because look at the confusion that's happening. Remember, brothers and sisters, Ujao Iri Isefet said that Smash Rockwell, Jonathan Owens, caused confusion when he made his video going through the text of the scholars with the TLA. What kind of accusation is that? The guy does the scholarship, shows the work of scholars, and because it doesn't suit their claim, he said that he caused confusion, that he was irresponsible, and that he was silly. So now we have some people of the so-called conscious community who will label you as irresponsible, as silly, and causing confusion when you quote some scholars, some PhDs. Do you realize how low we are going as a people if we follow people like that? Isn't that ridiculous? And when he came in after Smash Rockwell made his presentation, the first thing he said is, "You microwaved it." But after 3 hours of talking, we saw who microwaved what. I mean, those people is just crazy, you know what I'm saying? So I'm
Yeah.
very comfortable and confident, you know what I'm saying? This thing of today, I will not lose sleep over it. I expected that it would not accept that translation, but I quoted a very reputable dictionary, you know, and if they want to use that to try to label me anyway, I'm fine with that because my work speaks for itself. You know what I'm saying? It does speak for itself. I don't have a habit of being pseudo. Not at all. I usually give the citation, give the quotation. I usually substantiate what I say. They are the one who said that rise of volcano and that lies in Egyptian text. The word exotical claims that you can ever hear, you know what I'm saying? They're the one who said that all those PhDs are wrong. I mean, they are the one who are making a fool of themselves and who are making a fool out of the conscious community. You know what I'm saying? And we
Yeah.
can listen to them when people call the arrogance, and they all have the same the same speech, and like, what was the guy saying? uh he talked about Jehuti, and he talked about the classifier, as if every time you would have the word Jehuti. For the people who don't know, you can have the ibis bird that stands for Jehuti without the determinative of the seated man with the beard. I think it's reference A40, which is the determinative for DT. But if you listen to it, you have to have it all the time. And that's why they're trying to say that, if he's talking about the black person, then you need to have the determinative for the skin, But Smash Rockwell has quoted James P. Allen, and I'm sure other people also have probably said that you don't necessarily need to have, you will not always have the determinative in the middle nature. I mean, they're trying every damn thing. It's just weird. And remember, Ujao Iri Isefet said that the newt glyph, reference 049, if I'm not mistaken, that it has something to do with water, you know. So when I went on Garfield's platform, when he did the same thing, he said, "You will be next." And then he said, "Okay, no," he let his men go through. I almost bounced. Luckily, I didn't. They would have said I ran. I quoted two different books, and I think I quoted Gardiner and James P. Allen. Crossroad, nothing to do with water whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, those guys, and you see, the things that most of the people are not familiar with the Mother Nature. So they hear those guys making all those talking points, talking about all these things. And you see the brother, Pan African Designs and Powell. He said that it was confusing to hear all those people who deal with the Mother Nature and not being in agreement. And every time I remind him, but remember, we have two guys, mainly two guys, and their groupies against the whole world of Egyptologists. All the Egyptologists who earn their PhDs worldwide, they are all wrong, but those two guys are correct. Those two guys are geniuses. Oh man.
Yeah, but yeah, man. And I noticed too when I was watching, he was so quick. This liar, okay, this fraud, Sean P. He was so quick to tell you that you was wrong, okay. And I had the same problem when I debated him, okay. And I was trying to explain to him that that there were more than one Amentes, okay. Like when it says, like, on the in the ancient records, it says, the west of Thebes, I built a temple for the Nesut on the west of Thebes. The word used for that is Amenti. The word used for west is Amenti. He's saying no, the Amenti was not west of the Nile. It was under the earth. So I was like, I'm like, so you telling me that the temple of Amen that's sitting in Egypt right now is under the earth, and it's not in Egypt on the west bank of the Nile River? I mean, these guys, man, to make themselves look good, they will tell the most blatant lies and make the most ridiculous arguments, man. I mean, like he didn't even think, he didn't even pay attention to what you had to say. He was just so quick to say you're wrong, all because he want to make himself look good.
They love to do that. They love to do that. But one thing they don't like is when you bring up their plagiarism, you know. And really, we should deal with issues with degrees of priority. You know, if we want to argue different Kemetic words or words of other languages, we can do that. But when somebody steals from other people's work and sells it, if he didn't sell it, that would be another issue, but it would still be plagiarism. But for strange reason, people don't want to address that. I mean, he addressed Dr. Obadele Campbell and he talked about his character. He even made an analogy talking about what Dr. Campbell did was like, being in a barber shop and talking to your friends. And he even said it's like a woman who goes home and is venting about her day at work. Can you imagine? That's how he described the paper of Dr. Obadele Campbell. I mean, the nerves, the arrogance, and he talked at one point about Obadele Campbell's character. He's the one who plagiarized. How can you talk about people's character when you plagiarize? I mean, damn,
Exactly.
man.
Exactly.
And you notice, once again, brother, I've been live streaming for 3 hours. I don't recall anybody saying that he's wrong for his plagiarism.
Yeah. Yeah, because yeah, and he did it without Cambone being there. Wait a minute, says Sean P is a liar like brother Radio One says
Oh,
he
that
did
that that
a
I don't
book.
mind. I don't mind. I don't mind if you see the thing with the vaccination.
Oh yeah.
If people feel like it's wrong, I understand. What I don't really like is that it's like some vegan, for example. I don't eat meat, but I don't go over the top with it. Some people are very militant and they will do some sort of demonstrations. There's a guy in Paris. He's against pollution, so he goes and when he sees SUVs, he just flattens the tires. One day somebody will catch him and he will he will get it for real. So a lot of people who are against vaccination, they were very harsh towards those who will get vaccinated. People have the right to be vaccinated if they want to. You know what I'm saying? And what we can observe is that many people used to say, well, the vaccine will give you this and we do that to you. I don't know if I can say at least half of the population got vaccinated, or let's say in the so-called developed countries in the Western world. But it's safe to say that for the most part, people did not suffer any ailments whatsoever because of the vaccine. Now, I'm sure they will say, well, leave it a few years and you'll see, as if it's almost as if people will turn into mutants. So I understand if people don't want to get vaccinated, what I'm saying? But we shouldn't just, go and criticize people because they want to be vaccinated. And there's this hypocrisy, really. When we are sick, we go to the doctors, and if necessary, we go to the hospital. You know. But the
Yeah.
vaccine, for strange reason, what I'm saying, is wrong, is harmful. Yes, it was a bit rushed, it's true, but we had a pandemic, and they remember the Black Plague. So if they
Yeah.
don't take action soon enough, then they know what the result will be. So they took those measures. But this kind of what I'm saying anyway could spark some other debate. What I'm trying to say is, brothers and sisters, if you're against a vaccination, I understand you have the right, but I wouldn't label someone, pseudo because he advised our people to be vaccinated. And I don't like that guy because he's a groupie and he follows plagiarizers, dishonest people. But on that particular stuff, I will not fault anyone for telling our people to get vaccinated. But please go ahead, brother Radio One.
Yeah, yeah, I'm about to take off in a minute here because yeah, I'm eat dinner with with the family and all. But yeah, you know, I know some guys who associated with this platform. They got to watch their words and all that, man. But I mean, but me, it's different, man. I don't care, man. And I'm gonna be honest about Sarnetta. I've been watching his platform for a long time. Okay, I'm coming from someone who was a spectator and who was once a subscriber of his platform for a long time. Okay, and he calls himself the big leagues. Okay, but truth is, Sonetta, the HOK, is not the big leagues. Okay, it's supposed to be bigger than what it is. Okay, had he not had a fallout with the real brothers like Sarwa Seti and Shaka Amos, the brothers who I liked it coming on there, until all these fakers and frauds came on, then he will be bigger than what he is. He instead of having 600 views or 800, 1,000 views on his live streams, he will probably have like 10,000 views and be, equaling 100,000 views per video. But a lot of people fell out with Sonetta, okay? Because when his platform changed and we started to see, all these fake scholars like Garfield and all of them come on there, these Johnny come latelys, okay? These Johnny come latelys who say everybody is wrong, okay? These Johnny come latelys who don't speak the English, who's teaching our people a fake history, okay? Come lately frauds who don't speak the ancient language such as or the metanetter, but is teaching our people based on their own opinions, imagination, a late and fake history of Africa. Okay, because everything they say is based in English. Okay, Rob Bourne, when you talk about West Africa, your information is based on the English language, the language of your slave master, not coming from any ancient text. Okay, and these guys, and you have Nepal, because he brought these guys on there.
That's his chick. So he puts her up all the time. He's a
Yeah,
chick.
yeah. I know because I know now I see that she brought like a soft spot on him because I noticed when she come on there because I listened to her before when she was over on SVDL, and she has she's like an integrationist, okay, and Sarnetta was once all about black power. We say black power, but now that she's over there, he got white boys on the panel.
I don't mind that, to be honest. I don't mind
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I mean, but me, I'm different. I'm
Yeah, I
I'm
understand.
I'm black power.
Yeah.
I live in Atlanta. And I'm associated with a black power group, and we get uncomfortable around white people. I mean that's just how it is. And
Mm.
if you're yelling out black power and you're hanging around white people, that's a contradiction. If you're gonna have
I
some white
understand.
friends and hang around white people, stop saying black power. Okay, stop saying it and just be ordinary, regular old sonetta or whatever. But stop saying black power and having white boys on your platform and befriending with them. And as soon as a brother come on there, and want to say his piece, you want to cuss them out, and treat them like a dog. But when this white boy come on there, you want to bow down to him and kiss his butt, and that's and that I just had to tell the truth about that platform. Had he not had a fallout with all the real brothers who used to be on there, and now that he got those fakers and these frauds on his platform, a lot of people fell out with him. And a
Yeah,
lot a
but
lot of
what you're
people
saying is very true. He's been falling out with people. He falls out with people very quickly. However, he makes up with them also. Seku, please use a webcam. That's a requirement. So please use a webcam. But you are welcome. You can use your smartphone, you can use a tablet,
Yeah.
you can use your computer, but that's just a requirement. That's oh, thank you, Seku, thank you.
Yeah, and also,
But yeah, go ahead, brother, go ahead.
yeah. I'm about to take off, but also, another problem with Sonetta is his moderators. When somebody come on there and make a comment, and disagree, they can't even make a comment because his moderators block them within a couple seconds.
With the quickness.
Yeah, yes, that's why I don't go over to that platform. I'll never hit the link. I don't want to be associated with that platform, and it is sad what has happened.
But
in our
I understand your point of view indeed, but he makes up with people very quick. It's just that some people he fell out so often that they decided not to make up with him again. But at the end of the day, that's his platform, so he's free to do whatever he wants, and we can learn from that and go a different route. You know what I'm saying? But he is successful. You know what I'm saying? So no matter what, he will continue on the path of success. Now, at what price in the long term, we will see. You know what I'm saying? And I agree that he could have more quality guests, but that's his choice. You know what I'm saying? That's his choice. But really, one thing I would say about Sanetta is that he would tell people how he feel about them, you know, and he has done that many times. You know what I'm saying? And he's not trying to kick knowledge like that about stuff he doesn't know. He would let the guests speak. But now we have a new phenomenon of people who are pseudo as heck, and they have a team of groupies and cheerleaders. And even their groupies and cheerleaders have the nerve to try to want to bring it to you. And they do that in a foul way. But we'll see how it goes in the long term. That really, once again, I cannot wait. And one thing that's going to be sad is that when Garfield will get destroyed by Jabari, many of Garfield's cheerleader, they will no longer be his cheerleaders. Some of them will even say, well, I knew he was going to get crushed. I mean, he will see. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right now, many people are kind of on the side of Garfield because he bangs against Kemetic people. And like you have said, Brother Radio One, a lot of those people come from an Asiatic background or Abrahamic background. And that's one of the main reasons why they don't like Kemet, But anyway, Brother Sekou, feel free to speak. Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, thank you very much, brother. I saw you on the platform, on Garfield's platform. So I saw your contribution there. So that's why I came on here. What's going on is very sad. I see brothers who have totally misunderstand what our struggle is. When I came on Satneta, I thought, this was a platform where we are pushing what I call African Renaissance. Okay, we have moved out of the age of Abrahamic religion. We've been bombarded with European culture and all sort of stuff. So now we are trying to pick up our own culture, try to look back and see what the best Black people have done in history and bring it forward today and then make it better and build on that as a foundation to create something more powerful for us. But certain people will pretend that they are in that struggle. Then as soon as we go forward, we find out that they are actually Eurocentric. They are trying to push the agenda of atheism. They are trying to say, no, Christianity was right, and then this and that. Because if you see this debate that he's having with Jabari, the debate makes no sense. If you sit down and look into it, there's no reason to have a debate on this, actually. It's just about ego. It's about my ego. I want to prove out. I want to bring Jabari down. Or Jabari, why is he so popular in the community? Why do people love him so much? So let me find a way and try to tell people that he's not as intelligent as they think. This is all that's happening with our people. It's not because he has something to really provide. Because whether Jesus or there was a virgin in the Meduneta or not, we see the story. Anyone who have a common sense, when you look at ancient Egyptian war, you will know Islam, Christianity, Judaism, they had their foundation here. It's very obvious. Even Sheikh Anta Diop, he mentioned he was born a Muslim from a Muslim family. He said there's a video of him on YouTube. Sheikh Anta Diop was making a conference in Niamey, in one of the country in West Africa. He talked about the judgment scene. When he got to the judgment scene, he said, this is the foundation of Islam, Christianity, Judaism. There's nothing they can tell us. We are seeing the judgment right here. We are seeing the scales. We are seeing the judges. We see the heart being weighed. Whether we saw them copying or not, there's nothing they can tell us anymore. This is what Diop said. He said, this is the foundation of it. So we see the same thing about Christianity. So now you want to come back. At what point did they copy? Can we find out where they copied from? We have to see the word virgin. And then by the same time, it's a waste of time, brother. I'm telling you, it's a waste of time. Jabari just want to get into this debate. But for me, actually, that's why you see people like this brother, Anthony Brother. He would never involve in such a debate. They will never. Some of the top scholars, Anthony Brother, Ashraf Kwesi, they won't waste their time to have debate with these boys because they don't actually know what they are fighting. They don't know what their goal is. They don't even know what the black people struggle with. They say they are looking for truth. What is the truth? To bring a white boy on your channel to come and prove that Christianity was right, that is the truth? What is the truth?
Truth is facts, you know, what we can demonstrate, but the data allows us to say. And I've never seen any fact that says that Allah is in Egyptian text, or that rise of volcano, or that plagiarism is cool. But Brother Sekou, where you are from? Which country you are from originally?
I'm from Liberia, West Africa.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yes.
Do they have any language like some sort of Pidgin or Creole in Liberia? Or they just have the
so
English?
Liberia was founded by Black Americans.
Yeah, of course.
Who returned. So we create we the natives on the land plus our brothers who came from the United States at the end of the slavery. So our meeting, we couldn't speak English. They were speaking English, and then so we created a broken English in the process. So that we call it Liberian colloquia.
Colloquia.
Yeah.
Is it kind of similar to the Nigerian Pidgin or
No,
the Pidgin
the
of
Nigerian.
Sierra Leone? No.
No, those ones they created a Creole, which is they on the Liberian one is so unique that we are the only one who understand it because American
Okay.
English is different.
Yeah.
So that's why we created something that the other people colonized by British, they can't understand it.
I understand. All right.
Yeah. So if you even listen to my accent, it's quite different from a Nigerian.
Well, I
But
couldn't
we are
tell. I
all
was
in West Africa.
first. I saw Sekou, and Sekou usually is like West Africa, like former French colonized country. And I was like, "Is that a French accent?" It's like, "Oh, it sounds like a Nigerian accent." It's like, "No, that's not a Nigerian accent." So I was like, you know, but
Yeah.
that's
So
interesting.
we have a unique accent in West Africa due to the African American influence.
And were you born?
Yeah, not just African Americans, for the Caribbean. People came from the Caribbean and all that. They were trying to return to Africa during the Gavi's movement. And so many people came. So Liberia was supposed to be the foundation of Gavi ideology, but it was sabotaged by similar people like this, a group of Christian missionaries. Yeah, I'm telling you. Liberia was supposed to be where Garvey was supposed to establish himself and start everything, but they sabotaged Marcus Garvey, and they used Christianity and all that, and they connived with the Europeans. They acted that they were part of the black struggle, but they connived with white America, and then they took Liberia from Garvey. Now they turned it into a mess.
And African Science wrote that you speak French too. Is that correct?
Yeah, I do speak French.
How come you know the French? Were you born in Liberia?
Yes, I was born in Liberia. So
did you
Liberia had civil war.
Yeah. Oh, you moved.
Yeah, I did live in our neighboring countries are French speaking. Cote d'Ivoire,
Cote d'Ivoire.
Guinea.
Okay.
So they are neighboring French countries. So during our civil war, we moved to the neighboring countries like Cote d'Ivoire. So I lived there. So I was able to pick up some French.
Do you know Jula as well a little bit?
Yeah, brother. Are you talking about the war with Prince Charles and Charles Taylor and Prince Johnson? I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you repeat the question again? The network kind of went up.
Oh yeah, it was frozen. You speak a little bit of Jula, do you? Or do you understand a little bit of Jula?
Yeah. So Jula I am actually what you would call Jula. That's my ethnic group, but it's
Okay.
officially called Mandinga or Manding.
Yeah, yeah.
So in Ivory Coast, they are called Jula because the word
Yeah.
Jula means business people.
Yeah.
So because in Ivory Coast they were known as business people,
Yeah.
so they were
But
called Jula. But it's the
it's
same
the same in
language that are
Guinea-Conakry
called
and
Mandinga. Yeah, it's the same.
yeah, yeah. Okay, so you speak Manding. Okay, so you basically understand also Bambara
Yeah.
a little bit.
That-
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
yeah, basically, Bambara is also a dialect of the Mandinga.
Of the
Yes.
Mandika, yes. Okay. That's good. That's good. Well, Jarama, Inisoroma.
Yeah, that's yeah. Njarama is Fulani. The Inisogoma, that's Mandinga. That's
Mandika,
Bambara.
yes.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Yes,
Yeah.
brother Shaka.
So
Yeah, I'm about to
essentially, our ancestors. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
Yeah.
yeah,
Go ahead,
yeah,
brother Radio One. Yeah.
yeah. I'm about to take off. Yeah, but I just want to say, it is important that all Africans in the African diaspora reclaim Egypt, reclaim Kemet. Do not allow the Arabs, the modern day Arabs in North Africa, okay, the land of Islam, the land of the Arabs, do not allow them to hijack this culture, okay? Because we have the text.
Right.
We have the ancient text that says where these people were. We can show you a migration too, but we don't even have to show a migration because it already says where they were. And now these guys, okay, they have nothing. Trust me when I say this. Every time I say that we ain't no damn Egyptians, well, we don't come from Egypt,
we're from West Africa.
Yeah. Every time they say this, they never show a source. They just say it. They just say it based on their own opinion. Yes.
They are repeating the arguments of the Europeans.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because everything Garfield is saying, Garfield is saying, everything these people are saying, these are the European talking points. They didn't create anything new. It's not like they are thinking. It's not like they are some kind of a thinking people. They are trying to fix something. No, these are European talking points that you are picking up and then bringing against us. We already know that the idea of we are not Egyptian. Look, go and read the book written by Abubakar Musalam from the University of Senegal, Cheikh Anta Diop University. He showed you the migration route. He gave you the oral history, the oral tradition before colonialism, the oral tradition that has been intact. The people of Ouagadougou Empire, they said this, we come from the Sudan area. You have a lot of tribes pointing to the Nile Valley. The entire oral tradition, that's oral people who have never read about hieroglyphics, they have never read about Egypt, ancient people, what the European came and then heard them say about their origin and wrote it down. It's been compiled. All of them point to the Nile Valley. You want to debunk that?
But brother, what's sad is that because he's
and
not
they say,
but some people are elitists, so the brother is not African American, so they will not really check it out, and they will ultimately say, well, his linguistic comparison is pseudo, it has not been accepted, and stuff like that. But I mean, like you said, and it's interesting, a lot of people who do this type of criticism, they don't really read that much. They go on Google and look for articles, but because they don't tell Black Muslims, oh, we're not Arabians, we're not Arabs, we're not from Arabia. They don't tell Black Hebrew Israelites, we're not from Canaan. Now, even though some people are talking about the 12 tribe chart, what I'm saying, but overall, the first thing when we talk about Kemet, we're not from Kemet, we're not Egyptians, we're from West Africa. Like, whoever chooses a way of life or religion, it doesn't have to claim to come from this area. You know what I'm saying? So, and I agree with you. Most of the thing that Garfield says, we can tell he reads that from some, Christian websites. You know what I'm saying? So,
and
they're making American. We're not always in America.
Hold on, brother Sekou, please.
People,
can you repeat the name of the book? Abubakar Lam.
It's called the Origine de Peul. I have to write it. It's in French. It's called.
It's not translated.
Origine Egyptienne de Peul.
book?
No, it's still in French. He wrote a lot of books. He is a specialist. He specializes in the migration routes of Africans. That is a special. He's a professor at the University of. He talk about the Fulani's extraction. At what point they migrated from the Nile Valley. He's a Fulani himself, so it's not yet translated into English. It's in French.
All right, yeah, it's one of the books that's on my list, of to read books. But I would just share in the chat, even though it's in French, just in case some of
Yeah,
audience
Boubacar
members.
Mursala. You can, and a lot of these authors, if you want to find them, there is a journal, the African Egyptological Journal called Revue Ankh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Revue Online.
When you go to Ankh, you will see their names there.
Yeah.
And some of them are doing a lot of work. They are writing. They think that when they go to a YouTube and argue, that's where the debate is. No, our scholars have taken this thing to the university level in all over Africa. They are fighting it out. You think they are in Ivory Coast? There's an entire department there.
And you're probably aware of that article, that PDF from the website Ankh Online, showing all the different vocabulary words from the Middle Nature compared with many different African languages. And I've shared it quite a few times, but our people will still ignore that, because when we look at our people in America, we don't have so much vocabulary like from the Hebrew language, because all these people claim we are from those different tribes, but we have quite a fair bit of vocabulary, that comes directly from Africa. We might see that more maybe with the on the islands, like Haiti and other islands, but still, we can find some remnants, and not just the language, but things like pouring liquor, that's obviously from the libation, so there's a lot of things like that we can find. But it's okay, this is like you're welcome, P Look. This is a struggle, this is a fight, and we need to identify who our opponents are, not necessarily our enemies, but at some point we need to come to conclusion. You know what I'm saying? Those people, they are against what I'm standing for. So I'm not gonna act like it's all good and we brothers and you want the benefit of the community. They have an agenda, and clearly Garfield's agenda. Oh yeah, I have it. There it is.
So I bought
Yeah.
this book. I am not, I don't know how to read. Okay, very good, Medu. But I bought this book and then tried to follow some videos online by Rekedi Amen and other people to see how I can get some few words. Believe me, brother, I'm not a linguist. I just did social service in the college. I'm not a linguist, nothing, but I speak Madinga, I speak Hausa, I speak quite a few African languages.
Oh, Hausa.
When I started reading, when I look at the Medunata translation, I see many words that I already know in African languages. I'm even surprised. Even the word gave, D Nesut, the king gave. In my language, D is to give. When I find the word per, house, I know a language in Liberia, in Kisi, the per is for house, a building. I see languages that I can literally find. Even the word Ra in Hausa, Rana is the sun. If you Google, just type the word sun in Hausa language, you will find Rana. The same Ra is present. These are not complicated stuff. I am, as a layman, I've seen words in my language, in the Medu. I don't need to argue with anyone anymore.
Yeah, and that's the beautiful thing. Now, unfortunately, our brothers who ended up on the continent, most of them, they don't have any other language, so that's the thing. But some of them have taken the effort of, learning some other language. The funny thing is that, you have some people who used to call themselves linguists, and so far I only heard them, speaking English language, you know what I'm saying? But that's just in passing. But just in case you don't know, maybe you've heard that already, but I'm giving Medunetsu classes, in French and in English, so if you or other people are interested, feel free to contact me. There's an email address in the description of this video.
Yeah, brother. Also, man, like when it comes to Garfield, man, and those guys, man, they're very slick. That's why you have to know the history. You have to pay attention to what's going on. Now, notice he says that he stresses the fact that he is against the curse of Ham, or we not Hamites. Then he says we not Egyptians, you know, because when you now when I was doing my studies, now I didn't used to believe this, but when you look at the real history and you look at the language, you know, you find out that Ham is not even the real word. The real word is Cam. That is the word that is written in the Hebrew. Yeah, and it's also written in the Septuagint. Okay, not Ham is not mentioned. Cam, and when you go into the book of Psalms, it says that Ham in Egypt is one and the same. So that's letting you know that Cam historically, not biblically, historically, is really Kemet. Okay, and when he says that, yeah, and when he says that we not Hamites, he's also saying that we're not Egyptians, because I believe that he knows the truth about who really the Hamites were. Now I find it funny, okay, these Negroes going around saying we not Hamites, but the white man and the Arab in North Africa, they're claiming to be the Hamites. They saying we are the Hamites, we are the Egyptians, we are the people who built the pyramids. You know, so I mean, I say take it all, man. You know,
I find it very appalling. They say we Egyptomania. So I asked, are you guys Greek?
I'm glad you said that. Go
are
ahead,
you guys Greekomania? That's one of the questions I asked. I said one of the reasons Egypt is important is because we are looking at our history. We are the only people that have been indicted in the world as being people who have created nothing, contributed nothing to civilization. That is playing on the psychology of our children when they go to school. Yeah. They say education begin in Greece, philosophy begin in Greece. Everything our children learn is start from the white man. So they begin to see the white man as the image of success, the image of greatness. That they even begin to look at themselves as the best version of black people who have ever existed, because other black people were always primitive. So that kind of psychology, that kind of education, which the colonial system has given to us, it stagnate our progress, because we begin to see the white man as the image of glory, as the image of success. What Canada has done and the Kushites have done is to debunk that theory, is to tell the white man, no, there was a point you were learning from us. There was a point when you were not so great. When the Kushites were building the city of Kerma, Greek and Rome was far in the future. So you were not the symbol. So for us, that's a paradigm shift in science. It's a paradigm shift in psychology. It's a paradigm shift in education. This is what these guys are calling Egyptomania. Are they crazy?
It's crazy. It's crazy. And I'm glad you said that, because recently I've quoted Champollion. Champollion stated that, and I will read the title again. I'll read the title of the video. Champollion stated, ancient Egypt taught the arts to Greece. He even labels some place in Greece, the inhabitants of this place, as savages. Champollion actually describes the scene that he saw when he said that the Egyptians and the Africans were depicted the same, which could not be otherwise. And he said, well, I'm ashamed to say, but those people with tattoos, some real savages, that's us. And he says, well, at least we can see how far we've gone, But they will not say Champollion is an Egyptomania. He will not say that. They will not say that Champollion is Afrocentric, But yeah, that term Egyptomaniacs, as long as he doesn't say, oh, you guys are Bible maniacs, you guys are Torah maniacs, you guys are Quran maniac, or any other terms ending with maniac, and the fact that he uses it mainly for Kemetic people, that's fine as well. He tried to act like, because I brought that to him, he tries to act like, oh, I'll talk about other people too, man. Come on, man. It's been going on for like maybe a good 2 years. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. I mean, we identify, and people can see through that. You have some ulterior motives, and you have the right, I mean, a lot of those guys, they come from Greek fraternities. Asahimo fake, he stated himself live on air that, he bent it over and got smacked in the bum. That's the kind of thing they used to do. So I can understand you have some affinity with your fellow friends because you were in the same fraternity. I don't know what their mindset is. Then he was a Hebrew Israelite, so that's why he was trying to, kick all that linguistic acrobatics to tie himself to the Bible. But at the end of the day, we can definitely get some clarity. um
Yeah.
all these things is
Mm.
going on. Actually, it's not so bad, to be honest, because we see through people, we get some clarity, we get to know who is who and who we can roll with. And once again, before today's events, you know and yesterday's events, when Osam Ka suggested that, maybe me, Osamka, and Reggie might, organize some tours. I told him, Reggie's banging on Kemetic people all the time. He can do that 1 week straight. Then he would eventually defend Kemet and he would start beefing again. The dude is just inconsistent. You know, he doesn't know where to stand, and he's not solid. So we cannot
Hold on.
rely on people who are not solid. You know what I'm saying? What do you stand for? You will never see a Hebrew Israelite, being cool with people that bang on Hebrew Israelite. Same for Christians or Muslims, you know what I'm saying? So we cannot have those guys who are Kemetic, whether they claim to be or not. You know what I'm saying? We talk about Kemet and want to act like, they are the main guys who deal with Kemet because, they've been dealing with that when people were still in school. But yet you cool with all the people who bang on Kemet. And matter of fact, once again,
Yeah.
he gave ammunition to the Hebrews or lights to go against Seti. And that's a real foul. That's a real foul. And he also did the same thing with Jabari. Now we understand he hates on Jabari. He's jealous of Jabari. But if you're Kemetic, why would you do that? You know, me, I'm Kemetic. I want to see Jabari win. I don't want to accept anything that's inaccurate or made up. But as a Kemetic person, it's normal that you want to see a fellow Kemetic person win. And for once, we have a Kemetic group, that's organized, and himself, besides the group, he's been doing well with the debates. He's been nicknamed the Floyd Mayweather of the conscious community. That's also one of the reasons why people hate, because when you're at the top, many people want to get your spot. But for once, he looks good. You know what I'm saying? Wow. I mean, come on, man. I will leave it there, man. I will
It's
leave it
it's
there.
it's,
Yeah.
it's, it's very pathetic. It's a lot of jealousy,
Yeah.
and then this problem continue in black community, because that's why we need to be careful. We that are trying to push the agenda of African Renaissance. For me, I don't call it. Some people like to call it Kemetic, but I call it African Renaissance because the Kemetic legacy, the Kushite legacy, and all this legacy of Wagadu Empire, we are bringing everything in, and then we are trying to pick the best that can work for us in this generation and to get us to where we want to get to. So this, we have to be careful. We don't see that anybody just because they have black skin, therefore they are part of the change that we want. It's one of the things Dio said, I always remember. He said when he stumbled on Egypt and started reading about it, he said he was disturbed. He didn't want to bring it forward. He said because he was disturbed because the kind of information were coming across, that when he brings this forward, they are going to say he's crazy. But when he looked at it, the fact was overwhelming, and he decided to bring it forward. He said the greater opposition he has faced, it's not the European, it's black people. He said he can trash the European in a second, that they can't stand him, because when he brings his language on the blackboard, you can challenge him with his language. But the problem was the African who is not educated as much as him, who does not have the knowledge he has, but wants to challenge him to prove to the white man that he is on his side.
And I'm
Yeah,
glad with
brother.
what you're saying. Yeah, go ahead, brother Radio One. Yeah.
Yeah. Also want to say, I'm about to take off, but yeah. Sekou, yeah. Whenever you get a chance, I have a YouTube channel called Pharaoh Mitzrayim. Okay, and I entertain those old sources, and I tell the truth about them. Okay, I caught Garfield entertaining those sources, and he flat out lied about them. Okay, but I told the truth about those sources, and also, like, when you go against the Bible, when it comes to this Ham thing, when you go against the Bible, you're playing your role. You're being Hamite, because the Hamites, who were they in the Bible? They were the enemies of the people of the Bible. They were the enemies of the Israelites. So when you say that you're going against the Bible and you come from Africa, you're a Hamite. Regardless, and also, when you say that we got cursed, it was the Bible that cursed you. Okay? The Bible cursed Ham. But in history, the Hamites or Kemite, okay, in history, the Kemites were blessed. They were the greatest people on earth. Okay, the history does not say the same thing as the Bible is saying. Okay, like I said, I don't follow the Bible, but I read it, and I disagree with it and I go against it, but I'm intelligent enough to know that it was the Bible that cursed Africans. Okay, but in history, we were the greatest people on earth. And that's why you have to distinguish what the Bible says and what history says. But at the same time, you can't reject who you are. Okay. Now, when I say I'm a Hamite, I say it proudly. When I go on these other platforms, these Hebrew Israelites, I say I'm a Hamite and they hate it because I'm not claiming the people of the book. I'm not claiming Israelite. Okay. When I say I'm a Hamite, I'm saying I'm your enemy. I'm the enemy of Israel. That's what I'm saying. But they can't take away who we are. Okay. The Bible cursed us. To hell with the Bible. Okay. Okay. Go with what history says. Okay. But at the same time, we cannot allow these people to steal our identity. Okay. Because we know what was being said 200 years ago, 400 years ago, 500 years ago is different from what's being said now. So why do we have to be something different now than what our ancestors were 500 years ago? 500 years ago, okay? Yeah, 500 years ago, or during the dawn of the Atlantic slave trade, we was Hamites. That's what they called us. They called us Negroes, Hamites. We even according to the historian and writer of Leo Africanus, okay? Leo Africanus, who visited Africa in the 15th century AD. And during his time in Africa, it was well known that the people in West Africa, known as the Negroes, is what he called them, it was well known that they were the sons of Cam, or the sons of Ham, sons of Cush, the sons of Mizraim. Okay, so if you want to be real about it, okay, when we stick to the records and not our opinions, we clearly see that we are the true Hamites. We are the last real Hamites. Okay, when we go by the records, the records prove what we're saying. Like even East Africa, okay? East Africa, Egypt, Sudan. Now, some of these guys want to sit there and say, well, some of the Africans who got off the boats, they were Muslims, they wasn't representing Kemet of the Egyptians are over there in Egypt now. But what they failed to mention is when our ancestors were being taken off the boats, the people in Egypt and Sudan also Muslims. They were not the pharaohs. They were not walking around wearing arms.
Brother, hold on one
They were
second.
Muslims.
One second, Radio One. Chef, why do you say he's crazy? Why don't you come on the panel and explain why he's crazy? What is crazy about it? What he's saying? It's easy to make a statement like that.
Yeah, come on here. Come on here, Chef, and show your source.
Because earlier Sekou was talking about being wary about bringing this information because people might think, well, he says listen to him. Okay, well, that's great. That's a great argument. I've listened to him. I don't feel he's crazy. I might not agree with everything he says, but to label him crazy, I mean, Asai Mo Fake, who's plagiarizing and saying that Allah is in the Egyptian text and rise a volcano, is he crazy? Ujau Isefet, who says that came after a name, it doesn't have anything to do with black, but that is a title. Is he crazy? Garfield, with his behavior of a Christian apologist, is he crazy? I'm just curious, But that being said, some people think that we are crazy. And in the video Kemet and Ma'at at the end, when I'm talking, Kevin wrote, "Saw crazy as S." Well, it took 10 years for you guys to say that. For 10 years, everybody was down with it. Corey wrote that Ujawu crazy too. Yeah, well, took 10 years, you know. I wish that some people were on my side when all those people were slandering me because I didn't agree with the linguistic acrobatics, but it's all good. Better late than never. So, but Corey, you said F Kemet, F the Meduneche though, you know. So now at the end of the video, Kemet Imat, before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, I said that, you know, some of our family members, they take us for granted. Some of them even think that we are crazy. We have, you know, a lot of people who like to criticize Kemet. They might say, well, those guys, they used to marry their sisters. But, you know, Abraham was with his half sister, you know, and they would say so many things. Mainly, they would talk about the nature with the gods, which falls in the realm of mythology. You know what I'm saying, or symbolism. But they don't want to focus on the rulers for which we have artifacts. But in their belief systems, we don't have the artifacts. You know, Shefren wrote, "I like your channel though." Well, I appreciate that. Contender Thinker wrote, Contrarian Thinker wrote, Kefren, are we going live tonight? We gotta we gotta talk about this with Ma'at Forever, what Ma'at Forever brought up, you know. But I mean, what I brought up earlier, Sekou was talking about, I'm sorry, Radio One was talking about the curse of Ham. A lot of Christians like to say, well, first of all, it's not the curse of Ham, it's the curse of Canaan. But when we look at the text, when you look at the descendants of Ham, it's obvious who is talking about. And besides, we have the writings. Now, some people might argue it's not necessarily in the Talmud, but it is definitely in the exegesis of Judaism, where they talk about, you know, your members will be shamefully elongated. You know, your hair will turn, you know, nappy, and your lips will swell and stuff like that. So it's just clear and obvious, but people want to dispute that, you know. And
Yeah,
and
but
and, and
brother
yeah,
Shaka.
go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, just briefly. In the Bible, when you pay attention to the text, okay, Ham and Canaan is the same person. So when it says it cursed Canaan, it's talking about Ham. It's the same person.
Well, it's the one of the son of the other one. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a big difference, but it's a talking point. You know, they like to say, "Oh, it's not Ham. It's not the curse of Ham. It's Canaan. Canaan was cursed." You know, but it says he will be a slave to his brothers. But uh and you know, we've heard, you know, what Garfield said, you know, show me this, you know, they act like, you know, we kind of making stuff up, but now they're like, oh, does he really mean virgin? Well, we have other meanings. So you see, it's not the same narrative anymore. First, it's like there's no such thing as that. But that's just one example. Because I mean, I could show some scholars who translate it as such, as virgin, you know. But I don't want to deal with this for too long, because like I said many times, there's more than people would expect. There's a lot more um, uh, influence, plagiarism, copying that we find in the Bible from Kemet that people would expect. But instead of us, you know, being
You know,
supported and having the time to go through the text, we have to deal with stuff like that who are constantly on the attack. But go ahead, Sekou.
Yeah, that's why I reminded him. I said, first of all, when we are speaking of language, you see, language is a vehicle of culture. The culture that people have, the language is a medium by which they express that culture. So sometimes the way the people think, that's the way they express words. The way that I use the word like gay to give an example to him. I said many years back, when people use the word gay, it meant something different. It
Yeah.
meant happy.
Yeah,
It meant
joyful.
something, yeah, joyful. I said, but these days, when you use the word now, the culture has shifted. So culturally, people will get a different understanding of it. I say in my language, has shifted. And a young lady to use the word understanding of it. Virgin. I say in my language, it doesn't really exist. The word virgin is the same as the word maiden or young girl. It just refers to a younger girl who is innocent. If you say maiden or you say to a virgin, just depend the context in the sentence will be. Even if you go to the Bible, I'm very sure the word they translated as virgin as well.
You're breaking up, Sekou. I don't know if maybe there's any chance that you maybe get closer to a window. But you've been breaking up for the last like minute or so. I don't know if you can see me. Your screen is frozen right now. Uh, but I heard what you were saying, and I mean we could go there as well. We could go to those texts and look at the original language and the translation. But I don't feel like doing that because I'm cool. Even if they reject that translation, I didn't expect them to do otherwise. But Sheffrin, can you say something?
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
good.
we can hear you. Feel free, brother.
Oh, man. What's going on, though, bro? What's up? I was trying to get on earlier. I was leaving work and my Bluetooth was connecting to my car and it was acting
Oh,
crazy. So that's why I couldn't but the whole time I was telling you I was on my last person and I wanted to get on, but I didn't want to be hooping and hollering in the barbershop. So I just waited till I left. But I definitely
The network is not working upstairs. I don't know why.
oh, we can hear you, Seku. We can hear you,
Oh,
Seku.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
No problem.
I have, yeah,
Just
I
gonna
was
listen.
saying,
Oh, okay. Okay, just wait. Hold that thought. Just let Kevin speak. Go ahead, Kevin.
Oh yeah,
okay.
so from earlier I really got on. This is my first time. I didn't know you had your own channel. But when you mentioned it on Garfield, I had clicked on a couple of your videos and I actually was entertained, you know what I mean? So I was like, I like the channel, you know what I mean? And I don't have too many disagreements um with your positions. Now I'm not an Afrocentrist. So, I definitely differ with you on some of those points, but
Like what?
on
I'm curious.
what you know well with the whole
What is an Afrocentric, brother?
what's an Afrocentrist?
Oh, that's a negative. Afrocentric is negative. Just like
Yeah,
Hotep
because
N-word, you know.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I
yeah.
yeah,
understand.
because the words are floating around and they don't know. Sometimes they are using the wrong terminology from Mary and Lefkowitz. That's why I wanted to ask him, what is an Afrocentric?
No, well, Mary Lefkowitz and them definitely took on Afrocentrists head on, right? So, I think she would have a good understanding of what a damn Afrocentrist is.
Yeah,
So
you said you are not an Afrocentric, so I wanted to
no,
know who
no,
is an.
no, I'm not an Afrocentrist. Right? I think
Yeah,
we,
who is?
I,
What
I
is
think
an
we
because
all.
Afrocentric?
I
Oh,
understand him because like myself, I usually say I'm not Pan African, so I have an idea, you know. But if you don't mind, like what kind of the things you don't agree with, that I'm saying, like just out of curiosity.
no, not nothing that you say particularly, but I disagree with most Afrocentric standpoints, right? Just the overall overarching theme of holding like you had mentioned Diop in them. Like I don't hold them to a high esteem, the way y'all do. And even I'm on a team with Afrocentrists, so I'm not biased, right? I'm on a team when we have Afrocentrists on my study team. So I definitely hear all of the talking points and we just argue about it. We have a diverse group of thoughts, I say. So, you know.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
what I would say is the reason why many people hold D up to a high standard is because on top of dealing with history and of course dealing with Kemet and having the Cairo Symposium when he and Mbenga went against all those other scholars, and some would argue they were prevalent, others would say, well, but the conclusion kind of said that the other party were not prepared enough, for lack of better words. But he was also a physicist, so he was down to evaluate the level of melanin from the mummies. He asked for royal mummies; they wouldn't give it to him. So he's I don't think that people realize
He was
how
very
skilled.
accomplished.
Yeah,
He,
he
he
was very
was a
skilled. And
very accomplished man.
yeah,
Yeah, I
and he
totally
had
agree.
yeah, and he had a PhD. It's a
Yeah.
real PhD. So he was a real scholar, and he also dealt with the linguistics as well. Now some fake linguists try to say that he didn't do the work, but he did the work before most of us were born.
Yeah.
And we have to remember that his first book, or his main book, National Agriculture, that once again in English you have a shorter version, which is African origin of civilization, myth of or reality. In that one, in the English version, you don't have the lexicon, or I don't think you have the lexicon where it compares the World
Yeah, they
African
just
and the legend.
summarized it there.
Yeah, but in National Culture, you have more. That was 1954/1955. So it's easy for people today, like 70 years later, to say, well, he didn't do the work. The linguistic field was not the same.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The method, the knowledge of the linguistics was not the same. So why you want to, you know what I'm saying, act all high and mighty about what somebody did like 70 years ago just to make yourself look good? But I will leave it there. Go ahead, Sekou.
Yeah, one of the reason, you just said it. One of the reason we hold Diop in the higher esteem is that uh, at the 19 around the period that Diop was really coming up in the 60s, 70s. So UNESCO wanted to write a general history of Africa because they said we know European history, we know Asian history. What's up about Africa? We want to know what is African history from the African perspective. So they brought out more than 40 scholars together to be able to give a comprehensive understanding of what African history is. And most of the European scholars on the panel said Africa has no history because they didn't write anything. So we can as well begin their history with colonialism and slavery, because anything beyond that is darkness, because they didn't write anything. This was the position of most scholars in the world. So Diop come along and say, no, I'm sorry, you can't do that. Africa, first of all, we have to start is the origin of humanity. Then we have to start with the classical civilization in Kush and Kemet. Then they said, no, you can't add Kush and Kemet to Africa. Then he said, why not? Let's go for a debate. This is how he took them to the debate in Cairo, and he defeated them because the general conclusion said that he provided more evidence than the counterpart. And after the symposium, the Europeans changed their position because their original position was that Egypt was white. After the symposium, they said Egypt was mixed race, black were at the origin of it, then later it got mixed. They changed their position. So Diop did a paradigm shift for the way the black man image in the world should be changed. We are no longer people who were primitive when the white man came and saved us and brought us civilization. We are, in fact, the foundation of civilization. That's the paradigm shift that we should have added to our educational curriculum to change it so that we don't begin with Greece and Rome, but we begin with Kush and Kemet. So that they like Molefi Asante said, the Iliad and the Odyssey is the first book written in Europe. The Iliad and the Odyssey, that's about 7th century BC. We have Ptahhotep, 2500 BC, a book written by a black man in Africa before there was ever Greece and Rome. So why do you begin with the Iliad and the Odyssey instead of Ptahhotep? This is the victory of Diop. That's why we put him at the forefront of everything. Now, when they say Afrocentric, what they are actually saying is that an African who put the African idea at the center of everything he does. Well, that's what the Europeans do. They put Europe at the center of everything they do. When you want to study government, you begin with Greek democracy. If you want to study love, you study Roman romance. That's what they call it, romantic. That is the Roman way of love. Anything you want to do, it begins with Greece and Rome. Now, for us, it should begin with our classical civilization, which we say is Kush and Kemet. Then you call that Afrocentric. Well, naturally, all black people should be Afrocentric because you should naturally put your culture at the center of everything you do. It should be natural. The reason it's not natural, but it's not a philosophy, is because we have been colonized. So we are trying to rescue you guys from Europeans, from Arabs, to bring you to your own natural culture. That's what you call Afrocentric.
But maybe we can find some work around it, because now today, unfortunately, um, the the term Afrocentric is just negative, and Europeans don't have to say I'm Eurocentric, because when we leave, there's many terms that we use, and it derives from the Greco-Roman world. Even I was surprised when I lived in England. Like they have a drink called Rubicon, and I just knew that drink. And one day, I don't know how, I was online and I found out I think it's some sort of river or something like that, but it has to do with Greek and Rome. So the name of brands, the name of so many things, so many words that we use, it's already there. They don't even have to say that, you know what I'm saying? And it's the same with the Arab world through the religion of Islam, you know what I'm saying? So I understand people's point of view. Maybe we can, it's not that we it's not about being ashamed of the term, but maybe we can say I'm just dealing with history. I'm not Afrocentric. I'm just dealing with history, period. And when we go
No,
through
brother.
history,
The issue is that Modificate Asante, who coined the term, he decided to
yeah,
make it.
hold on. Please, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but of course I'm going to let you speak now. The first time I didn't say anything, but for the record, he's defending Kwanzaa, which is a plagiarism of the Jewish holiday Hanukkah. You know what I'm saying? And that's a big negative. That's a big negative. But I'll let you speak though.
Okay, so Afrocentricity is what is the European who negate and call it Afrocentrism, but the African scholars they call it either African centeredness or Afrocentricity. It's a philosophy because it has to be a philosophy because we have a unique situation where most of our educational curriculum are colonial. So in order to rescue it, in Africa, they don't call it Afrocentric, they call it decolonization. When you decolonize, where do you put it? You put it in your own cultural center. That is Afrocentric. But you don't want to call it that way because they have negated the term. But the Europeans, the European Renaissance, it was about Eurocentrism. The European Renaissance, it was about Eurocentrism, but they don't use it anymore because maybe it might show that they are trying to push the way the rest of the world is we against the other. So that's why they are not using it. But everything we are doing is Eurocentric. It's just the politics of not using it, that's all. But it's Eurocentric. So I don't have a problem actually with the word Afrocentric or Afrocentricity as a philosophy on its own, to be taught to teach you how to recenter yourself, recenter your education, recenter your science from the African perspective. I don't think it's negative. The enemies can try to make it negative because that's what should happen. Anything you create, a negative side has to be created to test it. So it's left to you to see how you're going to elevate it or you're going to abandon it and run. Pan-Africanism has its negative. You see?
And actually, for the record, I think I wasn't clear enough when I say, Afrocentric, that's negative. I'm talking about the term for most people, it's used as a negative. And that's why I was trying to give the example of, Hotep N-word. For a while, that was very big. Now it has calmed down, but for a while, Hotep it was used as a negative. It was just crazy. But who is it? Corey, just do you? He wrote that Mother Nature is like snake oil to him. Is Hebrew like snake oil to you? Just out of curiosity. But anybody can feel free to speak.
Yeah, it can be snake oil. It doesn't matter. It's just those are kind of dumb statement that no one even tried to entertain. So it's a script. It's a writing system. One of the sophisticated in the world. Is at the foundation of many alphabets. So if it is snake oil, so what? Many writings
Yeah.
that
I mean,
started.
I feel you, Seku, but I'm just curious to know his argument about it because he's not the only one who feels that way. We need
Right.
to always be reminded that, and at the end of the day, the majority of our people they don't want to mess with Kemet. They're into the Abrahamic belief system. So I'm not saying that Corey is, but just when it comes to languages, because sometimes I doubt that people are aware how the modern Hebrew came about. The old Hebrew or Paleo Hebrew was at one point almost a dead language. Then they went through some reconstruction phase and they used mainly Yiddish. And actually, a few people kind of know that, but nobody says, well, the Hebrew language doesn't make sense or anything like that. So maybe some people will argue that okay, they have a state where it's the official language, but some people might feel like it's an utopia. But even if we don't have a state, and Record Yamin is working for that, the meta nature could be revived. You know what I'm saying? Some people have tried to look for a language, and many people have opted for the Swahili or Kiswahili because it's the most spoken African language. Though the Arabic language is more spoken in Africa than the Swahili, but as an African language, Swahili is the most spoken language in Africa. But some people don't feel that way because there's a lot of Arabic. It's like a Creole kind of type of language, and I understand their stance. and others will not choose that one because they'll prefer that it will be their mother tongue. But a lot of African Americans have made that effort of learning the Swahili in order to, have that connection, that tie to the motherland, to the continent. But in terms of classical civilization, classical language, like Sheikh Anta Diop said, I agree. People should look into Egypt like the Europe looks into Greece and Rome. So
Yeah, that's the point I always stress, brother. There will be no European science without Greek and Rome. It's impossible. There will be no modern European society. The most prominent Greek, modern European philosopher, Heidegger from Germany, and then the other, all of them start with Plato, Aristotle. This is their foundation. This is the people they have. Even they don't agree with what Plato said, but they put it first as the foundation. This is the first. Their intellectual inquiry begins with Greece. Then from Greek now they can critique Greece. Then they move into modernity. This is their pedagogy. This is the pedagogy of Europe. So now if I want to write, for example, I want to write about government. I want to write about governance. I begin with Greek democracy. I'm a fool. I should start, first of all, how did the Kushite organize themselves in Kush? How did the Kushite Empire govern itself with tribe? How did they survive? How did Egypt organize itself with the system of Ma'at? That is my inquiry. If I'm done with that, then I can come back to West Africa and say, okay, how did the Ouagadougou Ghana Empire organize themselves? At the end, before I can make my conclusion about governance. But if I begin with Greece and Rome, I'm operating in the European universe. When the Chinese speak, they begin with the Confucius philosophy. What did Confucius say? In the Chang dynasty, what did our ancestors do? Chinese begin their inquiry before they get to Mao Zedong. Now they get to Mao, then they come to the Communist Party before they establish themselves. This is how every sensible people move. But there are a group of people out there, they think that we should be, I don't want to use the language, called cultural prostitute, that we are just out there. We don't have a culture. We can pick anything. The black man is anything. We are Japanese, we are Hindus, we are Chinese, we are white men, we are everything. Everything is true to us. No, the truth is based on ideology. Every truth in the world is standing on an ideology. America is a truth standing on an ideology. If you remove that ideology, America does not stand as a country anymore. It is the ideology that you stand on to build your truth and your science. So you cannot say we should not have an African ideology, even if it is wrong. You call white people Caucasian. You call them Caucasian, you call them Aryan. You know, these terminologies are wrong. But they are ideological terminology created for their own ethnic identity. So we should be calling ourselves Negro, Black, and whatever. When someone decides to call himself Kemet to you, I appreciate that person than the person who call himself Negro or Black. Because I would think it's the most oldest term that Black people have ever used to describe themselves. So if someone decides to call himself Kemet to you or Kemite, he's more accurate than the one who says he's African or Negro.
Corey gave an answer for the Hebrew. He said that Hebrews are just crazy. But I was talking about the Hebrew language, though, not the Hebrews, because I know how you feel about the Medu Neter. Now, some of our people don't feel like they are Africans. We have some foundational Black American movement, and before that movement, we had some sentiment like that. Some feel like, okay, we were sold by the Africans. That's what they say. There were some traders. We're not gonna deny that. The Jews had some traders as well, but they don't say Jews sold each other. But Europeans and some Black people like to say Africans, Black people sold each other. We had cases. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
But I'm asking you. I hear the rhetoric, but is it a true statement?
Which one?
That Africans sold each other. Is it a true statement? No matter the connotation behind it or what it leads people to think about Africa, is the statement true?
Well, I will say it is true. There were some traders. Now, before the Europeans came in, We didn't have that dynamic, that dynamic, you know. But the Europeans came with the weapons. So in exchange for the weapons, to make sure that they would not be captured, eventually they sold some people. You know, when they would go to war and stuff like that. So it's
That's
a bit
the only
complicated.
reason. You hear
Well,
me? Is that,
well,
I mean, because you just generalized it to make it seem like the only reason Africans did it was because of their own survival.
well,
Right?
Now,
It
can I?
wasn't a
Okay,
selfish need for European goods, you know what I mean, that was involved in that also. I'm
not
not
just
saying
good.
every go ahead, go ahead.
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
no, carry on, brother.
No, I don't want it to be simplified as the Europeans forced Africans into a situation where the only means of survival was to get involved in the slave trade. Now, I'm not saying that didn't happen with some groups, but at large, right? Over 300 years worth of this insidious trade, there were partnerships that was equal on both sides. So, you know, I mean, come on now, bro. Don't just paint it like. And it was indigenous slavery that was going on in Africa before the Europeans got there. And
Okay,
they were
can I
selling,
say something?
they were selling of people in Africa before Europeans got there. And there was an
Now,
That's a trans-Saharan slave trade, though, brother.
Hold
Yes,
on. There was a African slave trade between different groups of people. Africans selling Africans. It's a labor situation.
In
It
West
happened
Africa? In West Africa?
in West Africa.
Before the trans-Saharan slave trade.
During the trans-Saharan slave trade. Africans had their own societies where they had forced labor also.
What's the source for that?
Can I respond to that?
All right, let me pull it up. Go ahead. You can respond.
Yeah, go ahead, Siku.
Right. Now, you have to understand the politics in this history when it comes to slavery. He can't pull out any primary source. I challenge you, no primary source to show that pre-colonial, pre-Islamic Africa, pre-colonial and pre-Islamic, listen carefully,
All
that
right,
they
so
were
hold on. I hear you.
I'm on the land.
What would you accept as a primary source? Because when I go get something, I don't want you to say
that will be some
your
text.
qualifications.
Let me give you what a primary source is.
No,
the primary source.
For this argument.
For this argument.
All right, go ahead.
I'll be specific. I will give example of Ibn Khaldun, and then who traveled to Mali Empire, saw the people.
That's a Muslim.
Yeah, but he wrote what he saw. It's a primary. Yeah. It's a primary source.
So the Europeans who went there, they wrote what they saw also. Would that be a primary source if it's contemporary?
If a European,
yes.
Yeah.
If a European went to a pre-Islamic and pre-colonial Africa and sat in among their society and saw whatever went on, wrote it down, it can be considered a primary source.
All right. So do you believe that those sources? So you're saying that those sources don't exist? Because we're in the middle of the street right now.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there is no.
You should. If there are sources, you should provide them.
No. There is no empire in Africa. No kingdom have used pre-colonial and pre-Islamic that have sold humans or used slave as a mode of production. It has never happened. There are servants. There were the caste system was there.
Yeah.
There were people who were serving in a society, but no kingdom in Africa, pre-colonial, pre-Islamic, that have used slave as a mode of production before meeting Europeans and Arabs. I challenge that. Then now let me come to where they said.
You know what? I accept your challenge. Continue.
Okay, so now let me. The primary sources. Most of the primary sources we have.
Let's nail this down. Don't keep talking. Let's nail this down.
Okay, now let now. Okay, go ahead.
Don't get Gallop. Now you challenge me. Now y'all heard this. This show, a contemporary source that showed that Africans had an internal slave trade. That's the only thing I got to show, right?
Well, you said that they sold Africans.
Primary Africans selling Africans among themselves. Yes.
Now you would accept the European sources from that time because they the ones who wrote it down.
Well, contemporary sources.
Contemporary to the So that will be an acceptable source. Now remember, it's going to be European. I don't want to hear no. That's the Europeans.
No.
Well,
listen.
I don't get down like that.
The thing is that
you are repeating yourself.
We're gonna wait to see the source, because if it's a source that say, well, we're enslaving Africans, but they used to do that all forever.
No. I'm saying a contemporary source that talks about
the contemporary source will give us the geographical location, the king, and the place where they were selling human, the slave market, the African slave market among themselves. I need to see that, the archaeological record.
Do you have the source now, or you want to prepare it for some other time?
No, I have it. I have it.
Well, feel free then. Feel free.
Okay, then read it. Don't waste our time.
No, I'm gonna put it on the screen. So
okay, no problem. Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
We're gonna look into this because
let's wait for that.
And the book is written by African professors in Ghana about the internal African slave trade. So it ain't a European, you know what I mean, saying this. These are African curators at the slave forts in Ghana. They wrote a book about the internal slave trade in Africa pre-European. So it ain't right.
Okay, we're gonna look into that. Because it is usually said that when some different tribes will fight, the tribe that lost.
Believe me, I know. No, don't help him out. Let him share.
No, I'm not helping him because he's gonna read his source. So no matter what I say, he's still gonna read his source. So the tribe that lost, the men, mainly the men will be placed into servitude. But yes. So prisoners of wars, if you will, they will be placed into servitude. So there are reports of people who started in servitude and then they went up the ranks in society, whether it's the army or other realms of society. So we are far.
Some even became king, like Sakura.
Well, we have many different reports, but we can look into that definitely. But as I started, we had some traders, but pre-European presence. So it's pre-European slave trade, but it's not pre-Sub-Saharan slave trade. Is that correct?
What I wanted to add to what you said, brother, is that
hold on, please, Sekou, just one moment. Now, the source you're going to give us, that's before the transatlantic slave trade, before the European slave trade.
Yes, it's before the European. It's before the trans-Saharan. I mean, the transatlantic slave trade.
Okay, but it's
after contemporary with the trans-Saharan slave trade
and pre-Islamic 7th century, right?
But no, the societies that I'm talking about
during the time of the Sub-Saharan slave trade.
Yeah, the time that I'm talking about is with the Portuguese. Their first contact with West Africa,
1400, something like that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the early 1400s. They recorded the nature of the societies that they was trading with, and they explained the nature of the trade that these people was already engaged in, right? So go ahead.
Yeah, and that was due to the Islamic.
I'm waiting. This is kind of just wasting our time because I thought the source is just there right now.
Don't say that. No. We should really listen to it, and I mean to outright reject it and say
we are like pitching around it, and then it's not coming up. What is the issue?
I gotta pull it off of here.
Give him the time. Yeah, give him the time to to put it up. But I wouldn't say it's a waste of time.
Because I want to lay out the timeline so that we don't go back and forth on it. We are very clear.
Well, you can feel free to speak now. He's preparing the source. So.
Okay, what you call Diop dealt with the issue of pre-colonial Black Africa. The book is there, where the issue of servitude, we have it. There was a caste system. There were lower caste, higher class based on profession in the society. We had it. But there was never indigenous African slave market between kingdoms. Let's say Mali Empire selling slave to Ghana Empire, pre-Islamic, or Benin Empire was taking slave and then taking it to Ile-Ife, to the Yoruba kingdom to sell them. I'm waiting for that data. What we did have the Arabs, they predated the European, the Portuguese. They were the first to have contact with Africa, and they started the Sahara slave trade, because the group of Africans who converted to Islam were collaborating with the Arabs to capture other Africans. That's why you have the slave port in Zanzibar, in Tanzania, where they were doing the slave trade there. And then they were also coming into West Africa, even Timbuktu and other places. Non-Muslim were not safe. They were captured and given out to Arabs. In fact, Diop mentioned one of the kings, I think it's Askia Muhammad also, when he went to Mecca, he took black slaves to give them out in exchange for Quranic teachers. Now, all this happened there. The Europeans have not come yet. Okay, this is the Arabs were leading this trade. Then eventually the European came into the game. So the European coming into the game was not the beginning of slave trade. The Arabs have already done that for centuries before that arrived. So whatever date he's going to give, it has to be above 7th century. If it is above 7th century,
it will not be. It will not be, because he said it will be around the 1400.
Yeah, I
but
gave my
okay, then that means the Islamic slave trade existing.
Well,
Yes,
but let's look at the source though. Let's look at the source.
Societies that I'm talking about are not Islamic though.
Okay, let's hear it.
Right.
Yeah, we'll see. You know,
All right,
we'll
so
see.
let me see. That is
Because you see, it's if you start off saying there was never this and never that, you know, you have to take cautious, because somebody might just actually come with some documentation that shows what we have. It's best to say, you know, do we have documentation for that? Can you show me? You know what I'm saying? Because it's just an advice, a friendly advice to you, brother Sekou, you know.
No, we have never seen a pre-7th century. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, see, he didn't gave another timeline where he's trying to cut me off from the timeline that I already gave. So now he's saying that long as Islam was in Africa, then he's going to blame, that slavery on Muslims. Like, if Africans could never do nothing wrong according to shit like this. That's rabid Afrocentricity. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I wouldn't say Afrocentricity. Maybe you can say romanticism, but let's look at the source first. Yeah, let's look at the source. Because see, somebody in the chat, for example, wrote less than 0.1% of the continental population collaborated with Europeans to enslave other Africans.
The problem is, before you call me Afrocentric, if something is in your culture, will you have to wait for until you are making a very, very valid argument? You are saying that I'm saying 7th century. If it is African culture, it should even go back before that. Why is you have a problem with that? It should even happen in before even 7th century, because it's their culture, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
right.
brother, and also
culture or customs, but we'll see this, what the source say. Go ahead, brother Radio One.
Yeah, while he's trying to find a source, okay. Now, truth be told, the slave trade in Africa was influenced by Arabs and Islam. Period. Okay. Like now even before the Arabs, okay, according to the ancient Greeks and Romans, the people in West Africa today, south of the sub-Saharan Africa or south of Tanzania, they call them Ethiopians. Okay, and they never mention anything about slavery. These Ethiopians being enslaved or they enslaving their brothers and sisters. No mention of that, even according to the Romans and Greeks. Okay, and the Ethiopians, it's according to my knowledge, are the true descendants of Kemet, if you ask me. Okay, but even according to them, okay, now
and the Romans were big. And the Romans were big on slavery. You know, people say that most of the Romans, most of the inhabitants of the Roman society were slaves. But go ahead, brother Radio One.
Yeah, but the Romans, they conquered North Africa. They never conquered the southern part and beyond the Sahara Desert. So if they were enslaving anybody, it was the North Africans. It was the people in Morocco, Algeria, but they never went south to the land of the Ethiopians. Okay, and because that's a period we can't skip over. That is 1st century BCE, 1st century AD. Okay, the people in that area were known as Ethiopians. They were seen as the same as the Nubians south of Egypt. Okay, and that's another period.
You make a very interesting point, Radio One, because we will listen to the source, of course, but we have to wonder why is it that those ancient travelers, whether it's Ibn Khaldun or I forgot the name of the guy who went and visited the Congo, who described the society.
There was also
Uh,
Ibn Battuta.
Yeah, there's. I think that's the one, and also before that, like Herodotus, they did not mention, Africans selling each other, but all of a sudden, around the 14th century, now Africans started selling each other. So after we have
Exactly,
the source,
there were Greeks who came as far as I think Niger, or as far as because it's in the book Negro, they call Christian. No, it's the book written by Blyden called the Negro and Christianity, Islam, and the Negro race. Blyden mentioned how the ancient, some I think the Greeks or Romans came as far as into inner Africa, and they made reports and they wrote. None of them wrote anything about slavery or seeing people being enslaved. Now, Ibn Khaldun and other people, will say during the Islamic era, but when they came, they talked about the non-Muslim society, they saw the Muslim society, how they were behaving. One of the things they said they are the most just people they have ever met. One of the remarks, he said they are very just, that even a foreigner died, your property, they will make sure it get to your people, that they don't play with justice, that they were very most honest people he has ever seen. Now imagine he being an Arab Muslim, going to an African society, he said the most just people he has ever met. Now, we are not romanticizing anything. They were African collaborators during slavery. Nobody is going to judge that here. European couldn't have never done it without African collaborators. But now you want to exchange the collaborator with the perpetrator. That is the European gain. The perpetrator is the European. And he was able to get collaborators in Africa. Just as today in Black America, you have few Black Americans who are collaborators with the system. Are you going to say all Black Americans are against themselves? No, it's only few people who are sellouts. In Africa today, there are sellouts, even today.
Also,
go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I want to address this question on the screen from Taharka, where he says Herodotus said the Garamantes were enslaving Ethiopians.
That's
no,
Libya.
That is wrong. Okay, that is wrong. According to Herodotus, the Garamantes were hunting Ethiopians. Okay, they were not enslaving Ethiopians. Okay, so you gotta distinguish the word hunting and enslaving. Nothing about enslaving is mentioned by Herodotus when it comes to the Garamantes and the Ethiopians. Yes, that is a lie that has been pushed by academia, but no, that is wrong. Herodotus said the Garamantes were hunted Ethiopians, not enslaved Ethiopians. So I just had to correct that.
And it's important, to have this kind of precision. And I've shown. Oh no, I didn't show it actually in the comments. I gave the link. Tufts University. If you type in Herodotus histories and you type in Tufts, I think it's TUFS, Tufts University, you have the text. So when it deals with Egypt, it's book 2. But the other, like Garamantes, I don't know which book it is. Oh, okay, yeah. And he wrote, that was a mistake. You see? Tahaka wrote, that was a mistake. So, but it's available online, not just on the Tufts University, but it's available online. But on the Tufts University, you do have also the Greek. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah, it's
but and I'm glad you see. He stated something, and whether you want to add it, some precision. And now Tahaka say, okay, that was a mistake. But that thing here, most of the so-called teachers of the conscious community, they cannot do that. They cannot say that. Oh yeah, that was mistake. My bad.
That's an honest person right there, Tahaka. Yeah. Some of these writings from Greek. One French professor, an African French professor. I was listening to him. He said sometimes even some of the writing that they have translated into Greek, we have to learn Greek and go. And sometimes they purposely mistranslated them. He gave an example. One of the texts that said that Thales, the first philosopher of Greece, he went to Egypt and he spent about, I think, 20 years or 15 years in Egypt. Now the translation in French says Thales went to Egypt and sat down with the Egyptian priest face to face and had a discussion. He said, but when you go to the Greek text, the word they use there is paisdo, that is a child. It meant that Thales was taken to Egypt as a child to learn, because it's from the word paido you have pedagogy, a child, to teach a child. So he was taken as a child to Egypt. But in the European translation, they say he went to Egypt and sat face to face with the priest. Now, when you read that, you will jump over it. But there's an ideology. It's in play.
It is. And they do the same with the Medunetcha. They like to translate Negro instead of Nubian, Tanehisi. I mean, they had all sorts of tricks. I mean, back then they used to talk about the white race in Egypt, you know, in ancient Egypt. I mean, and there's even, we all know that there's this fake full size, you know, that some European came up with, you know, so they used to go far. But now academia is different, and it's more difficult to falsify. You know what I'm saying? I mean, now we have black people falsifying our history. You know what I'm saying? So they don't even have to do it anymore. Now, you know, we have Hebrew Israelites who say, you do look at the 12 tribe charts. You know, that's where we are from.
Oh, but yesterday a black guy told me that the Egyptians are not black because he saw their lips and their nose. And I'm like, God damn it! This is a black man on the screen, and he's telling me that he look at this Tutankhamun statue, that the nose is a little bit, and then the mouth. I said, have you seen Rwandese? Have you gone to Rwanda? He said, I said, look, go there, you will meet two ethnic groups. They speak the same language, called Kira Rwanda, same culture, but one group have a phenotype that you will call quote unquote Caucasoid. Another group have a phenotype that you will call Negro. They speak the same language, they have one culture. But they never knew about those things you were saying until the European came and created all this stuff. So what is wrong, even if the Egyptian had a slight different phenotype from the Nubian, there is nothing wrong with that. The southern Nigerian today have a little bit phenotype different from the northern Nigerian today, as we speak. They are all Nigerian.
And you know, the phenotype is one thing, but you know, when it comes to the skin tone, it's well known that in the southern part of Africa, around South Africa and other regions, you have a lot of light skin people.
A lot.
And it doesn't come out of mixing you with the non-blacks or Europeans, you know. And as a matter of fact, I think the climate might have something to do with it, because I think in some places it snows in South Africa. But there's something about the winter. The winter is not the same time as us. Like, I think it's like the other way around. Like, it might be summertime for us when it's winter over there. But I don't have all the answers as to why. But we have an example, and once again, that's about the skin tone, not the phenotype. But and the funny thing, go ahead, brother.
I think climate change did happen because Southern African region, like you said, in fact, some of the people with lighter skin in Southern Africa are the people who never mix the so-called bush tribe people, like the Khoisan. They are very, very light skin, and they are the people who have never, in fact, they don't want to come close to European. They are the people who kept their natural life, just like you have the so-called pygmies in the Congo.
Yeah,
they
the
are
so-called bushmen.
So-called bushmen. And these bushmen, called the Khoisan, they are the most light-skinned people in Southern Africa.
Yeah, the so-called bushmen.
So-called bushmen. And these bushmen.
Yeah, we got it. Yeah, but brother Shaka, I would love to stay, but yeah, brother.
Oh man, don't leave yet. I want to show my source.
No, we here, we stay here. You know, he has to go. He's been saying that he has to go. So
okay,
I appreciate that, Brady. One, it's been a long time. It's good to see you. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, indeed, man. It was good. Yeah, good hearing from you too, brother. I hope you stay blessed, man. I hope hope thing is going well with you, and I've been busy doing my own thing, but I'll hop on whenever I can, and I want to say Also, peace to brother Sekou. You know, you going towards the right path. You got a lot of knowledge, and yeah, and I just want to say peace to you, brother, and peace to brother Chef Ron.
Peace,
yeah.
brother.
But yeah, I wish I could stay, but yeah, but maybe if you would still be on, I'll hop back on. But
Yeah, feel free, brother.
but,
Feel free. You know, I mean, I
yeah,
love the participation. You know, and I
yeah,
don't work tomorrow morning, so you know, as long as this participation, you know, it might be a long one. So feel free to come back, brother. You know.
yes, indeed, brother. Well, peace and hotep, brother.
Yeah, Hotep said.
All right, let me
So
show you.
go ahead, Catherine.
Okay, now this is from, let me get this source. This is from Indigenous Slavery in Ghana.
Okay.
All right, hold on. This is from the book Indigenous Slavery in Ghana. Let's get the sister name that wrote it. Deselect.
Is it the history of indigenous slavery in Ghana
Exactly.
by Akusa Adoma?
Exactly.
Okay.
So you familiar with it?
No. I just looked up indigenous slavery in
Yeah.
Ghana on the search engine, and it came up.
Exactly. So listen to what she says.
Okay.
She says the period from the 15th to the 19th century AD. Now remember, the 15th century would it would be 1400s, right? It says saw the introduction of the Atlantic trade into Ghana with profound effects on the lives of the Ghanaians and on the institution of slavery. The first Europeans to set foot on the shores of Ghana in 1471 participated in the existing indigenous southern coastal trade from Senegal to Ghana and acted as agents transporting slaves and other goods from various parts of West Africa to Ghana in exchange for gold. You see that? The
Yeah, but
European.
I'm waiting for you to finish.
Oh, okay. I mean that. I mean, I think that was the crux of what I was.
Well, you know what's funny? You know what's funny is that it starts by saying the period from the 15th to the 19th century saw the introduction of the Atlantic trade. But later on, she says that the first Europeans to set foot on the shores of Ghana in 1471 participated in the existing indigenous southern coastal trade from Senegal to Ghana. So she puts that sentence there, but we don't have any details, you know?
So you don't accept it?
Well,
no, it's not except what you read. It does not say what you say.
Let's say, for example, I'll write a book about your ancestors in America, and I write Catherine's great grandparents participated in the slave trade in the South and they sold slaves, and I don't give any details. Would you accept it?
How is that fact?
Hey, fine. Y'all don't have to accept it. I'm cool with that.
No.
I'm saying, look, is an African writing about African history.
I get
it. So whatever y'all requirements to accept so that's it ain't up to me. Like, I read it, y'all don't have to accept it. You know what I mean? Is cool.
I'm not outright rejecting it, but you know, the other people who went to Africa, they gave details. They gave names of people. They said this is how the society is, and I mean, she just mentions that like that.
No.
Now it says from Senegal. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
First of all, the
she
date.
a liar.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not
I'm
saying
coming.
she's a liar.
And she's an Afro.
No. We are not saying you're lying.
No, we're not
She's
saying
a
she's a
liar
liar.
and
There's not much detail. There's just one
No.
sentence like that, you know.
No, let's look at the fact, brother. What you just read. The lady was saying between 15th to 19th century,
right?
The Europeans arrived and there was existing. She said they participated in an existing slavery or trade And she said the trade begins where Senegal and then
Ghana.
coming down. Now,
Ghana
first
and
of
Senegal.
all, now let's be familiar
From
with
Ghana
the
to
environment.
Senegal.
First of all, there was no Ghana at that time.
Oh Lord.
No,
There
but
was no Ghana.
okay. That's
They just talking about that
yeah.
Yeah, I'm
geographical
coming. Yeah,
region,
I'm
bro.
trying to make you. I'm
No,
trying
they
to
just
tell you
talking
how.
about. Listen, is she
I'm
just talking
coming.
about the
Let me
geographical
just finish.
region,
When I
bro?
finish, then you can contradict me. There was no Republic of Ghana with a border. I'm just trying to tell you how the play was loose and connected. So Senegal, at that period she mentioned, 15th, 19th century, you are talking about Islamization was going on in that area already. The Senegal area coming, yes.
But hold
It
on,
was-
so the
I'm
Senegal,
coming.
Senegal
I'm-
Muslims, are they Africans?
Of course they are
Yes,
African.
they're Africans.
So,
Yes.
so I'm trying to figure out the rationale, right? Because last time I checked, you know, an African can be a Muslim, he can be a Christian. What the hell does their religion got to do with them selling slaves? Now, all right,
this
so
is
if
what they got to do.
I'm gonna pull up another source of
Okay.
people practicing indigenous African
Okay.
religion who was selling slaves too.
Listen now, this is what it got to do. Okay, listen. No, what you just read did not even show that they sold slave. It doesn't prove that. You know that, right? What you read does not prove that. Now, first of all, you said, what the hell is wrong with African Muslims or African being anything? Because Islam is a political and religious culture that is not indigenous to Africa. So it came with its own cultural and political pressure. So you have to understand that Islam came with slavery in Africa. It started the trade. The charter slavery began with Islam. That's the record we have. That's why we always mention Islam. Now, what you read does not give you a name of any king, any place, any primary text of anybody selling slave. This person, just because they are black, they could have been a Christian missionary, they could have been a European apologist, they could be anything, but they have not given a primary text. There's nothing like a Portuguese saying, I went.
I love your stance. No, I love your stance. And,
I want you to give me
being so methodical about this source. I'm glad because I watched you do a whole show and you drew connections with some crazy what was it? Iceman inheritance type of what was Diop joint? The what was you saying? The
Iceman inheritance was written by a white dude, by the way.
The two cradle theory. You went on and you put so much extra shit in that, like that. So now you're being super methodical when a person mentions that Africans participated in an indigenous form of slavery. Now you
know,
need
if I may,
everything dotted for you to be. That's good. I'm glad you have that ability. That you know that you need everything to be stringent and to the T for you to accept it. I'm glad that now we can dissect the stuff that you say by that standard. Go ahead, my bad.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
Shaka,
no
Shaka.
problem. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Chris. Welcome, Chris.
Yeah,
Feel free.
yeah, man. We got the chef up in the building, man. What's going on, bro? What's going on, man? All right. So my question is, are we saying that Africa itself? Because I just woke up, man. And I see y'all still banging here. Are we saying that Africa did not participate in a form of slavery? Is that what we're saying here? I just want to be clear.
No, what we are saying is that the charter slavery, the European transatlantic slavery, the Arab trans-Sahara slavery, they were African collaborators. And these collaborators are in the minority. They were collaborators, but they are in the minority. But the perpetrators of the act were the Arabs and the Europeans. But also we argue the point. Yeah, we are arguing. We are also arguing the point that there is no pre-Islamic and pre-European kingdom in Africa that have existed under production, using slavery as a means of production to build its economy. There is no such kingdom.
Okay. I wanna. Oh, jeez. That's kind of splitting hairs right there. That's a little splitting hairs here because to say Africa did not have slavery in it prior to the Abrahamic faiths, that's a false statement, and I have to stop you there because we can look at Egypt, Egypt and Nubia, and see that it existed prior to the Abrahamic faiths getting there. We could look at the Congo. We could look at the Kingdom of the Congo with King Alfonso V, and we can see that he
Like a
was
Christian.
participating.
A
No,
Christian.
he. Hold on. That see, you getting don't get so sensitive real quick.
He
That's not
no,
true.
it's not sensitive. He
Hold on,
converted
hold
to
on, hold
Christianity.
on. Yes, he converted to Christianity, but he already began to sell slaves before he converted. It was
That's not
not like
pre-European then. You said pre-European and pre-Arab. So what does
pre.
it show that?
Okay, he was trading with the people in the Spanish Empire. He only converted to Christianity later because he thought it would expand the Congo kingdom. That's right there. What you're saying is a little wrong. That's what I'm saying. You're kind of
You
like
are wrong.
splitting
You don't
hairs a
get it
little
that
bit.
you are wrong.
No, man, I'm sorry. It's just incorrect what you're saying.
Now what
That's
you said
all.
about Egypt, is very, very incorrect.
Why
So
wouldn't
you're
they
saying
practice
that?
slavery? Hold on. Why wouldn't they practice slavery? Let's get to that. Because it got to be a
Why
reason.
should they?
Hold on. It got to be a reason why slavery and forms of slavery was practiced by all other human beings where we can find them at. But according to you, Africans couldn't do it until they came in contact with people outside of Africa. Why would you say that?
Because you don't have the facts.
Well, okay, Chris, is there any chance you put the webcam on, please?
Yeah, I'm just putting on a shirt and a hat
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Thanks a lot, brother.
We know how Chris looks. You know Chris real. You know Chris a real person.
Yeah, I know, but just so nobody would say, I'm being biased. It's just so everybody
Yeah,
thinks that.
Chef, I'm gonna get you an on for talking about me though, Chef. You an on for stepping
You
away
welcome
with
to come on
that.
anytime, though.
No doubt, man. Hold on, let me get my camera on here. I'm gonna come back in through my computer. All right,
Yeah,
give me a sec.
no problem, brother. No problem.
All right.
There was no slavery in Egypt and Nubia. Let us be clear, because I think scholars have dealt with this issue, but it keep coming back. You saw people in ropes, in chains in Egypt. So then you conclude there was slavery. No, sir. Can you read the text? Did you find a slave market? There was chattel slavery. They were captives of war. People were fighting, and soldiers were. You think you capture soldier at a war front, then you give them candy? No, they are.
No, I think captives of war is a mechanism that turns people into slaves. I think you're talking about the mechanism versus the institution. All of us were prisoners of war and turned into slaves. Like when you raid a village, you're raiding a village full of free people. Now they become captives, and then what happens to them in captivity is what turned them into slaves.
No,
so I think you're talking about two different things.
But
it's not the same.
If I may, I'm going to wait for Chris to be back and ask him for some reference for the Nubians being enslaved by the people of Kemet, because indeed it is known that there was some conflict, there was some war. Now, one thing I like to state is that there was this letter that was intercepted when some Asiatic wrote to the Nubians and basically told them, let's ally ourselves and fight the Egyptians. So that's probably one of the reasons why they put a smackdown. But that being said, the logic of why wouldn't they practice slavery, it reminds me and usually some Europeans who like to say, well, you guys talk about reparations, but I didn't do anything, why should I pay? That doesn't come into play when it comes to the Second World War and when it comes to the Native Americans. But they like to say that, and many times they said, well, Africans did not practice slavery because they didn't have the power to do so. If they had the power to do so, they would have done it. So we're talking about intentions, and I think it's best indeed to deal with the facts, to deal with the records. But there's been a slight shift, however. First, we talked about selling Africans, but now we're talking about slavery in general. So servitude and slavery seems to be interchangeable there. I don't know if you recall, Catherine, but you mentioned forts, but so far you just gave us one sentence.
You said four. You said I mentioned what?
I could have sworn that you mentioned forts when you talked about Africans being sold, or maybe I misheard. Maybe I misunderstood you.
You said forts, like
Yeah, like fortress.
Oh,
forts were.
okay, yeah. There was No, I was saying that the lady who wrote that book, she was a curator at those museums that where the forts in Ghana.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, so I misunderstood. I misunderstood. Okay.
Now, I'm not saying that Africans had slave
Yeah.
forts. I'm saying they were European
Yeah.
trading posts that they had set up
Yeah.
that Africans helped build also.
And that's where I misunderstood you.
Okay.
And so yeah, that's interesting. But brother Chris will come back. So we can get some clarity. Look up the video. General Clark says Africans did not participate in slavery, meaning initially the Arabs and European used coercion techniques, scare tactics with guns, etc. And there's one thing also that I want to state for the record is that we have a lot of people who actually condemn the participation of some Africans in the transatlantic slave trade, but somehow many seem to have more condemnation towards Africans than the Europeans.
But
And
that's the
sometimes,
idea. That's the reason they do it. The reason is to escape because let me tell you the reality. It's called soft target. No, wait, sir. I'm coming, Captain. There is an attitude. I belong to a political party called the Economic Freedom Fighters. We have in South Africa and in Liberia, other African countries. We did a study. Black people love soft target. They like the people that they can fight, that there will be no repercussion. Fixing the European is
can't
difficult.
even listen to you.
Wait,
I
wait,
cannot
sir.
listen to a continental African tell
wait.
me that I shouldn't be mad at your people for fucking slavery. That's crazy.
Okay,
but
let me continue.
But Catherine, you say you.
Continental African is telling the descendants of slaves that we shouldn't be mad at them for slavery.
No, that's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying.
I should condemn white people, but I shouldn't condemn Africans.
So you condemn both apparently.
Yes.
But which group of African are you condemning? Because so far you just read one sentence.
No. But we know that. All right, we know that for the most part, Europeans just wasn't running up in there grabbing slaves. It happened, but that was fewer. The norm was, it was a third party trade. They had Africans getting the slaves and bringing them to them. So I'm saying, why wouldn't I hold both parties accountable for what happened to my people? I'm just as African. I would be just as African as this brother. So it's a legitimate argument.
Okay.
Now the problem with the argument is that you are trying to think that you and I belong to different parties. Well, we don't. Yeah, well, wait. If a European took an African, he took a family member of an African. He took somebody dad, he took somebody husband. Let's assume you and I were in Africa, you were my brother, and you were kidnapped and taken into slavery. Do you think the family you left there were not affected? Now you blame that family that was affected as well. It's more complicated than you think, because some people, yeah, maybe your grandfather was our king in the village when the European raided and they took him, and now we all left without a king. We were also affected. So it wasn't like there was a group called a Black American that we're taking. It was our family member that we're taking.
Right. But
it was our loved one.
I'm not agreeing with.
Yeah, I wanted to finish saying what I was saying here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now,
brother.
if we look at what slavery is, all right. Now, I'm not faulting anybody for it. I'm faulting a system. All right. I'm faulting a system that we should not have created. If Africans were the first on this earth, the first to create and cultivate civilization, we used slavery as an archaic form of work. These are facts. Now, in a book that I own called, let me share it real quick. Let me share this. All right. Because if you're looking for it, as Sheffrin is saying, verbatim, you're not going to find it. But when you begin to trace the history of it, and you begin to trace the history of not Africa, but slavery, you begin to see that it was a system that was in place when you had other tribes conquering other tribes, other kingdoms that would invade other civilizations on the west coast of Africa. When the Arab slave trade started, or when the Portuguese came into West Africa, what they did was take advantage of an economy that practiced such. Now, in this book here, and there are primary sources in here, and I don't want to sit up there and just stand on it and say just because it's written, it's true. I'm not saying that. No, because we have to be careful with all of that. All right. Now, this is a book, and I hope everybody can see it here. I want everybody to be able to see this here. All right. Can everybody see it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is called The Portuguese in West Africa. And in this book, it's a documented journal. There are documented journals in here on what the Portuguese witnessed when they first came in contact in West Africa with the kingdoms in West Africa. And they even stated, they even made mention of the fact that other kingdoms were practicing slavery. Now, it might not have been on the level of the transatlantic slave trade, but they began after conversions to participate in the transatlantic slave trade. And I don't know why we're arguing about something something like that. You guys are both right. Chef is right, and the brother down here is right. But we got to get away from this false narrative of romanticizing the kingdoms in West Africa or in North Africa and saying that they did not participate in slavery. That is a false assessment of history right there, brother. You can't say that.
But you know, Chris, this issue is very delicate, and it's a good thing we talk about this. But just a little bit of nuance. In the first place, what was argued is that slavery, selling other Africans, let's say, was not practiced on the continent before the arrival of the Europeans and the Arabs. So if the Portuguese, came in and had that system, what I'm saying. I wanted to give an example. Like, let's say I'm in Africa, and some people just kidnapped all over. You know, they, and I want to save my family members, and it's a hard pill to swallow. But if I don't bring them what they want, they will take my family members, because Leopold II, who caused the death of 10 million Congolese people, because a lot of people talk about, what happened with the Jews in Europe, 6 million, but there's 10 million that died because of Leopold II for the rubber. And there's a very great documentary. It's called White King, Red Rubber, Black Death. It should be available on YouTube. It's both available in English and also in French. And they show that they will capture family members to make sure that the guys work and provide the necessary or the required amount of rubber.
And who's doing
that? The Belge, the people from Belgium.
No, I'm talking about the actual people. It was the Africans doing that to other Africans.
No, it's
Leopold never put in Africa.
Yes, no, but he had these people there.
He had a black army.
No, listen to what he's saying. That's what he's saying. Listen to what he's saying.
What I'm saying, like we gotta stop. We gotta acknowledge that the African participated in all of this. If the African is not inferior, then he had free will to do everything. He participated. They even had certain things that the Africans wanted to buy from the Europeans, and they put a market value on European goods versus African bodies. So the Africans will go out and collect bodies to get certain European goods That is voluntary. That is not involuntary. That is voluntary. The African was an active agent in that. If you could 200 slaves for some umbrellas, right? These motherfucking Europeans was trading, Africans was trading other Africans, right, for umbrellas, fancy purple umbrellas and motherfucking glassware and
Now
all
these are the internet stories you read and you believe them. This is how it is, brother.
In the slave
You
force.
see, you just brought your source
but
and you
you know-
see
you
how
know-
your source does not prove what you said. Now
Yeah,
let me let
well,
you Shaka, then I will come in.
Go ahead.
Well, the force, they will not be about the Africans, but I understand what you're saying. However, we look, it's more complex, more delicate, because, for example, some people might disagree, but you had some traders when it comes to what happened to the Jewish people in Europe. Nobody says Jewish people sold Jewish people. Why do we say Africans sold Africans? Why don't we have the same standard for the Jewish people?
Soft target.
I think hold on, brother, hold on.
It's soft target.
I think that's a little bit. I think that's kind of like a fallacy of nuance right there. What you just said. Yeah, that's a little unfair to sit up there and say no one says Jewish people sold Jewish people, so therefore we shouldn't say Africans sold Africans. I think the bigger question needs to be: is there somewhere in history or is African an example to Africans in the diaspora worldwide we should not participate in? You understand what I'm saying? I think that needs to be the bigger question. And in order to heal, we must first acknowledge our role in the selling of Africans on a global scale. I think we need to begin to acknowledge that. Like I said, both brothers are right. I've even begun to study and see that West Africans began, certain kingdoms in Africa did participate in the slave trade. No European brought his ass up in West Africa and said, boom, I'm now capturing all y'all and selling y'all into slavery worldwide. There was active participation in that. There's just no way around it. And
but
now, that faith only help enhance that economy.
But when you say participation, I understand. But then there's a system that the Europeans brought in, because once again, why would the Africans just sit down and wait for the Europeans to come in to start doing that?
No. They already were doing it. Like most people say, oh, it was indentured servitude. The system of slavery that Africans had was not that the same of the ones that the European began to produce when it became a global fucking economy.
Yeah, but but there is a nuance there, because the servitude is not the same as slavery. Some people will go into servitude to pay off debt, for example.
Yeah, and some tribes, certain tribes in West Africa were predatory upon other people and would use those people to aggregate their lands, etc. So it's all right there. That's a fact. I don't know what we're arguing about.
But to work the land, is that slavery? It's like,
if you're being forced to do something and you're being forced into labor and you're being forced to work for the conquering kingdom, such as that of the Dangambe people.
Well, in this case, then could we say that some people are in prison and who are forced to work in the field, they are enslaved?
They are slaves.
Yes.
Oh,
yes. If you're being forced to work somewhere, see, that's what I'm saying. You guys, a fallacy of nuance. What you're doing, you're trying to compare slavery. Hold on, young man. Can I? Is it okay?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Okay. Because what Brother Sekou is doing is he's doing a lot of appealing to emotion, and he's saying, no, we're wrong. All right, we're wrong because you gotta prove it. And the proof is we here in America. That's the proof.
No, I disagree. That's not the proof, because it wasn't Africans who brought the African Americans.
That's not a proof. That's a deflection. You are deflecting. It's like that. What I was telling you, the African, most of us, the mentality is a soft target. That I try to blame someone who, as much as possible, cannot retaliate to me. So it's easy for Black people to target themselves because they know that there will be little repercussion. than when they attacked Europeans. Now, let me explain to you what I'm trying to say. He just came in here and he put up a book and said 14th century to this European traveler came and then they documented. Well, we have document older than that. We have Greeks who have traveled in Africa. We have those documents. We are the same period you also mentioned. We have Islamic travelers who have also come and seen societies in Africa, both the one that have been Islam.
Yeah,
we have those primary documents. Then we have our traditional culture also. We have our languages. We don't have words for slaves. So you cannot come and say you want to impose it. We have words for servitude, and it cannot be translated as the chattel slavery. And we know what this term means. And we know how those we also have our social institutions. You can't come and tell us what our institutions were. We know how those institutions work. One, there was no prison. African did not have a system of incarceration, of putting somebody in prison because they committed a crime for 100 or 30 years. What they did was you worked and paid for a crime you commit or something you owe.
I'm not saying they didn't do that. I'm not saying that they didn't do that.
Yeah, because when you came and saw that, you would think it's slavery because this guy is owing me money. Now he comes to my house. He has to work on my farm.
No.
Wait,
son. No, that's wrong. I did not say that. What you're doing is you're just one more time. That's why I keep saying what you're doing. I'm gonna let you finish. But what you're doing is you're changing the narrative here. You're speaking on servitude based on crime. I can show you for a fact. Are you saying that Africans, are you saying people in West Africa, slavery was not there? Is that what you're standing on?
Well, I think he would like you to show the reference, to show the sources for that.
Let me
just assuming that it took place. But go ahead.
Let me state my challenge before he can pull up any sort. I said any pre-Islamic Africa.
I don't care.
Pre-European influence into any part of Africa. If you show me any primary source of a traveler who said there is this African kingdom and this king, their mode of production in their country was based on slavery, buying slave from another kingdom and bringing to another kingdom. Show me that.
I wouldn't say I don't have no proof of that.
Okay.
So let's move on.
Now, secondly, any king in Africa who has participated in slavery, one, that king either has to be Christian now, Islamized, or have to have a European or Christian experience, a kind of relationship. But he cannot be.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine. All right, I'm fine with your parameters, and that's fine. I'm saying that they were African and they did it. I don't listen. What we went through, what you saying, what their religion was, doesn't mean nothing to us. How do you equate their religion versus what the slaves had to go through? So they should be
important.
Hold on. So they should be excused because they were Christian. Or they were Muslim.
He's not saying they should be excused.
There's no excuse for that.
Let me give you one primary source.
Okay, wait a second. Wait. Yes, go ahead. Okay, friend.
Let me read this. All right, this is talking about Queen Nzinga. All right, by the late 1630s, Nzinga had expanded her influence to the north and south of Matamba. Using her forces, she cut off other rulers off from the Portuguese-controlled coast, capturing parts of Kawango River and bringing the region's key slave supplying lands under her control. You see that? Right? And then she also expanded her territory to the north, and in doing so, established diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of the Congo and Dutch merchants who were increasingly active in the area. It says Nzinga also established a lucrative slave trade with the Dutch, who purchased as many as 13,000 slaves per year from Nzinga's kingdom. What I'm saying is that these Africans were active participants in this shit.
That's all he's saying.
I would like to see the records from the Dutch.
Now
for
you
that
read that.
argument.
You think? Did you really
No, but
understand what you read, brother? Did you really understand the context
No,
of
I
what is
didn't. I
happening?
didn't. I didn't
Yeah,
understand.
the context. Hey, say cool.
Okay.
Say cool. The context of that
tell me
is
what I
that.
read.
Yeah, the context is that she participated in slavery. That's the context.
Okay.
That's what his
Now
source says.
listen. This is not what the debate is. It's not about whether there is no African who is a terrorist right now as we speak. There are Africans who are Islamic terrorists, but is that a representation of what Africans are, or is an African who converted to an ideology and is doing something? This is what we are trying to come at. This
So
is
in slavery.
I'm coming.
Hold on.
I'm coming.
Hold on. Do you?
Oh
Do
man, I
you
never
equate-
finished my point.
do
That's
you
the thing.
equate slavery?
Just wait.
Don't
Sekou.
we
Go
equate
ahead, Catherine.
slavery with Europeans, right? Don't when we look at our history, right, from the 14th century to I guess around the late 18th century, don't we equate Europeans with slavery?
Well, we do, but every now and then we have those who say, well, with
Now,
the participation of
I,
Africans, but hold on, Sekou, Catherine. However, I think it's fair to say that when we started talking about this issue of slavery, we're talking about before the Europeans, and now when you're saying what does a religion have to do with it, that was the main premise, those people who took part in it, what I'm saying, they were comforted by.
I'm gonna show another source.
Yeah, okay.
No, let me speak.
Well, Sekou,
You
go
ever
ahead.
heard
And
of the long
Catherine,
y'all
prepare
ever
your
heard of
source,
long
Catherine.
Because I'm trying to bring some balance to the conversation.
But
That's what I'm trying to bring.
He just show a source and talk.
Okay,
I didn't
go ahead,
respond.
Sekou. Then Chris, go ahead, and then Catherine, you can share your source. Go ahead.
Now, what we are trying to say when we mention the influence of religion, you have to understand Islam was operating in the way that when you don't convert, you become an enemy of the state. As enemy of the state, one of the things that's done to you, we have a primary source from Ahmed Baba, one of the professor of Timbuktu, where he wrote, the document is there, that those who have refused to convert to the religion, they are legitimate target to be sold into slavery. Now, this is a Muslim. He's speaking now as a Muslim. Okay? Now, those who have refused to convert to the religion, they are threat because they can join other army to attack our kingdom. So they are legitimate target to be sold to slavery. And the Arab world was operating with slavery. Slavery was because there was cheap labor they needed in the Middle East. So those Africans who refused to convert became target. So if you read the destruction of black civilization, Chancellor William tells you people were running helter-skelter on the continent. This is before Europeans. This is before Europeans. This is the Arabs already destabilizing the continent. So the European coming in, and this brother is telling me that African who started slavery, when we know the institution of slavery in Europe was well developed before the European Renaissance. The entire Eastern Europe are called Slavs because they were slaves. The name slave is even an ethnic group name in Europe. European institutionalized slavery, Romans institutionalized slavery. This was an institution in Europe. They didn't come to Africa and we taught them.
Yeah, Sekou, yeah. Hold that thought, Sekou. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, and I agree with Sekou what he's saying. If he's 100% correct, that's what I'm trying to say. Chef is right, and Sekou is correct. That's what I'm trying to do, is bring balance to it. What Sekou is saying, it's because of the influence of what Eastern traditions, other Eastern traditions such as Islam and Christianity in the Abrahamic faith that help proliferate the practice of chattel slavery. He's 100% right on that, Chef. That's right, because you're not going to find a a chattel slavery system in West Africa prior to that. But now you're dealing with cultural relativity here. You understand what I'm saying? And cultural relative is when you're talking about if you see people serving another group of people, us over here in the Western world, we're going to say that is slavery. That's what we're going to automatically say because of what we've experienced over here. But I do want to back up what Chef is saying because I agree with Chef also. That's what I said. Y'all arguing nuance. Y'all arguing nuance. Chef is saying, hey, if they had a kingdom, and they participated in it. They were active in the selling of slaves off the continent of Africa. What you're saying is this is the history of the proliferation and the participation of slavery in Africa. Chef is saying, I don't give a F about none of that. This was slavery in Africa. They participated and they were willing participants. But the key thing we have to understand is, as Sekou, I do agree with you, other kingdoms were under pressure to participate in these because of the traditions that their fathers began to follow, or their elders began to follow. I want to read this though. All right. Let me read this right quick. No huddle offense. Got it. Yay, football season is upon us. Boom. Here we go right here. I hope I could share my screen here. And I'm not going to read all this for time sake here. But this is on a website from a library, right? And I'll put
what library? What library?
This is the LDHI library right here. And I'm going to put the link in the chat for everybody to come look at it. All right. And this is Slavery Before the Transatlantic Slave Trade, right? And it does a brief history of it, but I want to go into slavery in West and Central Africa. Now, I want to read this, all right? Now, it says, slavery was prevalent in many West and Central African societies before and during the transatlantic slave trade, when diverse African empires, small to medium-sized nations, or kinship groups came into conflict for various political and economic reasons. Individuals from one African group regularly enslaved captives from another group because they viewed them as outsiders. The rulers of these slaveholding societies could then exert power over these captives as prisoners of war for labor needs, to expand their kinship group or nation, influence and disseminate spiritual beliefs, or potentially to trade for economic gain. Though shared African ethnic identities such as the Yoruba or Mandinka may have been influential in this context, the concept of a unified Black racial identity or of individual freedoms and labor rights were not yet meaningful. West and Central African elites and royalty from slaveholding societies even relied on their kinship group, ranging from family members to slaves, to secure and maintain their wealth and status. Just pay attention. By controlling the rights of their kinship group, Western and Central African elites owned the products of their labor. In contrast, before the transatlantic trade, Western European elites focused on owning land as private property to secure their wealth. These elites had rights to the products produced on their land through various labor systems rather than owning the laborers as chattel property. In contrast, land in rural Western and Central African regions outside of densely populated or riverine areas was often open to cultivation, rather than divided into individual land holdings. So controlling labor was a great priority. The end result in both regional systems was that the elites controlled the profits generated from products cultivated through laborers and land. The different emphasis on what or whom they owned to guarantee rights over these profits shaped the role of slavery in these regions before the transatlantic slave trade. Scholars also argue, which we are doing now, scholars also argue that West Africa featured several politically decentralized or stateless societies. In such societies, the village or the confederation of villages was the largest political unit. A range of positions of authority existed within these villages, but no one person or group claimed the positions of ruler or monarchy. According to historian Walter Hawthorne, in this context, government worked through group consensus. In addition, many of these small-scale decentralized societies rejected slaveholding. Now, as the transatlantic slave trade with Europeans expanded from the 16th to 19th century, that is what Chefs was saying. However, both non-slaveholding and slaveholding West and Central African societies experienced the pressures of greater demand for enslaved labor, in contrast to the chattel slavery that later developed in the New World. An enslaved person in West and Central Africa lived within a more flexible kinship group system. Anyone considered a slave in this region before the transatlantic trade had a greater chance of becoming free within a lifetime. Legal rights were generally not defined by racial categories, and an enslaved person was not always permanently separated from their biological family, networks, or familiar home landscapes.
So that wasn't slavery then, period.
That's all. All that, in other words, there was no slavery. For me, that's how I understand it. But that's what you read is very important.
One more time. My objection to that is I just read to you all that they were participating in some type of labor force from conquered regions or areas in West Africa, so that the kinship or the group of people that conquered can control the land or agriculture. All right. So if I'm looking at that, I'm going to say that that is a slave system. If I'm hold on, Sekou, wait, Sekou, hold on, wait. If I'm a slave trader that's coming into the region that practices these things, I'm going to enhance it by 1, giving you my religion, 2, trading for those slaves, which were probably indentured servants, and saying, hey, this is what we practice, and this will help enhance your kingdom. The selling of slaves into the transatlantic slave trade. See, that's why I keep saying we're arguing nuance.
Well, I would say it's a bit more than nuance, but I think that discussion will be more precise with some sources on both parties. But I get both. I get all points definitely.
See, Shaka, we got to stop this. One thing we got to stop is this. We need a source. We need a source.
But we do need a source, brother.
We're looking at what everybody is saying.
Who's everybody?
I have given my source, even though I don't put it on the
ain't
screen.
shown nothing yet.
Wait, brother. For me, I give books. Yeah, I'm using my phone. Wait, I'm not using my computer right now. I'm using my phone, so I can put on it. Some other time. But what I can give the name of the book. Diop have discussed pre-colonial Black Africa. He has discussed this slavery.
What page you want me to pull up?
Okay, pre-colonial Black Africa. He explained how the servitude.
What page? I can pull it up. I have the book right here on my
where he discussed the slavery, the homes, what he discussed slaves.
I want to give that source to the audience right quick. Because Chef ain't gonna be talking about me later on the pseudo killers.
Okay.
No. Hold on, let me get that source real quick. All right.
So,
and, here it is.
So
right
he
here.
has
that source. Hey, can we share this right quick?
So
Let me get his source. And this is the Low Country Digital History Initiative. It's a digital public history project hosted by the Low Country Digital Library at the College of Charleston, funded through a pilot project grant from the Humanities Council of South Carolina and a major grant award from the Gaylord and Dorothy Donnelly Foundation. It's a credible source, and if you guys go here, they have all the bibliographies that you guys can go source that backs up there.
Chris, what we were talking about earlier is, for example, I don't think you were there already, but Catherine read a book from a lady from Ghana, and she had one sentence saying that indigenous slavery was practiced before the arrival of the Europeans. So
I just read that. I just read it. It was. There was a form of it being practiced.
Okay, all right. But the thing is that, once again, we had people who traveled to Africa, and they wrote about what they've seen. They wrote about the system. And so far, we don't know about records of people who traveled and say, oh, I saw those people practicing slavery. So when those people write and say, well, there was indigenous slavery before the Europeans arrived, and when the Europeans arrived, and they expanded it, that's not surprising to me, But where are the records for these indigenous slavery? That's the point of contention.
All right.
For them just saying there was indigenous slavery, okay, where did they get that from?
They made it up themselves. What?
Hold on, wait. slow down.
What makes you think African can't come up with
Hold on.
slavery? Like,
Hold on. I don't understand. What do you mean when you say they made it up themselves?
like they kept, like how Europeans made up feudalism, right? Those 10th century African societies, right, were feudalist societies, just like Europe had feudalism, right, where the kings and certain people owned the land, and the people that was forced to work the land. Like it's called the feud. So if we can look up medieval feudal Africa, that would explain the whole situation. But I want to bring up. Go ahead.
I was just about to say that I don't think we can make that kind of correlation, because one might argue, well, in Europe, the Greek, they're very, big with homosexuality. So in Africa, they had to be big with homosexuality as well. You're talking about
That's
Europe.
a slippery slope, Shaka. You can't.
Well, you
say
can
that,
say that.
beloved.
You can say that, but right now we have conjecture.
Shaka, this is exactly what they are doing. What they are saying is that because this concept has been, because what Europeans have done is to make everything universal. So if there's anything happening in Europe or any crime European committed, then they take the terminology and make it universal. So if you go to another place, you find something similar, which is not the same, then you brush everything with the same brush. You don't want to look at the details, because why? No, the European academia have called it slavery. So everything is slavery. So that's
I'm
why
sorry, Sekou. I have to interject on that, because I back you up on what you were saying. I'm on your side. You don't get it. I'm saying I'm on your side.
What you read here, even though it's not any kind of a thing to take it as a sword. I mean, you read it. It's a scholar writing, but they have not provided any primary source to back what they're saying.
You have not provided a source since I've been on here at all.
Yeah, but hold on.
Yeah,
if I may, you're supposed to prove that something happened, not to prove that something didn't happen. It's like when people say, okay, prove that Jesus didn't exist. We don't prove that somebody didn't exist. We prove that somebody exists.
It is not my duty to prove that. What I'm trying to tell you, like, for example, when you were reading the article, I saw Mansa Musa image there. I saw Mansa Musa image, which is about in 12th century or whatever, the Malian Empire, and then he was talking about West Africa. Now go back to the person who founded the Mali Empire, Sunjata Keita, before Mansa Musa.
Right.
Do you know about his 42 laws, or 45 of them, the edit of Sunjata? Do you know he wrote a fair human rights document? It's against slavery. The founder of Mali Empire.
Okay.
Before Mansa Musa.
Okay.
Pull up the document called Kurukan Fuga.
Well, guess what? In the 42 Confessions of Ma'at, they were against slavery too, but we know they were just against slavery of one another. Right. That didn't mean that the kingdom didn't enslave Nubians.
Well, no. Chris, can you give us some reference for that? Can you give us some reference for that?
Can you prove that
Egyptian was an African society? They all hold on. Y'all act like that because it was an African society or all these people were black, they all got along with each other.
No, Chris, we're not saying they all got along, because I stated today and before that there was indeed some conflict between the people of Kemet and Nubia. There was some war, and I like also to state that the Asiatic sent some letter that was intercepted when the Asiatic told Nubians, okay, let's ally ourselves against Kemet. But nevertheless, yes, indeed, Kemet attacked some parts of Nubia. So there was conflict indeed. I'm not denying that. But to say that the people of Kemet enslaved Nubians, I'm just asking, what are the reference? What are the sources for that?
There is no source for that.
I believe it's on the wall with the Nubians sitting right there in chains.
Well, okay, we do have.
They don't look like they. I don't think nobody say, "Hey, put chains on me and humiliate me and put me on the wall."
So I will pull pictures of prisoner in Iraq in Abu Ghraib when American took over. Were there slaves of America?
Slippery slope. Are you creating slippery slopes?
Can I read this?
Go ahead.
That I got on the screen now. What I'm about to show here is indigenous African system, not Christian, not Muslim, right? All right. The Abeni Opapi the Abibio, drummer of the Creator God, was an oracle of the Oro Confederacy of what is now southeastern Nigeria. It was known among the British as the Long Juju. The Ebini Ukpapi was used to settle cases, particularly those of murder, witchcraft, poisoning, and family disputes. The oracle was paramount throughout the Niger Delta. The losing party of a case was traditionally destroyed by the oracle, but the priests of Abini Upaki developed a preference in selling the losing party into slavery instead. As the system continued, it was alleged that the priests of Abini Ukpabi falsified some of the verdicts of the oracle in order to procure victims to be sold into slavery. You see that? This is an African religion, right?
No.
They ain't Christians, they ain't Europeans, it's them doing it to each other.
This is a Wikipedia article with
No.
no source. With no source. I mean,
Wait.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. I knew you was gonna hop on that, right? So I got the UNESCO joint. Hold on. I got the UNESCO joint. Because this is hilarious. I deal with this from Uncle them all the time. Won't take the information, just try to tear it down. First chance you get, because it contradicts you. All right, Chrome tab, Akoro.
Now I don't. Okay, so read it.
I mean, it's saying the same thing. Can I put the link in the chat for the people? It is the Akoro Long Juju slave route. It's talking about the same thing.
Okay, go ahead, Sekou.
Yeah. Okay. This is these are some of the things the Eurocentric Africans, because there are a lot of Africans who are Eurocentric. You know, we know them, brother. Some of them are even school. Listen, wait. You guys are acting.
You gotta give him a chance. We've listened to your arguments, though.
Man, I listened to you.
Sekou, go ahead, Sekou. Go ahead.
These people act like we were not colonized and we have not produced Eurocentric African in the academia world. In fact, we have Africans who became priests. They were told to translate the Bible, and some of them took African deities and changed their name as devil. We have one called Bishop Ajayi Crowder of Nigeria, the first bishop. He took the Yoruba deity and changed the name into a devil. It was recently when African spirituality came back, they went back and said that deity is not a devil. They had to fight to change it on Google. So to tell you that those who converted, when they are right, they try to portray everything in the European light. When you hear about this religion, or that you are talking about, or this priest that you are mentioning in one location somewhere in Nigeria that is practicing certain spirituality and selling people into slavery, the first thing you need to do is to wait. I'm laughing because I know how these things work. What you need to do is to go do a research on that culture itself, how it is practiced. Because when people write about it, they say 200 years ago this happened. The culture still exists. Many African cultures still exist. Find out, how did this culture work? Was this priest a corrupt person who was just collaborating with European, or was it an Igbo culture? Or this is the culture of the people to sell human beings? When you do your research, you will be surprised that these things were a corrupt individual just decided to do something, but it was never.
Yeah, it was never. No. Now. You shoot down everything that we put up. You shoot down everything that we put up. Now
because what you put up on Wikipedia is
say what you're saying.
It doesn't show.
It's time for you to put up or shut up.
Okay,
let me say something real quick. First of all, what you said, Sekou, was very fallacious. You stated that Sheffrin and you stated that myself have a Eurocentric ideology towards Africa, and that's not true. All right, we're not saying that at all. And as a matter of fact, you're using that out of context. Here, let me
No,
give
I
you
was not referring to you guys
means.
directly.
Hold
I'm
on, brother,
saying
hold
the
on. Because you're only
academia.
speaking as an autodidact right now, and you haven't provided any sources for anything that you said to back up anything that you're saying. So now I got to turn up just a little bit on you real quick. Now, Eurocentric, hold on. Eurocentric is when you focus on European culture or history to the exclusion of a wider view of the world, implicitly regarding European culture as preeminent. Now, the problem that we have with West African culture in general, or most African cultures in general, is not every single one of them had writings, and not every single one of them kept writings and books based on things such as slavery, agriculture, economics, etc. Yes, that they had writings. I'm not saying that they did not have a writing system like some people would say, but before you call me Eurocentric, you got to first prove that I'm disregarding everything African who speaks for the African over here, because I teach that whenever Africans speak for themselves, they're seen as somewhat skeptical because their information isn't being regarded as valid. So I speak up for the African more than anybody probably in the community, because I read an African-centered book so I can understand an African understand the African worldview, because it's never really been taught. The African has never really been able to tell his own story. So you actually owe me and Sheffrin an apology for calling us Eurocentric, because we're not. As a matter of fact, I burned the Bible, by the way. I burned it live on air, by the way. I threw it in the garbage, by the way. And the Bible is the prominent thing that helped Eurocentralize our mind. So what I'm trying to tell you is, you guys are saying, because you guys are making these statements, these broad statements, you and Shaka are saying because there's no writings in West Africa of slavery, that it didn't exist. It existed. They took advantage of it.
No. I mean, like just with religion and history in general, we don't agree just presuming that something existed.
Y'all run around acting
For
like
the
them
sake of
pharaohs. Y'all walking around acting like them pharaohs in Egypt with these holier than thou men. They slit Ramses' neck ear to ear.
well,
He was running around there doing the nonsense.
all right,
He
okay.
wasn't doing,
Let me
man.
know
Get outta here.
now, Chris.
Now you
Earlier,
are going to the Eurocentric talking point. That's what I was talking about.
No, that's not a Eurocentric talking point. You're trying to sound. Hold on. You're trying to sound what you're trying to do. Because I told you I was getting ready to turn up on you for a little bit. Now we finna start banging up in here academically. Now you sit up here saying that I sound Eurocentric because my talking points are being backed up by sources in academia, and you coming up.
No, the sources are not correct. Even the image, the image you have on the screen.
No, it's me this time.
You the
I'm the one
record
who
of what was going on in Africa before the transatlantic slave trade started. And for
You didn't prove anything, Chris. Even the image you have on the screen does not prove your point.
Okay, no, that's my image. That's me. Yeah, and I would like to address it. And we have to remain calm, because if we talk about slavery and we end up, beefing, it's not going to be a good look.
I'm not beefing with him. I told him I'm gonna turn up.
Yeah, okay. Now, I presume, Brother Chris, that's what you were talking about when I asked you about Kemet and Nubia, right?
No.
Okay. Well, for the record, many people are familiar with that depiction.
You said it, Chris. You said they were sitting on the ground and they were in chains, and then they knew they were being beaten. You described this thing.
Oh, yeah, you did say they were in chains.
Nubians in chains on the walls. I didn't say from the tomb of Horemheb. I didn't say that.
So, okay, we have depictions indeed of different population, including Nubians, and they are tied, with their hands towards their back. This is something that we see on the walls, indeed. And this one here is used many times. I've shared the link in the chat. This is Smash Rockwell, and he wrote that article quite a long time ago. I'm going to look for the date.
And they will take that as a source and say it's a source, and someone said they are slaves in Africa.
Yeah, but just hold on. I just want to go to it briefly. I'm not going to read the article. I'm just going to read some part. So he Brother Smash Rockwell posted the article on March 18, 2012. You see, now Wesley Muhammad used that picture, and this is just the depiction. It's from a Florence Museum in Italy. I've actually seen it. I took a picture of it myself. And I'm sorry, Bologna Museum. My bad, Bologna Museum. But here, this is what Brother Smash Rockwell wrote. Dr. Mohammed equated this scene to a scene on a Middle Passage slave ship. This photo is from the east wall, southern part of the second courtyard, King Valley 57, the tomb of Horem-Eb. Please see the breakdown of this inscription in the work of Jacques Kinaer and then you have a link. And it says in his breakdown, Kinaer makes efforts to never use the word slave to represent captured Nubians. He calls them prisoners. Kinaer used the word servant on low-rank members of Egyptian officialdom. There is other evidence to show this was a Nubian wrestling team. So that's just for the record. People can look into it. It might not be an absolute fact or absolute truth, but at least people can consider it and take the time to read this article in full.
What they wrestling? What they wrestling in the WWF?
No, but hold on, brothers. You have the right to disagree and reject that. I don't know if I still have the page open, but
NWO.
Those people sitting down. First of all, you see their face they look older. They look like older people. That is one. Two, the people standing over them are not even soldiers. When you have captives, you have soldiers standing over them. When you see the hairdress, those are scribes. They are standing over them, taking writings. Those were not soldiers.
I don't know why y'all. Here's my thing. I don't know why you went there to try to disprove slavery in Egypt.
There was never slavery in Egypt.
I never said that picture meant slavery. I mean,
there was no slavery in Egypt.
But now, I don't know if you're addressing Sekou or me, but whoever's saying there was slavery in Egypt, I'm only asking for the records. That's all, because it is known that there's no word for slave in the Kemetic language.
That's all right. One more time. But is there an activity?
Right.
What?
Why y'all want the word? I mean, what we playing with here, man?
Hold on. Wait. Let's be clear. So are you alleging that the people of Kemet practice slavery? Is that what you are alleging?
Yes.
Chris.
Okay.
You have
you have all the time.
You can show yes, and if I get a day or two, I'll produce records.
Yeah, and it's all good. And it's important.
I'll go straight to the Bible and kill y'all right there.
Yeah, if we consider this writing, but
the reason I jump into this topic because these are things that are outdated. They're like 1960 talking point.
Yeah, but let's wait.
No, they don't even make sense to me because they are being debunked.
Wait. The brother will take the time, and eventually we'll present the information, and you will have the time.
Easy.
Yeah.
And how do you know I'm gonna be using 1960?
That's the thing. You don't know what it's going. Yeah, you don't know what it's going to come up with. So you
That's
have
like
to
keep
wait.
on saying you full of red herrings and slippery slopes, brother.
I know what our people do. It's like they take the neo-Europeans talking point and bring it back.
Sekou, hold on. Sekou, you don't know what it's going to present. Just wait. Just wait till you present the information, and then you'll be able. But you cannot presume. Just like I don't agree when he presumes that slavery existed in Africa because
one of them said that we don't have Egyptian phenotype, and then you heard it yesterday that we are Negro, we are not Hamite, all the kind of bullshit. These people,
no, but wait, Sekou, that's something else. That's something else.
Hey, Shaka, let me say this real quick. One more time, Sekou. You're not talking to a dummy. All right, I have a master's degree in engineering. Is that a Eurocentric master's degree? Could I have gotten a better one in West Africa or East Africa or Central Africa? Would it have been accepted worldwide? The licenses that I gotta keep, the SOC documents, the OSHA documents, data documents in order to keep that license.
No, but Sekou,
You say those, hold on real quick, Brother Shaka.
Yeah.
When you say those type of things, you're trying to pigeonhole somebody into thinking one particular way. That's not fair. And what I'm trying to show you is I live over here in America. I speak English. When in antiquity, Africa had the best centers of education in the world. Then the Greeks developed the best centers of education in the world in philosophy. So everybody has their time. So guess what? You're not going to sit up here and tell me that because I'm receiving information over here in America that somehow I have a Eurocentric mind style. You're
never said that.
contradicting yourself because you mentioned Chancellor Williams' book.
But he said
And he received his
never said that.
education right here in
no,
America.
you are making up
He said
stuff.
it-
You are
Shaka,
making
can
up
you put
stuff.
that picture back up?
Yes,
You are
yes,
making up. You have
yes.
to
No,
say
I'm not
what I.
making up anything.
But-
You're
but-
talking.
so-
No, what you're doing is you're talking to someone educated, and I'm able to call you on your bullshit. You're not
It
just over
doesn't-
here on Sonetta throwing out a bunch of information, romanticizing certain parts of the world in order to push your agenda. Them pharaohs,
who are-
them pharaohs was kings like every other king in the world. They had their harem of women like everybody else in the world, and they did anything else just like anybody else in the world. Them people weren't no
Yes.
holier than thou men.
No, but
There's nothing
I
about
mean,
those who
yeah,
are
it's not about
Eurocentric
holier than thou.
are professors. They are doctors. They are not illiterate people. To be Eurocentric, you don't have to be illiterate. You have to be a professor or doctor. That's what they are. So it's not an issue of saying how many degrees you have. I'm saying
Well-
when it comes to the information, when it comes to African history, African culture, mostly majority in the academia world, they come from the Eurocentric perspective because that's the dominant
Wait,
culture. That makes you look
How did you
smart.
determine
Wait,
that?
please, Chris, one moment. Sekou, are you saying that
Yeah.
Chris and Kefren are Eurocentric, or that they are using Eurocentric information?
We are using Eurocentric talking points.
Okay, that's different. That's different, and I'm glad you
Yeah.
said that, because I would have objected if you said that they are Eurocentric.
No,
Now,
I
Sekou,
never said that.
okay. Sekou, you cannot dispute some information that has not been presented. You know, so wait for the. You don't know what he's gonna come up with, because you presume that he's gonna bring such and such thing. You know, and you cannot guess what he's gonna show. You cannot predict the future. So just wait, and we have time to go through what he will show. You know, and it will be more constructive, because we kind of went on the fly. You know, nobody was prepared for the discussion to go in that route, and that's very important, because we do need some healing, and we need to look at the evidence without romanticizing it as well. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with what was said, that it had to have happened because but if they have information to present, then we should look at it. What I'm saying? So we have the opportunity to do so. So I think at this point, I don't want to sound like I'm trying to censor or run away from the topic, but I think it's safe to say that we kind of covered the topic of slavery quite a fair bit, and probably you brothers would want to, like Chris is planning to do, present some information, and then Sekou also will have the opportunity, to present some information as well. Is that fair enough, brothers?
No, that's fair. I think I get it. Yeah, when someone make a claim, definitely science demands that we allow them to substantiate their claim. That is very true. But the problem I have is that it's the same thing. We heard that on Sonetta so many times. They bring back the same topic. They repeat the same thing. I even told Sonetta,
don't worry about this. That's over there. That's over there.
Hey, Sekou.
Yeah.
Hey, Sekou. Let me ask Sekou this important question, brother. Brother Shock, real quick. Sekou, what books do you have from your region that you think I should be reading?
What do you mean by reading?
Mine. This is an honest question. What book from your part of the world, right? Because you live where?
Canada.
My part of the
world. No, that's very important. Where do you live at?
Canada.
Canada, yes.
Oh man, you live across the street from Detroit.
So you see, you guys could have
I
a
used
cup
to
of
live
coffee.
in Detroit, and we used to go to Canada to go drink, man. You've been over here. You on this panel. Hey, Chef, open up the pseudo killers, man. Open it up. We turning up, man. We finna turn up on you, Sekou. You done, man. Nah, bro, you can't. You gonna be over here telling us that we have a Eurocentric mind, and you.
No, he didn't say that.
He was saying that, Shaka. And you teach in Canada. What books y'all over there teaching in?
What do you mean? What are you asking specifically?
So y'all teaching in Canada.
Be specific. What book are you asking for?
Okay, let's be more specific. What do you teach in Canada?
I am not a teacher.
Okay, what do you read in Canada?
What social service? I'm a social worker.
You a
I study
social
social service at the years.
You a social worker.
Yes.
Okay, so you're not a teacher. You
No.
somebody that go to work every day, just like Chef, just like Brother Shaka, and
Like
just
all of
like
us.
me.
Absolutely.
You in the land of the French, right?
Not French. I'm in
Well, Canada was started by the French. Quebec
Okay.
and all of that, that's all French, all right? I used to go over there every weekend. I'm from Michigan. I'm from Detroit, all right? I know about the Ambassador Bridge and how to get to Canada. What part of Canada do you live in?
I live in Ontario.
Ontario, Canada, right over there off the water, right? The land of the French. Now,
No.
Where are you getting at, Brother
I'm
Chris?
about
Where
to
are you
make my
getting at?
point here.
Yeah.
Maybe what you need to be doing is learning about where you live and how it was established before you come on here and tell us that we in the wrong or that we have a Eurocentric mind. Because if you had a tad bit of Eurocentric ideology in history, you would know that Ontario was preoccupied by the French before you got there. That's all I'm trying to say. So you just can't sit up there and say the things that you said. I'm thinking you living in Africa somewhere. Man, you live in Canada, man.
How is that relevant to the discussion?
Fall back. The only thing African about you is the same as me, brother. It's my skin tone. That's it.
If by any misfortune, because I did not, I heard you mentioning European mindset. I don't recall you saying that they have one. I thought you were saying in the European mindset.
No,
but
he
maybe
said we have a. He said we have European Eurocentric talking points, which we don't.
Well, there's a difference if he said that you have a European mindset, or if he said that you have European talking points. No, I'm not trying to defend him. However, hold on, Sekou. I want to say, Sekou, if you did slip out and say that they have a European mindset, then that's not cool. You know what I'm saying?
I'm cool, no, but I'm cool. I'm cool with that.
No, listen, brother. I won't say that. I said
no. If that's how you feel, listen.
But you don't. That's the thing. You don't.
No,
European as being. You don't look at the European as being. Hey, this is what they say. That's all that matters. That's not what we've said at all. That's like you saying. You using that out of context when you say somebody has a uses Eurocentric talking points. Because if we were using Eurocentric talking points, we would not even be discussing Africa. We would say Africa is primitive and there's no reason to discuss it, period. What we're up here saying is that Africa had its own systems, had its own kingdoms, and it had its own practices, and we should acknowledge that. Sheffrin has said from the get-go, he stated, are you saying just because they're Africans, they could not have had slavery? He's been saying that all day, and that's not a Eurocentric talking point. What you guys even set up here and said on the panel tonight also is you got to find slavery in their vernacular in order to prove slavery existed there. What's the practice there?
No, that's it's going to be endless this evening. It's not going to end.
Yeah, because we don't want to admit that we participated in something that helped bring the destruction of the black civilization, and we ashamed of that. And that's why we got to start healing from that.
No, wait, Chris. I think Catherine will agree with that. From the get-go, we said that some people participated, that there were some traders, and then we were talking about, before the European. So we never denied that, you know what I'm saying? So do you agree with that, Catherine?
Yeah, y'all said y'all classified them as traders.
Yeah, traders, collaborators. So we never denied that, but the discussion went all kind of ways, and I think
impossible to deny that there were collaborators.
There we go. So on that, I guess we are all. It's clear that we are all in agreement.
I just want to clarify the issue of Eurocentric talking point. I wasn't saying just because.
Be careful, my brother, please, because it's gonna add another 30 minutes if you're not careful.
So I'm saying you are Eurocentric. No, when Henry Louis Gates had a debate with Molefikete Asante, we look at Henry Louis Gates and most of his talking points are Eurocentric. and then Professor Moleki Asante is Afrocentric. They are both African Americans. So it's not about where you're from. It's about the philosophy that you decide to follow. Because Henry Louis Gates was saying that ancient Egyptians couldn't have been black because they were treating Nubians. This same talking point.
But hold on, Sekou.
Then guess what? Let me end. Guess who was defending African? A European was telling him.
Okay, yeah, I understand, but please, Sekou, but Sekou, you're not implying.
He trying to ask you nicely to get on topic.
You're not implying that Chris and Catherine follow a European philosophy, are you?
I am implying tonight that they, on 2 occasions, they have applied European talking points.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Well, okay. Well, talking points, I would get that, but philosophy, that's different,
Hey,
So
Sekou, if I see you on Sarnetta, when I come on there, you better be very afraid. When when you see me show up, this light-skinned brother right here, you better be real afraid. So I'm coming at you now, man. Hey, boy, you done said a lot. First of all, I know Sheffrin from talking against Eurocentrism. He speaks against that shit. But once again, when you say Eurocentric, no one's up here using Eurocentric talking points, because Eurocentrism, and I haven't said that the European view is the dominant view, so you got to stop saying that. What you might want to say is that your talking points are anecdotal. That's what you might want to say. But when you're saying that our talking points are in fact Eurocentric, then you should be able to disarm those talking points easily by using your sources. But guess what? You don't really have any African sources to back it up, because West Africans did not keep records like that, where all you're up here doing is talking and we're using academia. See, it's called academia. Over here in the United States, we have the world's best learning centers now. Once it was Africa, once it was Greece, then it was Rome. Now it's the United States of America, and we have the best learning systems in the world. I'm not saying that the United Kingdom don't have any great learning centers in the world, but when you want a top education, when people want a top education, they bring their ass to America. All right.
America,
so let's just
Europe, the West in general,
The West. Thank you.
That's just a nuance.
West. You can't say that we have Eurocentric talking points. That's a slander. That's an ad hominem.
I was very specific. I also live here in North America. I understand what you say, the institution and all that. That's not the case. We are talking about what ideology or what philosophy one follows. It's not level of education. It's not experience. It's not all of that. It's just like Du Bois and Garfield disagree. Garfield believed Du Bois was following Eurocentric ideas on certain level, and then they had the disagreement. So that's fine. When somebody says, because the European talking point is this, they want to disassociate themselves from the slavery. So they call it transatlantic slavery, to share the blame and the guilt. They don't want to be portrayed as the perpetrator. They want to show that the African were the ones selling themselves. They only got themselves involved in it. So it was not that they were perpetrators. So the idea is to shift the blame, the guilt that will come. They should not be partakers of it. And you guys are arming that. You are looking for sources to prove him right. So
well, okay, we get some clarity. With the sources, but they are aware. I'm pretty sure, I'm not in their mind, but they are aware that they're trying to shift the gift. They're just talking about the participation. We've all been actually talking about the same thing, but there were some nuances. And we first started talking about, before the transatlantic slave trade, basically the indigenous slave trade. So we have some opportunity, to go into that. We'll see what will be presented. But the burden of proof is on the claimant. But I don't need to repeat myself 10,000 times. I think we really covered, and that's a very interesting discussion. And I hope that for the listeners, it's not going to create some tension between the people from the West and people from the motherland. This is a reality. It's something that happened, and
create tension though.
No, there is no
No,
tension.
you shouldn't create tension.
In that.
No
Come
tension.
Okay,
No,
come again.
I'm saying a mental tension, right? For the simple fact is we should never deny what actually happened.
No, we're not.
Right?
We're not.
We,
No,
we
we're
should
not.
never deny that. It doesn't
No.
do now to say
No,
cool.
but you know we're not denying and that you know what happened. You know that.
Yeah, but it's how you're framing it, right? Like for me, if I was in order to you send your children to school, right? You don't want to send your children to school, right? Unarmed to deal with white people, right? You don't want to do it. Now my Afrocentricity is about to start showing in this conversation, right? Because I remember going into a college classroom for the first time and hearing a white person challenge whether I was African or not, right? It messed me up. It was just an exercise that the teacher was doing, right? But I was unarmed, right? I didn't have nothing to, I felt like
he disarmed you mentally in that conversation.
Exactly. And I never want
I've been there before. I've been there before. You didn't. You don't even know how to go into your emotions and deal with it.
Exactly.
I know what you're
I
talking
don't want to send my children into a school, right, or into academia, right, and they hear from white people that black people or Africans participated in slavery, and they don't have no defense for that. It wrecks their brain, and they become say, cool, you are doing us a disservice, and you don't even know it. The Africans participated in slavery. Every generation that comes after us
we agree with that from the beginning, though. You know that, Kefren. You know,
yeah, we know white people. We have no problem with saying white people participated in slavery, and it was horrific, and it was an atrocity, and it was a blight on the human soul. Whatever we say, how vile Europeans was for the institution of slavery, we have no problem with saying that. But on the other hand, there were Africans who was just as brutal in that process of getting these Europeans, these slaves.
But Kefren,
these Africans didn't have pillows on their hands when they were grabbing us up and giving us to the white. No, they was brutal in that shit.
But Kefren, you know we never disputed that from the get-go, right? Because remember we talked about the indigenous slavery. So once again, and Sekou, for the record, we never disputed the participation of Africans, did we?
No, we did not.
Okay, so it's clear.
So we're talking about the level of involvement. Now that's what I want to get into, because y'all trying to minimize it. Now that's y'all trying to minimize.
I think there's some misunderstanding. No, I think there's some misunderstanding right now, and I think we surely have the opportunity to talk about it again, but the main disagreement is about the indigenous slavery, and what Sekou, and I cannot speak for him, but from what I understand is that those people, the main people who participated, they were under the Abrahamic belief system, and it's important to point that out. Of course, they were Africans. Of course, they participated. They sold, but we touch on many different topics. We started about indigenous, and then we touch on many different topics. But once again, I want it to be clear, and Sekou confirmed that we're not denying at all the African participation. You know what I'm saying? No, this is not something that
I will try. I think we will have that discussion again. I will come prepared to give my sources, because I know the system, because he has not touched the system of totemism, where Africans used to have a treaty based on animal totems or based on settlement agreement. Keep that other group. Keep that. Right, a Yoruba will not sell another Yoruba. It's impossible.
Sekou, just leave that for the next time, because it's gonna spark some other reaction, and we're never gonna and with this, so you'll be able to present that, the next time. It's not a
No
problem at
problem.
all.
I'll come prepared. I think tonight they say I didn't show sources. I have program on Sanetta. Everything I say, I give you the book or the source. I can't just say things out my head. You said the last time I spoke about the two cradle theory. I gave you all the books. I didn't just say it from my head.
And that two cradle theory is pseudo. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's garbage, Sekou.
Yeah. Just because Diop said it, like now you're getting into
you get the Eurocentric talking point.
He wasn't even qualified.
When I say Eurocentric talking,
Sekou, check this out. If they disagree with you, you don't necessarily have to, because you said it once, you said it twice, but if you keep saying it, it's just not gonna fly. You know what I'm saying? So they have the right to disagree with you. You know what I'm saying? But if you keep on, if you keep on saying
the
that,
argument they advance, when they say it's pseudo, believe me, all argument they are going to bring is I can show you exactly where they're getting it from. Like those who were arguing today, like what Garfield was arguing, I can tell you exactly where Garfield is. These are things that Europeans have argued before. It's not like they are bringing new information. When Garfield tells you, for example, someone was telling me that Africans don't look, Africans are Hamites or not Hamite. These are all things that the 19th century Europeans have done. So it's not that they are bringing something. It's not like they are done certain research and they are now bringing new information. They are just going to bring Greenberg. They are going to bring Gobino. They are going to bring these people.
But you're talking about a whole group mental.
When someone tells you,
hold on. The two cradle theory is talking about a whole group.
If a black American,
just one at a time. Go ahead, Kevin. Go ahead.
If an African tells you that religion is the issue, that if we have to drop religion and spirituality in order for us to advance in science, he's quoting Paul Hazard, a European, the crisis of European mind. He's not speaking something new. He's quoting Paul Hazard. So these are people, anything to say, I can tell you where they get it from.
Well, okay, not necessarily, but go ahead, Kevin.
All right, so when he's talking about the two cradle theory, he's talking about whole groups of people mental disposition, right? Like, how could he speak to that? Like, you just can't say stuff like that and that.
But it's a theory. It's a theory, just like Darwin.
And it's a pseudo theory. That's the thing. That is pseudo.
He didn't have. Okay, here, I'm gonna share this right quick. Okay, let me share this real quick because I had read a book on that, right? And let me go in this go into my drive here. Hope don't know pictures of yep, here it is right here. I have it.
And we gotta define pseudoscience.
Okay, so
specify that. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, cool. As y'all can see, this is a book, and she's saying the same thing that my man Chef is on here saying about Shankanti Diop. Now, I'm not saying he wasn't a great teacher. All right, I'm not saying that at all. But a lot of his theories and a lot of the things he taught were a little incorrect. Okay, and that's not a Eurocentric understanding because he presented his theories to Western academia, and some of them, if not all of them, were rejected. I hate to say this, right?
Pretty much.
And I wanna read this, okay? And it says most discussions of Shankanti Diop limit his scholarly contributions to his groundbreaking work on the African origin of ancient Egyptian civilization. As a result, Shankanti Diop is only known through a myopic lens without a firm understanding of the theoretical and philosophical arguments that inform his scholarship. Diop is best understood through his methodical, philosophical, and theoretical position, which was best articulated in the cultural unity of Black Africa, the domains of matriarchy and patriarchy in classical antiquity. These arguments have been referred to as Shankanti Diop's two cradle theory. Now, if anybody wants this book, I'll put it in. You can just email me at chrisharris313@gmail.com. Now, in this book, she goes in explaining the strengths of his argument, but she goes into tearing the fuck down the weaknesses of his argument. You understand what I'm saying? So, Sekou, I'm not saying you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong. When you come on this channel, it is a debate platform, and you got to be ready to bang. You know what I'm saying? Recently, I wasn't ready. And like Sheffrin said, Chris, your ass read that chat. Your ass got frustrated and left up out of there.
Now, Sekou, can you explain your position about the two cradle theory?
Now, the two cradle theory basically is about the earlier human settlement.
Yep.
So our early human settlement, and then how the social institutions evolved in those two early human settlements. So Diop basically divides those early human settlement into two. Those who settled what he called the northern cradle, and particularly in the Euro-Asian steppes, and those what he called the southern theory, that is beginning with the Great Lakes and the Nile Valley going. So what Diop was saying, that environment shaped the culture, instincts, and behavior of people. The survival.
I get it.
Yeah.
I thank you. So basically, you know, the environment was harsh, the mentality was different, but in
Right.
Africa, along the Nile Valley, the environment
Right.
was favorable. So you know,
Right.
they could focus more on, you know,
Right.
philosophy, mathematics, science,
Right.
and all that. So okay, so
So
Chris and Catherine.
not basically, not that they were more advanced, but basically, for example, you find African were not really building strong armies because they didn't depend on conquest to survive.
Okay. So both Catherine and Chris disagree with that. Is that correct?
Yeah, they
One
said
second.
it's true.
I want to answer to somebody in there. I meant to say he. No, and he is an African that wrote that. I said she. He is an African who wrote that book. All right, he wrote that book. So yeah.
Okay.
Now, one of the key components is in the two cradle system, and what he proposed in his theory of the two cradle system was the people on one side of the world created a matriarchal system, and it was based on a matriarchy. That's one of the things you have to allude to when you're discussing it. And the other side was a patriarchal system, right? Now, the argument is, what did he have to stand on that theory? How was this theory proposed? What was his methodology concerning this theory? Brother Shaka was mentioning, are you saying because we've never really gotten these answers? And one of the things is, was it because of the conditions, right? Because if we were in the European steppe or steppe, as you would say, were those conditions harsher versus Africa, which was a matriarchal system, right? Was it that the conditions were more conducive to learning and agriculture? And those were some of his arguments. And I think it's bullshit, because who's to say because you live in a harsh condition, you can't learn anything, or you can't learn how to grow food or anything like that.
But may I interject?
That just didn't make any sense.
May I interject?
Oh my goodness.
Wait, hold on. Did Diop say that the people in the less favorable environment were less prone to learn it?
No.
Okay.
Hold on. See, that's not what I said. I did not say that. I was saying, did he propose? Was he proposing that?
No.
He never disambiguated. He never really disambiguated on that. He was saying both of them were cradles of civilization, but because one was harsher, one was patriarchal, and one was matriarchal. But how can, because you have on one side, it makes it patriarchal, and on the other side, it makes it matriarchal? What did he have to stand on that? That's all I'm saying. That's what I've been asking for since I've been learning about this theory here.
I read. I can't remember which book of Diop he was. I don't want to blame the stuff on the translation in English, but from what I recall, I read it a long time ago, so I didn't remember that he associated the matriarchy and the patriarchy with the cradle. How do you call it again? The two cradle.
Cradle
What?
theory.
Yeah, thank you. The two cradle theory. So, but that being said, from what I understood, is that he was saying that because the environment was more favorable, and that's the way I paraphrase it. You know, I'm not quoting Diop here. That the people in the environment where it was more favorable, you know, they didn't have to worry about being in a harsh environment, about the beasts and how to survive. So that's one of the reasons why the people in a more favorable environment were able to, you know, thrive and focus more on other
So
things
here, let me
besides
read it for you,
survival.
baby. Let me read
Yeah.
it for you, baby. Let
Okay.
me
Okay.
expedite that for you. Let me read that for you. See, Sekou, this is called a source. This is what
Sorry.
we do.
I
This is
have
what
the
we know how to do over here, baby. I'm gonna read a source for you, okay? All
But
right.
but
So
but,
that
but
way we know.
I'm really speaking, you know, once again about something that I read like 20 years ago. So
Okay. Okay.
He
Now
never
this
talked
is what it
about
says. This is what it says right
yeah,
here.
Sekou, you get a chance to respond just after that.
Yeah. Now, the two cradle theory rests upon the geographical components of the southern cradle, northern cradle, and the zone of confluence. Through analysis of environmental conditions, familial systems, social customs, and social values, Diop thus attempts to prove the existence of the southern cradle, northern cradle, and zone of confluence, arguing that it is not necessary to provide a general history of each cradle. Diop in 1989 chooses, quote, end quote, in each cradle the outstanding historical facts whose nature is such to prove that a particular cradle is indeed characteristic of such and such a system. This is page 47, and this is what he says. Humanity has from the beginning has been divided into two geographically distinct cradles, one of which was favorable to the flourishing of matriarchy and the other to that of patriarchy, and that these two systems encountered one another and even disputed with each other as different human societies, that in certain places they were superimposed on each other or even existed side by side, comma, then one could begin to clarify one of the obscure points in the history of antiquity. Is there a problem with that?
Okay, well, go ahead, Sekou.
Okay, now let us be clear. You know, I think this is not a confusing theory, but try to make it that way. First of all, he mentioned the matriarchy and the patriarchy. That's one important aspect Diop mentioned. But there are
which
many.
You laughed at. Hold on. Which you laughed
Chris,
at
Chris,
when
Chris,
I said that, though. You laughed when I said it, though. Go ahead.
He mentioned, okay. Then he mentioned the religious system that developed in these two cradles. What Diop was saying is that those people in the northern cradle, the ice ages, you know, there have been 5 ice ages, and there was the last ice age, which happened when the Homo sapiens went in there, that even led to the depigmentation of the people who went there and became white today. So the people who used to live in caves, so getting food was difficult. They had to come out once in a while. It was a very difficult nomadic life that lasted a very long time. So civilization came very late in Europe. For people to settle down and build civilization, it took a very long time because the climate and the area was not conducive. So it was a very difficult life. So there was a nomadic life for a very long time.
Just hold that thought, Sekou. Yeah, hold that thought, Sekou. So far, Chris, do you consider that BS?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Now,
okay, go ahead.
Let me end it. And also,
so hold on. Same to you, okay, friend. Do you consider that BS as well?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead,
Sekou. The religious institutions that developed, even he gave burial, for example, because the nomadic life, most people in the northern cradle used cremation.
Yes.
Never find that in Africa. The people buried their dead because they were always settled in one area. They were not on the move all the time. Then he talked about the religious and custom that developed in the northern cradle. It usually is apocalyptic. The destruction of the world, an angry God is coming to destroy the world and all that. They need a savior. In the African tradition, it's mostly optimistic, not pessimistic. You don't find a God coming to destroy the world.
All right, now Sekou, hold on. Why, Kevin and Chris? Why do you consider that is BS?
Because when you read Egyptian Medunetter, I think there's a story of the heavenly cow, and we can look at some things like the papyrus, the Ewer papyrus. We can see that the gods destroyed Egypt. What I'm trying to sit up here and say is all people
mythologically.
Yeah, mythologically, I think that the Semitic traditions were mythical too. I think Artemis and Zeus and Hercules, those were mythological too. You see what I'm saying? They're all mythological. They're all
those are gods. I'm just saying that because you said that Egypt was destroyed.
No, right, but I'm trying to tell you that they too had gods destroying them. You understand what I'm saying? They too had those type of archetypes in their literature. So if they were in fact first to develop writing, and they were in fact first to develop civilization, they had these things first. They had these oral traditions that later became put on paper, and they had these things first that were probably oral and then put onto paper. So what I'm trying to sit up here and say, based on his theory alone, what chronology was he following when he said that? Now, I'm not sitting up there saying that they weren't able to produce civilization, but how were they able a lot later to produce civilization that was most superior? That was able to come into Africa and take it over if we were already here first with civilization. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I'm trying to tell you.
That's warfare, the weaponry.
That's warfare, but if we had civilization and warfare, hold on.
Wait. Go ahead, Chris.
Cool. See, what you're doing right there, say cool, is what we call an appeal to authority. What I'm doing is I'm explaining it based on my hypothesis. I'm not saying just because Diop wrote it, he's right. I'm challenging why he wrote something. All right. And what I'm trying to say, if they were later if they came around a lot later with civilization, it don't make no sense that we who had civilization some 100,000 years before they was even able to utter a word, and then to sit up there and say that they came into Africa and just dominated. They just dominated when they started coming in through the Levant region, through Mesopotamia. They just dominated when they came in there. It wasn't even easy for them. I'm sorry, it wasn't even hard for them. They just dominated that area.
But Chris, is your hypothesis that they were not in such a...
My hypothesis is that the two cradle system is garbage, and it's something that ain't taught in academia.
I'm coming, Shaka. I'm coming because he tries to debunk the theory with the story of the goddess that came. I think Obenga wrote about that story. I'll go in. Yeah, Sekhmet coming to see.
Hold on. One more time. Hold on, Sekou. Get out of my head. I didn't try to debunk the story with nothing. I'm telling you history.
Okay.
I ain't using mythology to debunk nothing.
Well, Chris,
I'm saying that we already had those mythologies.
Yeah, Chris, just let him go. Go ahead, Sekou.
Okay. There are many things that Diop aligned. We can argue those points, but to call them BS, and then because you cannot give any counter reason, you just call it BS because you want to just argue it. That's the reason why I give it the kind of characterization I do. Now, when Diop mentioned a lot of stuff, he didn't just mention the patriarchy and the matriarchy. He mentioned that, and then he mentioned a lot of stuff that you can read in the book, that he came down and said, look, when you look at the Northern Cradle, they were more aggressive because they were nomadic people, and their survival depend on warrior life. They had to take other. That's how they had to live. They had to take other people's territory in order for them to survive because they had less. And one of the example I have done my own personal research on it. It was during the what they call the small ice age. If you Google it, from the 14th century, 13th century. No, wait. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm not cutting you off. I'm asking you a question.
Don't do that.
Wait.
What did you read?
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Get that conclusion. Come to that and get that conclusion. What book did you read?
Let me do that. Let me finish. Just when I finish, then we can
finish, Sekou. Go ahead,
Okay.
finish, Sekou.
The Little Ice Age. I mean, what is called the Little Ice Age. When you read about the Little Ice Age between 13, 14, 15 to 16th century, it was what led to the famine in Europe. It led to famine, disease, pestilence, and killing in Europe to a point that they had to move out of Europe to look for new territory. That's why the Native America, they had to move and find a new world. They had to move and then move into Africa. It was due to famine. It was due to the Ice Age. It was due to hunger. Google it, my friend.
Okay,
And
just hold on. Okay, hold on, Sekou. Now, this is no longer Diop's theory here, is it?
No.
Okay.
It's no longer
Okay. Now,
Diop's
okay. Chris, what is the question you wanted to ask?
My thing is, once again, our brother Sekou and Sheffrin peep it out. I'm pretty sure brother Shaka peeps it out. You contradicting yourself. You've been telling us about the Ice Age and telling us about what you've read, and then you're on here saying we have a Eurocentric mentality. But when I begin to ask you certain things on where you're drawing your inference from, you get your conclusions from Eurocentric books.
So, which book
It's
did you get that
garbage
from?
to me.
Which book did you get that from, Sekou?
So I have the book on my.
He ain't got no book. He made it up.
No, I had. Come on, man. I have a whole library. Calm down.
So who wrote that book? Where did you get that information from?
So you have the book on it by the National Geographic. Have an entire research done on it. National Geographic. You can Google it, find it. Yeah, find Little Ice Age. National Geographic will give you the timeline. It will give you the archaeological source and all that. So it was during the Little Ice Age that the conquering of Native American happened, because the Europeans were in search of a new land. There was less food. So 55 million people disappeared in the Americas because Europeans were searching for food.
And that's called, what's that article called? The Middle Ice Age?
The Little Ice Age.
Okay.
Little, Little.
Is it safe to say that since it is a theory, it's just a matter of people accepting it or not?
No, I'm coming to see if the Little Ice Age, which is the last, which is the.
Go ahead.
So you're talking about in AD time, right?
The Little Ice Age it happened between between the 13, 14, 15 to 16th century. Yeah, you Google it, you see it. So up to 19th century, I think. And that was the period that led to disease, pestilence, killing, and even the conquering of territory, because the Europeans had to move out.
So Shaka said,
go ahead,
we're not talking about Diop's theory no more. Because Diop was talking about the foundation of the European mindset.
Yeah, what's talking about earlier.
You didn't see how I made a transition. Let me tell you how this is how I made a transition.
I'm not saying I understand you definitely made a transition, but now you're not talking about
the two cradle theory anymore.
It is. I made a transition. Let me tell you where the transition. It's the same. There's a connection. The connection is the Ice Age. The connection is the European cradle has an influence on his culture, mentality, and behavior.
Yeah, we get that, but it's just so that it's clear that this is where the theory stops, and then you can expand on that. What did you want to ask, Chris? Because I saw you holding the book, Chancellor Williams' book, the discussion
and because he kind of like moved all over the place, you're actually supporting with me and Sheffrin saying when you're dealing with the two cradle theory, like you said, they didn't have vegetation and things. I agree, but in this very book, he talks about why Africans began to migrate over the Sahel region, over the Sahara region, because of something called deforestation. When parts of Africa began to dry up, so they too were doing the same things. And this is where we're drawing our inferences from, because we have more academia over here to challenge the Shank ain't to joke when he says things. And we can say, well, wait a minute, how did he come to that conclusion where Africans were in Africa doing the same damn thing?
Yeah, but now go ahead, Kevin.
the desertification, right, and the droughts in Africa would have produced the same mentality that was going on in Europe with the ice. It would have produced.
It would have produced exactly. That's what we're saying.
Can I ask?
Hold on.
Wait. Go ahead, Catherine.
Yeah, if Diop was proposing that the scarcity of resources produced this mindset, well, then there was a scarcity of resources in Africa with with the growing of the Sahara Desert and the drying up of the rivers and shit. It would have produced the same type of effect.
Why didn't it produce the same type of effect?
Why wouldn't it produce the same effect?
That's what we're trying. That's what we're challenging, and why we see
and I understand.
What we're doing it. Go ahead, Shaka.
No, so good, and I understand both points of views. Now, desertification and Africans moving, they will still be in the same climate. You see, that's just you might call it it will be the same climate.
I'm sorry, when there's deforestation, the climate changes. But that's wrong, Shaka, because when you have deforestation, the climate is changing.
How is it changing?
Because you have a desert growing over lush vegetation now. So that does change the climate. So they would have to migrate somewhere else.
Okay, well, we might not agree on that.
Shaka, listen to these brothers, man. I respect them, but sometimes the argument they make, I don't have a PhD, but this argument I don't understand.
Wait, be diplomatic.
Now, one book you didn't produce, though.
You have the right to disagree, Sekou, but just try to be diplomatic.
Okay, now the Europeans were trapped in. You know how long it took for the last ice age to happen? Some of the ice ages lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. It's not like it's happened for 2 days. Yes, some ice ages lasted for 100,000 years. Some lasted for 20,000 years. Some.
So you're saying human beings went through
wait, sir. The depigmentation. The depigmentation.
That could be verified. That could be verified. I'm sure.
The depigmentation of the Homo sapien that eventually gave birth to what you call the Caucasian or the European man. It took a very long time. It's not like they migrated. Wait, sir, wait. Why would they wait? Why can't they just wait?
Okay, finish, Sekou, and then Kevin will go.
They were settled in the Eurasian steppes. It's not like they moved out. They were there until their skin tone and everything changed. They survived. That's why there was a natural selection. Those who were lighter survived. Now, when you talk about the desertification of the Sahara, where people trapped somewhere in Africa and they couldn't get out, and then it influenced their culture. The people who live in the Sahara, when the desertification started, they started migrating. Some moved to the Nile Valley. Some moved to the Nile. So show me a group of Africans who were trapped by the Sahara and they produce a new phenotype and skin color and culture because they were trapped in the Sahara Desert.
Okay, hold on.
No. Wait, Shaka, 1 second. You show us some Europeans, because you just on here talking now. See, we drawing, I'm showing you the books. I'm showing you how I'm drawing my inference. You talking. I want you to start showing us some academia. But see, really, hold on. You know you can't show it, Sekou. You want to know why? Because you appealing to that brother right there in your avatar every time you talk. As he's the end all be all of science and scholarship when it comes to us over here. He ain't. He was wrong about a lot of his stuff.
Okay, now, Catherine, you wanted to say something, right?
Yeah,
let's show it.
I need him to produce the documentation saying that
Europeans were trapped in that environment.
Phenotype changed because they was trapped. You know what I mean? In an ice barrier. Because we believed that at first, but modern science is finding out that the change in food production is what changed the skin complexion of those
pigmentation.
Yeah, exactly. We thought it was the ice at first, right? But we know that, the domestication of certain cereals and grains, right? The people started getting vitamin D out of the food and not from the sun anymore. So it wasn't what he's saying anymore. Now that's old information, and now he on the hot seat.
Okay,
Now he can cross over to biology, right?
Okay.
He took that mental shit that Diop was saying, and now he didn't cross over.
You guys could be
all over the place.
You guys could be
out of one.
You guys could be diplomatic with it though.
He jumped out of one frying pan into another.
Yeah. Okay, Clifton. I get it. Now, Sekou, go ahead. We can't hear you.
Bro.
Okay, now we can hear you.
Okay. Now, there's a book that just came out called The Genetic Odyssey. The Genetic Odyssey, you can Google it. It has, there's even documentary, and then there's my college, actually, they used the book because I did a course in anthropology during the time I was doing my studies. I just decided to take a 3-month course in anthropology, just introduction, just to learn about it. So for this brother to say that skin color has nothing to do with the environment, it has nothing to do with the sunlight, it has nothing to do with the ice age, it's a joke. What are you talking about, brother?
Europeans were still dark, yo. They know that.
What are you talking about?
I want to say something though. That book that he just showed, that book that you just showed, The Little Ice Age, that was from the 13th century AD.
Right.
That's what that book was from. So
Yeah.
I'm trying. Now I need to know. See, you on the hot seat. Now I need to know how you drew a conclusion to Shank Auntie Diop's theory based on that book. Where did you get your inference from? Because he starts that book in the 13th century.
Okay, very good. Now listen, this is why I told you I made a because you guys are not listening to me. So that's why you don't even understand what I'm saying.
Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead, Sekou. Go ahead.
What I was trying to say, I said, first of all, Diop was referring to climate, was referring to environment, how it influenced the culture. And he mentioned what those influences were. And I said, one of the examples that we can draw from that is the Little Ice Age, which happened in our time. So during this Little Ice Age, a lot of things happened on the European continent. There was famine, there was disease, there was pestilence, there was war, and that led to the European moving out and conquering territory. That was where I made reference to the Little Ice Age. Now, if the Little Ice Age could do that, then tell me about the other ice age that happened where they couldn't move out. What effect did it have on them? That's the question.
Well. Okay. Is it safe to say that since it is a theory, we will have no way of establishing what took place in those remote time periods? So it's just a matter of people accepting it or not. Is it safe to say that?
Yeah, one of the way for me that he said that I can really look at it, because when he says so, it's not like because we appeal to authority, but we look at what he said and then we try to test it. For example, for me, I look at the European behavior and attitude, his culture. One of the examples I gave in my presentation is the unusual evil of Europeans. Okay, I gave racism as an example, the idea of selling your wife. Okay, they had a culture where they could sell their wife, the wife that they married, they could sell that woman and sell their child. This type of a cruel culture. No matter how you say Africa was evil, we don't have a story of a man who sell his wife and his kids. I give an example of Haiti, where one of the French officials there, he married an African woman, have children, and sold the woman and the children into slavery. He later went back for one of his sons, who became a general in Napoleon army, General Alexandre Thomas Dumas. Dumas,
Right.
and his son later became one of the greatest authors in France. And these people, their grandfathers sold them, sold their grandmother. And I was looking at the unusual evil of the European and how he came to Africa as well, classify another group of humans as animals.
Okay,
you
but
could dominate
Sekou,
the people. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm saying
understand.
that we have not seen such evil in any group of people except people from the northern cradle. That means the environment must have created a certain level of cruelty because they have to survive. It's just like a domestic animal is a cat. I have my cat at home.
My cat is less dangerous than a leopard in the forest.
Yeah.
The environment is not the same.
Okay. I say Sekou because some people will say, well, we're comparing white people to animals. It's not going to be a
No,
good
no, no,
look.
no, no.
This is.
But it's a theory, and I don't think we have any way of establishing whether this is what happened or not. You know, whether it's plausible or not. But it's a theory. So I mean, you have the people who would agree and people who
So
will disagree. And you know, I just want to say
I
this: that
gave you another source.
okay,
The Crisis of the European Mind. This is written in 1935. This is by a European professor, and this man was supposed to be the president of the La Sorbonne, the greatest university in France.
Yeah,
and what he wrote in this book, that it was during the crisis in Europe, the Europeans hit themselves. Their crisis, that one of the philosophers advised that the only way they can survive is that they have to attack Africa. They have to take North America. Otherwise, war and killing will not end in Europe. That they have to go in. So it was premeditated.
Okay. Just hold that
Okay.
thought. Go ahead, Chris.
All right. Sekou, I love you, brother. I love the fact that you do read. I'll always challenge those, and I love for people to challenge me back. You know what I'm saying? Shaka know how I get down. Sometimes we got to turn up a little bit when it comes to academia. No slander involved. All right. Now, but one of your rebuttals towards me all night has been Eurocentrism. I want to share this with you before I cut up out of here, okay? And I want to see how you feel about this, okay? Because I'm pretty sure you do honor Shank Ain't Your Joke. Who was that right there?
That is his wife.
That is his wife, right?
Yes.
That's what he snacked on his entire life. He snacked on that his entire life. Would you be saying the same things about white people as you were just getting ready to mention prior to Shaka?
No.
Would you be saying that to him about his wife?
No.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't.
Yes,
And that's why Shaka had. Hold on,
you
real quick.
asked me and I can't talk.
No. Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. All right. Now, and you're producing books written by Europeans. All right. And most of those Europeans, you don't know if they have Eurocentric views, but I can guarantee you none of them books you producing have Afrocentric views. All right. So what I'm proving right there where your ethos, all right, because we're dealing with ethos, your ethics. What I'm showing you right now is where you're failing at, because you haven't shown us the entire time up here one African-based book based on Little Ice Age. You ain't showed it to us. You showed us a European writing about the Little Ice Age starting in the 13th century CE, which is Common Era. That's why Shaka said you've gotten away from his theory. You produced a book that you felt you produced a book that you drew a lot of inference from to support his theory, and I can respect that. But you got to work on your ethos a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Understand what I'm saying? I do this for fun. It's fun for me. I'd rather bang on you academically than bang on you physically any day. That's what we as Black people need not do. I don't slander you at the end of this conversation, and I hope we can continue to have these type of heated battles about academia. So with that being said, Uhuru, I'm getting ready to sign up out of here, man. Shaka, Ashe. And Hotep, or Hotepu, peace.
Yeah, peace, brother. So Sekou, well, feel free. You know, you can make your closing remarks, and then I will go into the last one, because it's been almost 7 hours now.
Yeah, thank you very much for the time, brother. Now he showed Diop white and said she's white, and then
Yeah,
what
but I would say I think it's best not to continue with this issue, because the brother left. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
I know, but maybe he said it.
If you don't mind,
and the people in the chat heard it, right? And maybe if I don't provide an explanation,
okay, well,
that
go ahead.
It's not about racism or skin color. When we talk about about racism, or when we talk about Eurocentrism, it's not much about about the European phenotype. It's an ideology. It's a philosophy. There are Europeans who might consider Afrocentric even today. Okay, So it's not much that has to do with their skin color. It has to do with the culture. It has to do with the cultural perspective that they hold. It's just like the Nazi philosophy is white, but not all white are Nazis. So this is the way you have to look at it. So I'm not saying that every white people on the street is a Eurocentric. I quoted black people here who I said they might be considered Eurocentric and they are black. So it is not a skin color thing. So that's why I just wanted to clarify. You know, that being said, yeah, that being said, you know, I just want to thank you. We are not romanticizing African history, but what we will not do is when our scholars have fought hard to bring our story back that was buried by these people. And then now, instead of advancing, we are trying to take a retreat and put it back into murky water because we are afraid of challenging new reality. No, we can't do that. We would rather you present facts to us, but we cannot take a back seat just because we now say, oh, they were 50 years ago, so we cannot take their work. Darwin wrote centuries ago. Some of his writing were not actually correct. Some of his hypotheses were not, but the central theory was always accepted in European academia until today. So we can't be throwing our scholar into gutter because we find one thing maybe we might not agree with, then we throw everything. We can look at the central idea
I agree with that.
You see, we have to be careful. We are not romanticizing or appealing to authority, but we want to make the point clear that what they were defending is worth defending even today.
I understand. And you know, Diop said, you know, arm yourselves with knowledge, you know. So that's what we have to do. We have to be prepared to defend our ideas and to substantiate what we are saying. But you know, this discussion really, you know, even though it was a touchy subject, I think it was a great discussion, really, you know. I think it was a great discussion, you know. And it didn't go left, so that's great. That's great, you know. And I hope it will remain the same, you know, forever, really, you know, because
Yeah, thank you
unfortunately,
so much.
yeah, because unfortunately, sometimes, well, actually, when it happens, it's because of ideology, you know, because the guys that we mentioned previously, they have an ideology. It's not really about the like the scholarship and being fair and objective. They are subjective, bias, and they're following an ideology. So they will say anything to support and defend their ideology to the point that where, as we have seen, they are defending, you know, people who engage in, you know, fraudulent activities. So this is something that has been documented. But however, sometimes we start debating, and and
Yeah.
and and sometimes we end up beefing, you know, which is a shame. But it's not only with black people at the end of the day, because sometimes we like to say certain things,
Yeah,
but so
you
far
know
it's been
that
very,
that's why if you look, you mentioned Champollion today,
yeah,
the older Champollion, not the one that decipher the
yeah,
hieroglyphics, the
his older
other
brother.
Champollion.
Mm.
Yeah, look at what he wrote. He said,
Yeah, he wasn't the
dark
same.
skin, dark skin, and then the woolly hair does not qualify to be a
Yeah,
Negro.
yeah.
Okay, then
Diop
what is a
quoted that.
Negro then?
Yeah, yeah, Diop quoted that, you know. But I
Yeah,
mean, you know, his
so
younger
I'm a
brother.
black
Yeah.
man and I have
Mm.
curly hair and I live in Egypt, but I'm not Negro. What am
Yeah,
I
but
then?
you know, but Diop did the
This is
job.
how ridiculous we can get.
Yeah, but this thing don't fly no more. It doesn't fly no more. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, we have
But
some
it's
people now
flying because look at what they have done. In 2017, they went and picked a few dead bodies at the border with Abu Sir symbol, and they came and said ancient Egyptian and Middle Eastern. Then
yeah,
when you
but
check the documents,
they
only three mummies were. How can you do that?
that's the way to get down, you know, and that's why when the person, you know, talked about, you know, the to the DNA from King Tut's family, and he came out as Caucasian slash Eurasian. You know, I just showed him the painting of Amenhotep III, and I asked him, does it look Caucasian slash Eurasian, or does it look African? And he wouldn't answer. And then I said, okay, that's it for me. So you know, we just arm ourselves with knowledge, and besides the DNA from some selected mummies, they like to do those facial reconstructions like they have done so many times with Tutankhamun, and they'll probably come up with some other reconstructions, you know, besides the reconstructions coming from some, you know, scientific bodies. We have a lot of paintings, you know, a lot of depictions, you know. So that's the way to get down. But we have enough evidence, so it's all good. It's a long road. It's a long road. The sad thing is that we face opposition from our own kind, but you know, we're still way better off than the time of Diop, for example. You know, with the example that you just gave. You know, So it's all good, healthy conversation. It's all good. But my advice to you, my brother, try not to, give so much labeling, and it will help you in the long run. You know.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I just
Yeah.
I do it
But
sometimes to get on the
today
skin because
you had an example of the result of that, and
Mhm.
then with the perceptions of the people, they might see you as doing, how do they call it, red herrings, and ad hominem attack, and and so if you can avoid those things, probably it will serve you best. But this is just an advice. You can take it or leave it. I cannot dictate how you go about things. You know what I'm saying? But so yeah. And actually, if you have the time, even if you don't listen to the whole conversation because it was very long, but if you have the time to scroll through a little bit of the discussion, maybe you will see, because sometimes when you listen again, you see it from a different angle, and you see the reaction, because sometimes you talk and the other person's talking about the same at the same time. You don't really hear each other's points, so it can be useful as well. So it helps us all to be seasoned. And myself, I try to be as seasoned as possible, but of course, and it wasn't the case here. But on other platforms, some people are disingenuous, and when they are disingenuous, the conversation will never be healthy. But here, I would say the conversation was quite healthy. Even though for the most part we disagreed with each other, but I would say the conversation was quite healthy. So I really appreciated what I've heard.
yeah. No, you did a great job with the way your moderating was good because sometimes when the moderator is more calm, it helps.
Yeah.
Unlike what we had, yeah, what we had where how they call this Garfield was more engaging than this. He was moderator and then he was more pissed off. So that was difficult.
That
That
you
was
know that, that
difficult.
well, I just
Do you
I
know
just
how I
wish
can
I
get
just
into the
go ahead.
how
Go ahead.
I want to register for the debate. I want to watch the debates. Do you know how
Oh,
I can
okay.
get the link
Oh,
to
I really
pay?
don't. I really don't know, but I'm sure that Sanetta will share the link for the pay per view.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure he would do that. If it is on pay per view, we should probably will be, and eventually maybe a few weeks later or a couple or 1 month later, he
Has
might put
Jabari
the whole thing.
has Jabari reacted to all these recent videos? Because I'm sure Garfield is
Oh,
doing these videos are all research for Garfield. I think so. Garfield is
come
trying to
again?
get info. I say all these videos to me, they are like a research for Garfield. He's trying to get as many information as possible
Yeah,
because
yeah,
he's not really sure.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, in the process, he's trying to get some angles,
Yeah,
but I don't think that Jabari will respond to those things, because for all that time, Jabari did not really respond to that, unless he will be on Sanetta's platform and Garfield will happen to be here, or the followers of Garfield, and eventually he will address a thing or two. But but like I was saying, most of the time you hear the two of them talking. Garfield is very aggravated. He gets very angry, very emotional. So I just wish that the debate will happen. It would be a good thing, and
yeah.
I
We
see
can
how
pick
it
two
goes.
points.
Yeah, some things will be put to rest. Because um, yeah, I just see how it goes on his platform for now, and I'm like, okay, that's the way it is. Good, I know,
Yeah.
and I will keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? And the
Because
pseudos in the group, yeah, go ahead.
one of the advice I gave Sarnetta when at the beginning of this year, I think they called everyone who were online. They said, "What's your advice for the channel to grow?"
Mm,
And then what's the
mm,
feedback? So I told him any topic that is hardly contested on this Sarnetta, especially on Sarnetta, and then people come and have debate. Try to have a symposium because these are all scholars. They are claiming to be scholars. Some have degrees, some have PhD. So when we have symposium on the subject, let's call some neutral people to be able to watch the symposium. At the end of the day, any conclusion we come to, that's until another symposium alter that information, we have to jump over that. If we conclude, for example, we find out that Heru is Jesus, and after the symposium, the evidence is proven, we are done with that is now we have made a consensus and there is a book. Unless there is new information
comes up. Yeah, indeed.
Then there is new information to debunk that. We can't go over it every year. Then we are not teaching. We are trying to present our ego each time on channel. We are not moving in progress.
Yeah, and just to make sure that people don't use that part to try to say, "Did you see? I told you they were Egyptomaniacs." I'm not in Brother Seku's mind, but I'm pretty sure he used the example of, let's say, Heru is Jesus. That was just for the sake of argument. Jabari doesn't teach that. I don't teach that, and I don't think Seku teaches that. Okay, so
just give an example.
Yeah, just for the sake of example. I'm just saying, because
I don't believe those things.
Those guys, they'll be desperate, to try to show that being Kemetic is wrong, so they might as well use that as, see, those are Egyptomaniacs, and now they're saying that Heru is Jesus. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that comes up, but it's all good. 1 month time of waiting, and after the debate, no matter what the outcome is, then the world will keep on turning. You know what I'm saying? But what's for sure, and it has been stated many times, the people who are cool and agree with him, they know where to go, and it's lovely. And I'm sure they're glad that I'm not going to be appearing on this platform again, because whenever I bring up the plagiarizers, it does something to them, so now I guess they're going to be glad, and they're all going to be able to continue plagiarizing, because that's the way they do the work. Doing the work for them is just stealing from people's work, and nobody's going to challenge that. Nobody's going to criticize that. So I guess everybody's happy at the end of the day. The future generation will know who was teaching that rise of volcano and the allies in the Egyptian text. You know what I'm saying? So they'll be able to determine who was on point and who wasn't on point. All right. So Seku, thank you very much for coming. You're
Thank
always
you so
welcome.
much. Thank you. Thank you so
And
much.
yeah. Oh, do you have a YouTube channel, brother?
Actually, I have a YouTube channel, but there's nothing on it. I only did book review.
Bust up, brother. Bust up. Get your own thing going, so you can grow slowly but surely. It's very important, because you never know what might happen on all the other places that you go to. So it's quite important for you to think about doing that.
Yeah, I have to put on my channel now, because everybody's asking me, the African guy that loves to argue.
All right, brother. So thanks a lot once again for coming.
Okay.
All right, brother. All right.
Okay, thank you.
So, brothers and sisters, it's been 7 hours. I remember one time I did a long live stream. I forgot how long it was. I mean, when there's participation, I don't mind. I mean, but it's definitely one of the longest live stream ever. So, yeah, September 17th, I think we'll see what's up with that debate, and we'll definitely get some clarity. It's all good. It's all good. It's too much set tripping, but it's nothing new under the sun. So, brothers and sisters, remember, paypal.me/myadforever. You also have the Cash App, $myadforever. I think it's important for me to remind the brothers and sisters every now and then that, they are allowed to make a donation if they want to. It helps, really. So besides that, thanks for all the brothers. I would like to say brothers and sisters, but the sisters not really there lately. But we had a sister, the username escapes me, but thanks to all the brothers and sisters who participated in the chat as well. Stay safe, stay healthy, and if I'm allowed to by the next year, I will definitely holler back at you, Hotel.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving middle nature classes, and here, that's the flyer. Okay, so those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool, but I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video Kemet and Ma'at before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone
want to know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Nature classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in-depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class, and all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Nature class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'atforever.